ABC News with David Rowlands. A man in his 40s with COVID-19 is in a critical condition in the intensive care unit at the Royal Adelaide Hospital. SA Health moved the man from a dedicated quarantine hotel for positive cases in Adelaide yesterday. He has the South African strain of the virus and acquired it overseas. South Australia has recorded one more case, a child who recently returned from overseas, but it's considered an old infection. Meantime, residents of Greater Brisbane are breathing a sigh of relief after the state recorded no new community-transmitted COVID cases overnight. The region has been on edge after last week's 3-day lockdown, sparked by 2 clusters at the Princess Alexandra Hospital. There was one new case involving a returned traveller in hotel quarantine. Senior federal government ministers continued to defend the rollout of the coronavirus vaccine, saying Australia remains in a far better position than other countries. A brawl erupted last week with state and territory governments knocking back suggestions that they were hoarding vaccine doses. A number of premiers took aim at the Commonwealth, arguing that they were dealing with supply shortages. Defence Minister Peter Dutton has told Sky News there's no need to panic about delays in the vaccine rollout, as Australia's COVID-19 case numbers are significantly lower than countries such as the US and the UK.
Yes, there'll be hiccups from time to time in terms of the rollout of the vaccine. We'll work with the states, we'll work with GPs, and we'll make sure that we get people, starting with the most vulnerable, as you've seen, have the vaccination and protect them and keep them healthy and safe as we deal with the virus over this calendar year.
The British government says 5 million people have now had their second coronavirus vaccine, making it the fastest rollout in Europe. The latest data shows more than 31 million people have received their first jab. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to reveal a further easing of restrictions tomorrow. The former Crown Prince of Jordan has accused the country's leadership of corruption, incompetence and harassment amid reports of a possible coup attempt. Prince Hamza says he's been placed under house arrest as part of a crackdown in which high-level figures have been detained over what the military says are security reasons. The younger half-brother of King Abdullah denies being part of a conspiracy against the monarch, but has spoken out against the country's leadership.
What you see and hear in terms of the official line is not a reflection of the realities on the ground. Unfortunately, this country has become stymied in corruption, in nepotism and in misrule, and the result has been the destruction or the loss of hope.
The Suez Canal Authority says that the last ship stranded by the grounding of a giant container vessel have now passed through the waterway. The BBC's Sebastian Usher has the story.
The traffic jam that captured the world's attention is now officially over. 61 vessels were still waiting earlier today to make their way through the Suez Canal out of the 422 that were left stranded when the Ever Given became wedged across the waterway. All of them have now transited the canal. The huge cost of the blockage and its knock-on effects are still being assessed, but experts are agreed that it could have been worse. The Suez Canal Authority says its investigation into the incident should be completed early next week.
Returning home, and police have arrested a man who went on a crime rampage overnight, stabbing a man and stealing a police car in Melbourne's north. Yvette Gray reports.
Police say a 26-year-old man was left critically injured after he was stabbed and hit by a car at Calcallo shortly after 10 o'clock last night. Highway Patrol officers later identified a vehicle of interest in Campbellfield and gave chase. A short time later, the car crashed into a barrier at Mickleham, and when officers approached the driver, he allegedly threatened them with a knife. The offender then stole the police car and fled at high speed before eventually crashing into a number of vehicles on Barry Road. Police used their vehicle to knock over the 27-year-old driver, who was still armed with a knife. The man is now in custody with minor injuries.
Turning to sport, and in the NRL, around 30,000 fans are expected at Newcastle's Hunter Stadium this afternoon when the Knights host St George Illawarra. The match is sold out, which means the arena will be at close to full capacity after New South Wales further eased coronavirus restrictions last week. The changes permit 100% of seating to be used, while grassed areas such as the Hill will be reopened in accordance with the 2 square metre rule. Both teams have had encouraging starts to 2021 with 2 victories from 3 outings. The Sydney Roosters face the New Zealand Warriors in the later game at the SCG, while the West Tigers tackle Parramatta tomorrow at Stadium Australia. This is ABC News.
When history is made,
it's all over. India have won. India have won magnificently.
ABC Sport is there.
He's over the halfway line.
commercial free.
The Tigers are still the best team in the land. 3 flags in 4 years for Richmond.
ABC Sport.
On radio, online and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow.
Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Grandstand AFL.
We got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
Just a new day beginning.
Breaks the pace. Has a shot. Makes no mistake.
Sends it to home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish. That is sensational. Can he slot it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Wide angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries to fend off. Got him. Takes him to ground. Back to that Nui. Second don't argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on Moe down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle-dazzle has arrived. That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
On the boot, kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, great mark.
Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snapped off a single step and bangs it through.
Grandstand AFL. The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Happy Easter, everyone, and great to have your company on Sunday afternoon footy. A huge game from Docklands this afternoon as the pressure is starting to mount on Carlton. 0-2 was not the start the Blues were hoping for this season, looking to return to finals for the first time since 2013. A young Dockers side full of confidence following a big win over the Suns in round 2 awaits. Now, without Nat Fyfe, but Michael Walters does return. Eddie Betts also plays his first game of the season, his 200th game in the Navy Blue, while Carlton also welcome back Jack Silvani. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL. The roof is closed at Docklands despite a lovely day outside, 20 degrees. Matt Clinch with you, hoping to have a ripping game this afternoon on ABC Sport. We'll learn a bit about our experts in the next hour or so. How much did they miss the hour's sleep? How much chocolate's been consumed? And who's indulged in a hot cross bun or two? Corbin Minimas is alongside me to call the action this afternoon. The ABC Sports version of Cliffy. You are an athlete, so I don't imagine you would have had too much chocolate today.
I wouldn't go too far on the athlete front, but yeah, it's not yet. I will, I'm sure, later as the day goes on.
Did you and your housemate have a Easter egg hunt this morning?
We didn't actually. I actually haven't seen him until we got to work today, but no, there was no Easter egg hunt going on at our place. Fascinating game this on the park, by the way, Carlton and Fremantle. I think they're two form lines really hard to read. So Carlton were in the game against Richmond and against Collingwood and yet fell on the wrong side of things both occasions. Fremantle, depending on what happens with Melbourne later, we could be looking at Melbourne as a 3-0 side, and Freo really opened them up at times but butchered the footy and cost them the game. And then they went and beat GWS, who played in a grand final less than 20 games ago. So they are here without Nat Fyfe. Patrick Cripps is hurt. I'm not quite sure what we're going to get today, but fingers crossed it's close.
Yeah, the Dockers kicked 4 behind, so Melbourne's 4-4 in the first quarter, and the Demons cruised to victory from that point onwards. A good win over GWS last week for the Dockers. Brett Delidio, welcome.
Thanks, Clinchy. Mate, I'm not making any predictions after my epic failure yesterday. I thought that the Bombers were going to get pantsed, and we saw what happened there, so I'm just hoping for a good game of footy, a nice close one, no blowouts. We've had a few of them over the round so far, but yeah, a nice one like Thursday night would be perfect.
And Baby Watch, last week we had the phone on. Is it still on today?
Still on, mate, yes. We no babies just yet, but we certainly did have Easter this morning. I said on our show that we did before that whoever decided to put daylight saving on Easter morning, that's a clanger. Don't let that happen again, because the girls are up with the sparrows and ready to go. So I've been awake for a while now, mate, and laced with chocolate.
Brendan Goddard to sit alongside Brett Delidio. BJ, welcome.
Clinchy, lads. How are we?
What about the chocolate in your house? I'd imagine you'd be a generous father. Did you give the girls some early in the morning?
No. And my wife's pretty strict too. No, they got a couple, but we heard them in the cupboard at different stages trying to get even more. So, no, yeah, up early. Actually, they slept in a little bit, which was nice. So, but once they were out of bed, it was bouncing around off the walls, and it was dragging us out of bed because the Easter Bunny had been around. So, no, we had a good morning. So,
did you say earlier the Easter Bunny actually made a bit of a clanger and put them a few little ants nests?
Yeah.
What happened there?
Well, we put them outside late last night, and they didn't melt because I checked the temperature and thought it was all good to go. And then this morning, when the girls are finding the eggs, the ants had gone to town on the foil on the outside of the eggs, which I found really weird. So it's not something that I'd prepared or thought about.
Easter Bunny had a couple the night before.
Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, just a couple, but don't you find that weird? Ants eating foil or tin foil?
Times are tough.
It's 10 out of 10 for preparation if they're out the night before.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone was in lockdown last year, so they didn't get their fill, so they're just like colours this year.
Well, and if they were up at bloody 5:30, it wasn't like I was getting up at 5 to put the eggs out before they got up, so it wasn't happening then. But, all went well, and they'll probably consume a lot more this afternoon whilst I'm here, and they're at their grandparents having lunch and with all their family, so they'll be bouncing off the walls later on as well.
Perfect.
I've been powered by hot cross buns the last 3 days. No good.
Do you start, when they start coming out into the supermarket, do you go and buy a pack?
Yeah,
I do.
3 months ago.
Yeah, I'm shocking on
Christmas. Chocolate hot cross buns.
Oh, I'm just a traditionalist.
Yeah, I'm a traditionalist as well. But the week of, they're in the house on high rotation.
Yeah.
The chocolate hot cross buns in the oven, toasted.
Retired life.
Yeah. I actually haven't this Easter.
Okay.
No. Fingers
disciplined.
Yeah.
Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio, a little insight.
That shows where I'm at.
We've spent our Easter Sunday morning. Let us know how you're travelling. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line. We're going to hear from Peter Bell from the Fremantle Dockers, Dale Amos to join us from the Blues, and Mitch Cleary will join us with all the news from the weekend. So many upsets across the weekend, injuries as well, with a couple of key injuries yesterday and last night, so he'll bring us up to speed with that. And our Sunday feature will be with Zach Williams, the new Blue, who arrived from GWS in the off-season. Grew up a Carlton fan, so we'll learn a bit about his footy journey in his second game for the Navy Blues. But it does feel like there's an air of expectation around Carlton. Everyone was starting to feel like the development was starting to reach the stage where you expect them to play finals. Lids and BJ, how do you see Carlton this afternoon, and what would it mean if they were to go down against Fremantle?
Well, I don't think they've done themselves any favours, to be honest. Talking themselves up to... Remember, I'm probably going to go back 7 or 8 years ago when they said, we're coming.
We're coming. That was their slogan, their membership slogan.
And so I think they'd learnt from that on the last couple of previous years, and then they've come out this year and they've put the expectation on themselves, and then from that, and they're publicly saying, they expect to play finals and all that kind of thing, that, then the pressure comes when things aren't going well. So I don't think they've done themselves any favours. But, look, it's like you made mention, Corbs, in the pre-game, that they could have easily been, with a couple of wins, and we'll be talking about them differently. But the fact is they haven't won anything. And today, let's be honest, if it's Fremantle, and I still see Fremantle a couple of years away from, playing finals. Now, I know a lot of people had them as kind of the riser this year, but if they're fair income, a lot like the Saints, the Blues see themselves as final team. They have to win today. There's no doubt about it. With the backs against the wall, 0-2, they have to win. It's just where it's at.
Watching Fremantle last week, though, you can see the things that they're starting to put in place defensively, their pressure, the way they set up around the footy. I'm not saying I don't see it with Carlton, but you just don't see that same sort of structure and team ethos. Very good going forward.
I'd almost argue that, mate, because they're the number one, or the last in the competition for turnovers from scores. Wow. So
yeah,
you can. That's the issue with them, is there's just no balance, and they've had long enough together now to find that balance. And Teague's second year, but the group themselves have been along.
Well, that's what we're looking for, aren't we?
Around long enough to find that balance between, attack and defence. So it's not there. It's all duck, no dinner. Turn the ball over and they get exposed, going the other way.
Michael Bolthouse is a member of our team on Grandstand AFL every Friday night. Had an article in the Herald Sun today which was titled "Art of Defence in Danger of Being Eroded from AFL History." So he talks about how he's put a big emphasis on defence and feels like it's shifted away. But the subheading read, "The passive way in which Carlton is currently playing is reflective of input and result. Instead of setting an example, Mark Murphy is a big part of the problem." It goes on to say the passive way in which Carlton is currently playing, 37 tackles in round 1 and 41 in round 2, is reflective of input and result. Instead of setting an example, former captain Mark Murphy looks soft and the team is following suit.
Well,
really? Single out the old guy, is it? That's what it feels like.
Easy kill.
Easy kill. Easy kill. He's heard it before. He's dealt with it. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Easy article to write.
Easy article, cheap one for mine.
There's another layer to that obviously Mick was the coach of Carlton when Mark was the captain. So that's a very strong thing to come out and say by a guy who was part of a leadership group in a team that you coached in the not too distant past. But Lids, we spoke about this a little bit off air earlier about the role of a half forward that he's actually playing at the moment.
Oh, it's a challenge. No worries. Unless you've got a strong team behind the footy that locks it in there consistently, you can run around like a headless chook for 3 of the 4 quarters, can't you? And hardly sniff a tackle, let alone pressure points. But I think that's where Carlton, the game's just going end to end with Carlton. Like they'll bring it in, but then they don't challenge on the way out. And some would say that is Carlton's forward players not being able to apply that pressure. But it's also if they've just got free targets to hit in the back end of the next part of the field, well then what's the point in putting that pressure on? You're just chasing tail for an easy out.
Your ball use also ties in your defence. So if Lee Montagna brought up publicly before last week's game about Sardi being, is he part of the solution or part of the problem at Carlton? And at the minute he's part of the problem, particularly with the half-backs and their ball use going inside 50, that if it's shallow, it's direct turnover, intercept marking, you're allowing that from your ball use, then it's so hard to defend the
Very hard to defend.
So there's a correlation between your ball use going inside 50 and then your ability to defend. So that's
you're caught in no man's land so often as a half forward because you're there for that present up for starters, and if it gets kicked over your head but shallow, you then got to turn around to then have usually an outnumber where a wingman's worked back from the other team, and you're basically fighting a losing battle. But
and then the half-back streaming, trying to get used in offensively, and then when they don't, their inability to get back or set up the ground is hurting them as well. So that's where Sard, Doherty, and Petreski, Seaton have to be better. They all just can't be streaming forward when they can't influence the play.
Does it sting you as a player though when you read that kind of stuff, particularly from a former coach? I mean, that's a big
I'd
big
hope.
call.
That's why I think it's an easy, because he singled him out because I think he knows he could handle it and kind of, or Murph should be able to.
Brush it off.
He's heard it before and brush it off and get on. Because if you had whacked a couple of younger guys that are part of the problem as well, that's why it's a team thing. You get Mark Murphy's solely responsible for Carlton's. That's the way it comes across, isn't it? We're just singling him out.
There were other guys mentioned, but
I want to delve into Carlton
not quite like that.
A bit more and some of their roles in which they're being asked to play in this side. We'll come back to the Blues, Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch, Corbin Biddlemass, Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio. You can join the conversation. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. A chance to head inside the Fremantle Dockers camp. Peter Bell has been good enough to join us on the boundary. Belly, welcome as always.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you as well. How do you see the Dockers so far through the opening 2 rounds? A win and a loss. There's some real upside in the first couple of rounds, be it with some injuries, still players on the sideline.
Yeah, it was a disappointing result, round 1 against Melbourne, and Melbourne were too good. I think what let us down that day primarily was skill execution. I think the effort was there. I think that structures the guys executed as well. But unfortunately, we couldn't hit targets by foot or by hand, and that really damaged our game. So we were a little better the week after against GWS, except for in front of goal. But it was good to get that win, and our guys worked really hard. So we haven't had to question their work rate over the opening 2 rounds, more just the skill execution round 1.
And David Mundy, at 35 years young, was leading the charge in the midfield. Without Nat Fyfe this afternoon, what will be the balance with someone like Michael Walters as to how he'll play his role?
Well, Michael's coming back from a hamstring, and it has been Justin's plan to use him more forward than mid, even more forward than what he did last year. And given the hamstring as well, we'd think that he would play mostly as a forward, but certainly if we need him to, he can come up and pinch hit in the midfield.
Bally, it's Brett Delidio here, mate. Matty Clinch just mentioned Dave Mundy, mate. I've been super impressed with his ability at the age he is to really lead that midfield. How important do you see him to your young blokes playing underneath him?
Yeah, he's like a coach out there on the field and at training, actually, Dave. And we've given up worrying about the birth certificate internally. We've pretty much thrown it in the bin because all we can judge him on is his availability. He's always available to train every session, his coaching, which I've spoken about, and his impact on games. He's a really clever and efficient runner. He's very good with his body, and he's clean over the footy, so we're loving what he's doing.
Bally, Brendan Goddard, how do you see the game after the first couple of rounds? We've made mention about the state it's in, from the media point of view and how good it is to watch. What about, is it something, the first 2 rounds that you prepared for, kind of with the rule changes coming in, or is it something that you just have to keep evolving as the game and the season goes on?
I think you definitely have to keep evolving, and some teams have had, and it's a very small sample size as well, but clearly scoring's up, and the teams that are able to move the ball quickly are taking full advantage of that, and I guess the man on the mark and the reduced rotations and the full length game time, I'd suggest that injuries are up as well across the league, so it is having a bit of a toll on players, but it'll just constantly evolve, I think. But when you consider the scope of the change in that rule and how well the teams have adapted, I think they've adapted pretty well to it. It's a pretty significant rule.
Is it something that you expected, what we've seen the first couple of rounds?
Probably not. Probably underestimated that just that man on the mark was going to have the impact that it has. But when you think about it, the guy's got so good at covering off passing lanes and leaving the mark to take runners and all that sort of stuff. Clearly there's more one-on-ones available for forwards now, so that's a good thing for the fans.
Belly, can you explain the sub-rule to me? I feel like when it first got rolled out, there was all this talk about a mandatory 12-day layoff and whether the doctor had to decide on the spot if the player coming out had to miss 12 days. From a club point of view, how do you guys understand it?
Yeah, from a club point of view, there's a reasonable expectation that the player would miss the next game, and the player would aggravate an injury or would do himself more harm by staying out there, I think is generally the rule that the clubs are following. And my understanding is there haven't been too many questions from AFL House back to the clubs about how they've administered the Medi-Sub. So, pretty clear from our point of view.
You've had to use it both games. Any hesitation at all as a club as to how it works and how you put it into action?
Unfortunately for us, it was pretty clear. Alex Pearce did a medial ligament, and Nat Fyfe got concussed, so it wasn't it was back to the concussion sub for Nathan. So there hasn't been too much grey, unfortunately.
Just on today, I see Liam Henry doing the warm-up now. I saw Josh Tracy and Toby Watson out there earlier. Any late change for the Dockers?
There won't be any late changes. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be too far away from when the announcement for the subs comes through, so it'll be one of those three.
Good on you, Belly. In terms of Nat Fyfe, how has he recovered from his concussion? Obviously, he's one player who has had a history of it, so how does the club manage him to try and make sure he's 100% right when he returns?
Yeah, he's going really, really well, but obviously with the timeline, there's not a lot of room later in the week. So later this week, he'd have to have done every single day. He would have to progress through the progressions before he's made available. So right now, it's been really positive, but a decision on him won't be done until late this week for whether he's available against Hawthorn.
And are guys with a history of concussion treated any differently to players who have it as their first or second occurrence?
It's more one for the Docs, and I guess yes, you take everyone's individual circumstances into account, and that's had, I think that's the third concussion he's had where he's missed games of footy, which is not ideal. But you leave that one to the Docs, and look, I think everyone in the football industry is pleased with the rule coming in. The 12-day concussion protocols and anything to protect the players is beneficial.
And finally, in your view, what's the key to beating the Blues?
Well, they've been pretty good. I really, obviously, they've come under a lot of criticism, but they're in the game against Richmond and Collingwood, and I heard you guys talking about their bounce off half-back. They can really score and score quickly, so we have to defend them really well, and we think if we do that and defend them really well, that'll allow us also to attack. So, look, we're a defensively minded across the ground team, so if we can quell their ball movement, that should give us a few good looks as well.
Belly, as always, appreciate your time. Great to catch up.
No worries. Thank you.
Peter Bell joining us from the Fremantle Dockers ahead of the Dockers taking on Carlton at Docklands. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass alongside Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard. You can join the conversation 0437 774 774 as Andrew did from Leon Gather, asking the question that opening up play with rule changes may lead to more blowouts. Do we have a thought or two as to whether that might keep...
Who's that,
fans,
Andrew?
Andrew wondering whether that might keep fans...
Got that down as one of our...
swinging interest levels throughout the game.
New rules conducive to more blowouts.
There you go. Right on the same page as BJ.
The other argument I've got too, people, if they were to complain about that, would be rather a low-scoring, dour, close game. No. Because it's, how many did we have of those last year where it's like, it was a close game and it was exciting for the last 10 minutes, but 98% of the game was literally poor to watch and slow and boring.
Especially after half-time.
And just it only made it a good game because it was close. That doesn't make a good game. It makes it an exciting end, not a good game. So I'd much rather be getting this where it's higher scoring and, just because the opposition team isn't up for it and can't do it for long enough, there's a blowout. So chicken or the egg.
Quinny also follows up. Thoughts on Matt Taberner's chances of kicking a bag today? I believe he is the best contested mark in the game. Just needs to work on his kicking. Well, we've seen Josh Bruce with 10, so it opens the window to the return of the key forwards.
Yeah. I like the matchup of him v Wiedering. I think Jacob Wiedering's really starting to prove himself as a key centre half-back of the competition. And we know Matty Taberner's work rate and ability to get around the ground. It has been his finishing that's probably let him down at times, but... a really good battle and one to watch for us probably today.
His whole career he's been the almost kind of guy that it looks like he could take over a game at any moment. It's probably not overstating it to say that if he kicks 4 today, they win. He doesn't, they lose. It's almost that basic on a Fremantle front that they're going to rely heavily on him up front. And he's going to get his hands to plenty of them. Whether he can hang on to him and go back and kick truly might be the difference for the Purple today.
Kicked 3-1 in their loss to Melbourne by 22 points and kicked 2-2 in their win over GWS. So he is a key part of it. There's a bit of late changes in terms of team news. The best news broker in the business is Mitch Cleary. He's part of our team on a Sunday. Joining us on Grandstand AFL from his AFL media role. Mitch, welcome.
Good afternoon, guys.
What can you tell us about the Blues?
Late change for the Blues. Will Setterfield gone out with illness. Matt Cottrell in for his first game of 2021 as the late inclusion. The sub for the Blues, Oscar McDonald, for his third consecutive week. He's become a specialist in that role. And one of those 3 players that Peter Bell mentioned for the Dockers, Liam Henry, will be the sub for that footy club.
So a late change there with Cottrell coming in for Setterfield. So many... topsy-turvy results over the weekend, but also plenty of injuries as well. Where do you want to start? West Coast so impressive, the best in the West once again, and they look like with every second game being played at home, they'll be a strong outfit. But Luke Shuey, the downside for the Eagles last night.
Yeah, he came in, played reduced minutes, played 55-60% of that game, dominated, had 28 touches until the final 10 minutes of the game when he came off with another hamstring injury. It was his first game back since his last hammy 22 days ago. It was touch and go all week whether he'd play. They played him on those reduced minutes. It's now his 5th hamstring in the space of 12 months. It's a significant injury, and guys, you'd think with his history they'd have to play the conservative tale now, given he's so important to their fortunes.
Yeah, well, I think we heard Adam Simpson talking about it in his presser last night, saying that they'll go back to the drawing board and try and work out a different program because they feel like they've tried everything. And I know exactly the place where Luke probably is with recurring soft tissue injuries, thinking that you've got it covered. But the concerning thing is when you can't predict it, given that he was on reduced minutes as well and not being able to know when to pull up and whatnot, it becomes a real guessing game, and that's where you start to really worry for him going forward with his hammies.
The other big result over the weekend, Sydney 45-point winners over the Tigers. Add matters worse for the Tigers. A couple of injuries as well. Trent Cochran, Camden McIntosh and Dion Prestia.
Yeah, they're starting to mount up now for the Tigers. So we saw Dion Prestia subbed out with a hamstring. He had one in the pre-season. He's had a history of them as well, so you'd expect he would miss 3 or 4 weeks. He'll have to go for scans, but they ruled him out of that game. Trent Cochran finished the game with ice on his hamstring. They're hopeful it's only soreness or tightness, but again, another player who's had significant history with his soft tissues, especially the hamstring. Camden McIntosh concussed late in the game. Expect he'll miss that massive game next week against Port Adelaide. And then on top of all of that, Nick Voston headed for surgery on that knee injury, subbed out in the opening game of the season. We thought, no, he'll be right. Just a bit of bone bruising. He'll be back for the second game. Well, he's missed the last 2 now, and he's headed for 4 to 6 weeks on the sidelines. And we saw yesterday, guys, without him in defence, that Richmond backline looked a bit exposed.
BJ and Lids, I know you were doing the Bombers and the Saints yesterday, but yes, there are a few alarm bells for the Tigers. They do normally have one of these games early in the season. Last year it was for the Hawks, be it the margin wasn't the same. But do you have any concerns around Richmond early in the year?
Well, I think one of their strong suits has been how healthy they've been able to stay. They've had a couple of key movers, but never large patches where they've lost big chunks of their key players. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think, yesterday, as you said, they've had games like this, and I don't know. It's hard to say. I think they're just finding their way a little bit like every other team. I think we might see that a little bit throughout the whole year with teams they'll drop one. It's very hard to play 22 excellent games. But I don't know. Beej, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, no.
I don't think they'll be throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Flipping the radar, they were clearly off the other day or yesterday, was it? And then Sydney were just ruthless and relentless. So you get a team that's literally running on top of the ground, and again, we know that you only need to be 5% off or whatever that number is. You just have to be off, and you come up against a team that are red hot, and the result, they got what they kind of deserved.
I spoke about this a bit this morning, that with the change in the rules, the extended game time after we compressed the season last year, shorter pre-season, back to 20 minutes instead of 16. It's going to take a while, I'm sure, for us to get the data back, but it feels like injuries are really high, and injuries to key players this early in the season. And I'm sure that the AFL forecast part of that with the introduction of the medical sub, that basically they decided, look, let's give the teams an extra player for an injury. But there's 4 teams in the competition. I know St Kilda didn't pick Hunter, but they played without a genuine ruck yesterday. Brisbane did it on Thursday night. The Bombers didn't have a ruckman yesterday. Gold Coast now won't have a ruckman on their list given Witt's going down. So injuries to the big guys, but also across the competition. Jade Gresham pinging his Achilles yesterday, a heap of injuries at Richmond. It just feels, without having the actual data, that injuries are up, and surely that the style of game that we're seeing, compounded by the other factors and the lack of conditioning, that the players aren't ready for it.
This is my concern as a player, that when they keep reducing the number of interchanges, and they're trying to speed up the game, it was conducive to this. And then you throw in a shortened pre-season. So for mine, what we've seen so far, maybe they just jumped the gun with the interchanges and making them too low too early on before they kind of had seen and got a really good sample size of, everything else off a short pre-season, all that kind of thing. So it was always the concern. And then if it's going to get like this and continue like this, then teams, the game will become slower, because if they do relate it back to interchanges and the game being so fast and the back end of a shorter pre-season, then it's like, well, we're not going to try and go as fast. We'll slow the game down through different stages through the game towards the end of quarters, and it becomes then a boring...
But for all the things that are great about the game and the way it looks at the moment, I don't contribute any of those to fatigue. And yet I'm kind of, why are we changing the interchanges? What's wrong with leaving it at 90? It's sort of to drop that down to 75. Why do we want to watch the players more tired run around out on the park?
No, they're not, because even if they're tired, you're not going to go as fast.
Yeah,
because an experienced team that's well led will say, they'll have things in place and say, no, we're all chooked here. It's been circle work for the last 5 minutes, and we all know as players what that feels like physically. And it's just like, no, let's just slow it down and play, kick down the line, just get back off the mark, play a bit slower, get our breath back, and then we're sitting here going, oh, how boring is this? And that's just a reaction to the interchange. So I agreed all along, they didn't need to change it. They want speed in the game. The guys have to be feeling better and fresher and be able to run faster. And they can't when they're fatigued, so they're just going to slow the ball movement, or the ball movement is going to slow down.
It's interesting listening to players that have been out of the game for a lot longer than what myself and you have been. They're saying, oh, how good is it to see the fatigue and the one-on-one contest and seeing the players. Well, I prefer a fast, free-flowing game. When was rotations? When did it come in? Mick Moldhouse brought it in probably with Collingwood, with the ice hockey theory, with just, it was like 2010, 2010.
The 100-odd.
Yeah, and it was just like, you'd see Swanee go one end to the other two or three times. He'd come off and he'd park himself for a bit, and he'd come back out and he'd do it again. That was when footy was just like frenetic, and I just don't see the correlation between reducing it and saying, oh, this is awesome, and they all look gassed.
There's no correlation between reducing it and the game becoming faster and more watchable and higher scoring.
The only thing I can think of is that part of the plan is to slow it down in the sense because they're worried about the high-speed collision injuries with terms of concussion, but it's not even like they're the injuries we're seeing. The injuries there's been very few concussions. We're seeing so many.
When they started tinkering with the interchange,
yeah,
there wasn't as much awareness around the concussion head injuries anyway. Yeah. So they might be able to use that as one of the reasons now, but when they first started tinkering, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Dale Amos is about to join us from the Blues. So finally, Jake Gresham was probably the worst of the weekend as well from the Saints.
Out for the season, Achilles, massive 3 weeks for the Saints coming up. Zach Jones will need to prove his fitness with an ankle. And just a couple more at the Roos. Jared Pollock, hamstring. Jed Anderson, ankle. He goes from bad to worse for that footy club.
Good evening, Mitch. Thanks very much for that. Mitch Cleary, who will be down on the boundary with us this afternoon for Carlton, taking on Fremantle from Docklands, where the roof is closed. Dale Amos is part of the Blues coaching staff, and he can join us on Grandstand AFL to preview this clash. Dale, welcome.
Afternoon, fellas. Great to be here.
Obviously not the start in which Carlton would have liked 0-2. What are you sort of looking for today in terms of the improvement from your mob?
Oh, Teague's been pretty vocal this week, I think, in terms of we felt like we didn't compete hard enough and our defensive intent was poor last week, so that makes it pretty hard in the game these days. So, you only have to watch the games this week to realise that if you can't bring that, it's going to be pretty hard. So, look, you should see a pretty fierce contest, and you should see us being really aggressive with our defensive intent in the game.
And Will Setterfield laid out for today. What's happened there?
Yeah, just illness overnight. One of those ones that happens that you don't necessarily prepare for. So, unfortunately, Will's out, but great for us to be able to get Matthew Cottrell in the starting 22.
Dale, Brett Lidio here, mate. I'm just interested in your thoughts on Zachy Williams and how well he's fitted into the club.
Yeah, Brett, he's been really impressive. Obviously, really disappointing to miss him in round one, but I knew he was a really silky player. I knew his ball use was going to be a real highlight for us, and I think we saw that early last week with a couple of kicks out of the centre bounce. But he's tough and he competes really hard, and I reckon he's very good at being able to just get the ball going forward under extreme pressure. So look, he's been extremely impressive for us, Brett.
And Sam Walsh, mate, watching on from upstairs and also just on the TV, mate, his work rate is as good as anyone's. It's obviously the keystone to his game, mate. Is he one that you put up and say, right, this is what we need to instill in the rest of our mids?
Yeah, look, he's done that from day one. He walked in the door as an 18-year-old, and he just competed on the training track straight away, and then he's done that in games as well. So Walsh spent a bit of time playing wing last year, and I think it really helped to round his game out a little bit. He's still growing in that, but his decisions are getting better as to whether he gets in and wins the footy or his decisions outside of that. So I think that's where his biggest growth has come from, and we're starting to see the fruits of that.
Dale, Brendan Goddard, I made mention earlier that you guys are last in the competition from scores from turnovers. Has there been much talk, in the first couple of rounds and assessing those games, just about your ball use and your balance between attack and defence? Yeah,
Brendan, we've actually, at different stages, it feels like we've moved the ball actually really quite well, and particularly from the back half, but it's probably linked back to the defensive intent. If you can't get the turnovers in the right areas, it makes it really hard to get scoring opportunities. So we feel like if we defend better and put more pressure on the opposition, that's going to give us a better chance to be able to score off turnover. And we feel like it's an area we can be quite strong in. But like I said, particularly if you don't turn the ball over in your front half, that makes it particularly difficult.
Yeah, and is there any talk? I felt like at times you looked really dangerous going forward, but that last kick inside 50s let you down on a number of occasions. Has there been work on that in the last week or two?
Yeah, there has. So some of it's been execution. Some of it's been forwards trying to provide that option as well. So you're right. We did get probably enough inside 50s last week to kick a score, but we just lacked that ability to be able to connect. And one of the things Collingwood do really well, and we'll face it again with Freo today, is they push back really hard defensively. So we've got to be prepared to be patient. At stages, if we get it locked in our front half, that's what the game will look like. But we know there's going to be a few numbers in there, so you've got to be prepared to be a little bit patient with your ball use as well.
Dale, it's Corbin Middlemass. Did Oscar McDonald play a full game yesterday in the VFL?
He played most of the game. We didn't really anticipate on the illness. We had Cottrell obviously held over, ready to be the sub, and then the injury, the illness overnight has sort of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. But he was managed through, so we'll be okay. And he's a real aerobic beast, Oscar, and has certainly provided a bit of impetus for us when he's been able to come in. So look, hopefully we don't need to use him, but there's no doubt he'll be fine if we do need to.
Yeah, I guess that was my next question. What happens if you get an injury in the early portion of the game? Are you confident he can play a full game from that point on?
Yeah, it's part of the reason we put him in, because he does have such a big tank, and he's such a competitor in that regard. So I don't think that'll impact on him if he does have to come in early.
And Patrick Cripps, there was a lot of talk this week about his back and how he's going. Obviously a longer break, haven't played now since Thursday, so backing up on Sunday. Can you put a percentage on it as to how fit he is and how he's going?
Look, I suppose he's like all good players in the comp that they often play sore, but he's had a great week on the track. He's a really proud man, and he hasn't necessarily felt like he's played as well as he just wants to in the first couple of rounds as well. So, like I said, he's had a great week on the track, and I'm sure you'll see a really determined Patrick Cripps to lead the charge in terms of that contest and pressure on the footy.
Dale Amos is with us from Carlton on Grandstand AFL. Eddie Betts plays his first game of the season. Dale, obviously one of the great excitement machines of the competition. What's your expectation of him this afternoon?
Yeah, he is. We saw a highlights package of him during the week, and everyone knows, I think universally, people love watching Eddie play. He brings a great deal of joy to supporters from all clubs. So I've been fortunate to be able to watch him from the outside and now see him from the inside. He was really high in forward 50 tackles, so that's part of the reason he's in. He'll get pressure on the ball, and he's always done that throughout his career, and he did it really well last year as well. So we have been keen to get him back in, but it's great to see him. He's a great Carlton person. Hopefully he plays really well for us today.
200th game, obviously, for the Blues this afternoon. In terms of the balance of roles, Ed Curnow and Mark Murphy have sort of played different roles, traditionally being inside that centre square. How do you analyse that in terms of getting the balance right? Yeah, look, it's a combination of transitioning to a degree and trying to get opportunities for some of our young guys. Paddy Dow spent some more time in there. Zach Williams obviously come into the team. Sam Walsh has spent some more time through the midfield. Will Setterfield. So Murph's really has been able to provide some good ball use inside 50, and we'll look for him to be able to do that as a bit more of a half forward. He'll spend some time through the midfield as well, but as a half forward he's able to provide that real connecting kick inside 50, so that's a bit of a strength of his. And we've used Ed's run on the outside, but we'll see him through the midfield as well tonight. He won't just be on the wing, he'll spend some time through the midfield as well.
David, is there an update on Charlie Curnow, who we all know is pretty pivotal and important to your forward structure?
Yeah, Charlie's progressing slowly but really well. Everything's on track. We are being very patient with him deliberately and not putting expectations on terms of return. But Charlie's doing a good job. It'll be great, obviously, to be able to have him back. It'll be Mitch McGovern played in our reserves yesterday and kicked 3 goals. There's a few options starting to bob up now in terms of guys being back and available for selection.
Good on you, Dale. Thanks very much for your time and good luck this afternoon.
Thanks, boys. Have a great call.
Dale Amos joining us from Carlton on the boundary ahead of the Blues taking on Fremantle on Grandstand AFL. 0437774774 is the direct SMS line to the commentary box. So that was sort of the topic I want to come back to around Carlton, is the roles in which they see and their midfield group, which has changed. You look at Zach Williams now coming off half-back into the midfield. It was one of the reasons he wanted to come to Carlton was to be an inside mid. Yep. You throw that alongside Cripps and Walsh, and all of a sudden you end up with sort of Mark Murphy and Ed Curnow with no real spot for them. So how do they get their balance right early in the season to try and make sure that they're utilising their best players in the right positions?
No, the good thing about Ed is he does it, I believe, as respectfully, he's not a great ball user and decision maker, but he does it both ways.
Yes.
So that's where the balance for Zach Williams and these guys that want to play in the midfield, and we've seen it before, half forwards, half backs. I want to get in the midfield, I want to play there more, but let's see you do it both ways. And so if they begin to struggle in there and they keep getting exposed a lot like the Saints did yesterday, defensively, then it's they'll go back to their one wood, which is Ed, because you know what you're going to get from Ed every week, and he's at that level. And I don't think at the minute, as an inside mid, you can say that Zach Williams, with confidence, and all the Carlton supporters out there can't say you know what you're going to get from him. I know he's 2 games in, but what we've seen from GWS days as well, and the small amount of time he's been in the midfield too. So there's just a lack of time. What we've seen the first couple of weeks, I don't think you can be overly confident of getting, something predictable from Zach Williams. So, Sam Walsh is building that reputation, isn't he? You rock up, I'm sure his teammates rock up with him every week and they go, well, I know what I'm getting from you. And he's his 3rd year in.
I think there's a difference between laying tackles defensively but then having to spread hard defensively. That's something that Curnow does do incredibly well. He's a hard player to play against because you know that you don't get a break against him. You know that he's going to be right there chasing you the whole way the length of the ground. Whereas other players right across the competition, they're good in and around the source, no worries, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm pretty good defensively" because they're laying tackles. Yeah. they're right there, so they fall on top of someone, they get a tackle, no worries. But when it comes time to chase someone from, the back pocket to the forward pocket,
or the off-ball run where you're helping out the team defence and I've got to cover, I push back to release our half-back to go a +1. There's little things like that help towards a whole team thing, which a lot of guys, I think, of midfielders have kind of under this false impression that, I'm good around the contest, so, my defensive and pressure points are up, so that I'm a good defensive
I must be good,
player.
yeah.
But
Paddy Dow's the one for me that I'd like to see start to really take a hold of that midfield. He's built really well, quite explosive, reasonably good user of the footy. I just reckon it's time for him to start to be a consistent performer. Enough of being the had a good game, like a standout game of the 20+ touches, but then back to a 7 or 8 to 10 somewhere around there. Let's just see consistently effort, intensity, using the ball well, hit the scoreboard, create scores. Something like that. That'll take the pressure off Pat Cripps to have to do it every single week. Sam Walsh, we know what we're going to get every single week. And, then you can see the phasing out of Mark Murphy and Ed Curnow and not be so reliant on those two guys.
So he was picked 3 in the 2017 draft, one behind Andy Brayshaw, and the same draft that Cam Rayner went number 1. Of course, Rayner sidelined this year, but we get to see Brayshaw and Dow go head-to-head. You two were both very high picks, maybe not so more so for number 1 overall, but I'm sure the guy who was taken number 2, they would have loved the matchup when they get a chance to measure themselves against someone else in their draft class. Was there always sort of little friendly competition between the guys that went around you?
Mine was more so probably Ryan Griffin, who was picked 3, because Ruffy he's a key, so he was picked 2. So I didn't really see not a lot of correlation there. We're a bit different. But, myself and Ryan played majority of the games in our first year. Both, were very competitive. And then I got to play with him back up at the Giants, funnily enough, later in our careers. So, yeah, definitely, when you played against them, like the Dogs had it over the Tigers for a lot of years when I first started. So it was very competitive, and you always wanted to play well. But I also saw that with Coons, who went pick 1 the year before as well. I was like, I've got to play as well as he is. And the same with BJ. I saw him. I'd always watch what he was doing, and probably wear the long sleeves because BJ did when he was a pup. And
that you weren't allowed to.
I was never allowed to.
Tim had told you.
Yeah, so I always did. I used to always try and compare myself to players who I thought were better than me to try and reach that. I don't know what you were like, Beach, but that was the way I went about it.
Yeah, you're always conscious of it, but you try to not let it kind of influence the way you went about it, but you're always conscious of it. But yeah, in relation to my draft, it was Wellesley and I, but we went through the AIS and stuff together, so we had this little competitive thing early days in our junior career from under 16s that, I'm a better kick than you, and we spent some time at the AIS, just the two of us. Jared McVeigh was there as well, and around goals and who's the better kick, and you got to choose. You played that horse game, and Wellesley and I and Macca used to stand out there and outdo each other because I'm a better kick than you and all that kind of thing. So there's always that kind of side of it. But, thankfully, like Lid's alluding to, that I was... with Wellesley too at North Melbourne, didn't have great success. So I felt like I always had that over me a little bit because I played for the Saints and had a bit more team success.
Brett Delidio, Brendan Goddard, Matt Clinch and Corbin Minimas with you on Grandstand AFL while you're running Hot Beach. Andy from Wagga wants to ask, I think players aren't using the man on the mark rule properly. They're going far too sideways on set shots. Just need a nice arc which is sufficient to try and get...
Well, that's all up to the individual, right? I don't think they should change it too much just because the man on the mark can't move. Just do what you've normally done. Unless you're further out and you want to take that advantage where the guy can't move and he's on the 50 arc or you're kind of just on the edge of your range, then you run around a bit further to gain a bit more meterage, what you need. So I don't think they're consciously changing things because or their action or their routine as such.
Yeah. Some players are having shots from a little bit further out than they're probably their range. I think we've seen a few guys pin the ears back when they probably should be laying it up, but I don't reckon you should be ever kicking directly over hands, really, if you don't need to. Inside 50, but outside 50, I would always have that natural arc.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Individually,
so you shouldn't kick over hands, really.
I think most guys and most good kicks generally just have a small little arc in their style or their run-up.
Carlton and Fremantle from Docklands to kick off this Sunday afternoon, this Easter Sunday. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you are. And, of course, later on tonight, the Giants and Melbourne. There is one late change with Will Setterfield out. Matt Cottrell comes in, and we also get to see the debut of Luke Parks, who's a first-year rookie. from New South Wales who moved to Glenelg, having not been drafted, and end up playing the season there with the Premiers. So the 5th debutant for Carlton in season 2021. Our Sunday feature today is Zach Williams, the new Blue, who arrived at the club from GWS. I had the chance to catch up with him during the week and asked him what it was like to run out for the first time in the navy blue in front of 51,000.
Yeah, it was really an unbelievable feeling. You know, I grew up a Carlton supporter, so to be able to run out in the navy blue was, I guess, a dream come true, I guess. It's always been a dream come true to play AFL footy, but, you know, to be able to run out in the navy blue was something special, and my family came down and they were allowed to come down to the change rooms and share the moment with me before the game as well. So, yeah, it was pretty much a dream come true for the whole family, to be honest, mate. It was, really cool moment.
You're in your mid-20s, you've been around footy for a while, but do you still get nervous when you're making your debut for a new club?
Yeah, well, I was getting nervous even in the pre-season games when I was playing and I was putting on the navy blue. So, yeah, I was nervous before the game. So hopefully, you know, this weekend the nerves are a bit not as bad as they were last week. But, yeah, just, you know, it was a very special moment, and I'll cherish it for the rest of my life.
I think a lot of Carlton fans would have been excited about what you displayed. 20 disposals, 10 clearances and a couple of those early passes to your teammates. What's sort of the role that David Teague would like to see you playing in this team?
You know, that he wants me to bring that leadership. Like I said, I've been around for about 9 years now. So, you know, I'm sort of a different role for me. Previously, I've been playing off the half-back, but, you know, I come through juniors as a midfield, so that's where I wanted to play my footy. So, you know, my role is just to put my head over the football and just compete and tackle and put pressure on when I can. And, you know, it's just a bonus if I'm able to get the footy in my hands and I can use my foot skills when I can. But, yeah, first and foremost, just to bring that pressure and tackling side of the game. And then, yeah, also my leadership.
You touched on your family coming to the MCG for your debut in the navy blue. Who was attending?
Yeah, so my mum came down, my sister, her husband, and my sister's 3 kids were all at the game. So the kids absolutely loved it. My the youngest Archer, he you know, big crowd in the navy blue. He was going crazy. He actually stood up. I don't think he sat down the whole game, my sister said. So, yeah, the kids were absolutely stoked to be at the G.
You played in some big games during your time with the Giants, a prelim final against Collingwood and obviously a grand final against Richmond. Does it feel different being at an old, big Melbourne club?
You know, my time at the Giants I absolutely loved. You know, new club, up-and-coming club, and I love being a part of that and being able to start something from scratch, I guess. You know, new club, and we were all pretty young there. So to come to a big Melbourne club, it is a bit different. Walking around the streets, you get a bit noticed a little bit more and all that kind of stuff in Melbourne. But to be honest, in terms of the footy side of things, you know, it's pretty similar just in the club. You know, each club's got values and standards and stuff like that. So it's nothing new, but yeah, I think I've adjusted pretty well coming into the club. And, you know, I already knew a few boys at the club, so the transition into the club was pretty smooth.
Yeah, you would have known a couple of the old Giants guys with Will Setterfield and Lockie Plowman. Who were you keen to get to know the most when you arrived at Carlton?
Yeah, like you said, a few Giants boys were there, but I was excited to see Mickey Givens. You know, he's from the country as well, around the area I'm from. So I used to play football against him back, and with him, as well, back when we both lived back at home in the country. So I hadn't seen him for quite a few years, number of years, and you know, he finally got his opportunity on the list a couple of years ago at the Carlton Football Club. So I was pretty excited to see him and how he was going and to catch up with him again. But overall, I was happy just to, you know, get to the club and meet everyone and meet all the staff. And, you know, they're all great people there. And, yeah, so far I'm enjoying my time there, which is great.
And is Eddie Betts someone who's been a bit of an inspiration to you and a leader amongst the Indigenous players?
Yeah, well, I think he's a leader just in overall, really, not just for Indigenous players. I think he's a leader for everyone. On and off the field, everyone knows what he can do on the field. You know, as soon as you get the football, everyone stands out of their seats, and you know, he's hoping for a miracle goal or for him to do something special, which he usually does pretty much every game. But I think he's just as big as the role model off the field in terms of what he does off the field. You know, he has his family and he's got his 5 kids, and then he's been through a lot in terms of the racism stuff as well. So for him to, you know, tackle all that head on, yeah. Even for me, he's a role model for me too. So I can't wait to run out with him and play footy with him.
Zach Williams has joined us from the Blues on Grandstand AFL. I guess you're a role model at GWS as one of the older guys to come into a club like Carlton, where there are a few other older guys. There's also a few guys who's probably similar age bracket to you in Jack Martin and Sam Petrescu-Seaton. So what does that sort of leadership look like for you amongst a senior group?
Yeah, like you said, I've been around for a while now, and I've played in a fair few finals games. So, I love playing in front of a big crowd and playing in big games. If I can somehow bring my leadership and help the young guys out coming through, and that's only going to benefit the team. So anything I can do to help in terms of advice or help out the younger boys, it's only going to help us going forward.
And at the start of your footy journey, you grew up in Narrandera in New South Wales' Riverina. Was footy always one of your first loves, and where did you sort of develop the real passion for the game?
Yeah, so like any kid, I grew up playing multiple sports. I played rugby, played basketball, played soccer, plus all the school sports as well. So I was quite a sporty kid growing up, but I didn't actually choose to take AFL seriously until about the age of 15, really, when I sort of made my first state football team and rep squads and stuff like that. So, I was quite a sporty kid. Growing up, I wanted to play basketball, but unfortunately, I didn't grow enough to be able to play basketball. So I stuck with footy, and it's all panned out pretty well so far.
Were you a point guard or were you an outside shooter? What sort of basketballer were you?
No, I wasn't a shooter, mate. I was an assist player, so I was quite zippy around the court. So I'd get the ball and dish it off and let other people score.
And you went through some hardships growing up with your dad passing away at a young age. What impact did that have on your life and your mum playing that pivotal role with you?
Yeah, I think mum's been an absolute star, and my older sister's been an absolute star. Helping me become a man growing up. It was hard to move away from home at 18 years of age, leaving mum and my sister. But, they sort of forced me out of their house, I guess. They told me if I don't leave home now, I guess I'll never leave home. So they sort of kicked me out the door as soon as I turned 18, I guess. And they realised I had a pretty good opportunity to make AFL footy. So, growing up, it was quite tough not having a dad for my sister and I and my mum, but we've gotten by pretty well, and we're just happy to be in the position we are as a family right now. So down in Melbourne playing for the Blues, like I said, it's a dream come true for the whole family, really.
Was that little push what you needed? You joined the Giants Academy at 15 years of age, so you're always a promising young player, but I would imagine it would be really hard, like a lot of kids, to leave your family at that age when you are eventually drafted. You weren't drafted in 2012 originally. You were picked up as a rookie. So what was that experience like?
Yeah, moving away from home as an 18-year-old kid, just finished school. It all happened pretty quick. So finished school, turned 18, then pretty much up to Sydney within like 4 weeks. So it all happened pretty quickly. But like I said, my mum pretty much forced me out of the house. So I didn't really have a choice, to be honest. If I had a choice, I probably would have, second-guessed myself in terms of moving up so far away from home up to Sydney, and I would have found it a lot harder if mum sort of gave me a choice, I guess, whether to stay home or to pursue AFL footy. But thankfully she kicked me out the door when she did, and to be honest, I haven't looked back since that moment. So I guess I owe mum all the credit, to be honest, in the position I am today.
Absolutely. Zach Williams is with us on Grandstand AFL. Arriving at the Giants, Kevin Sheedy, of course, the legendary coach, was there. You made your debut in round 5 against the Gold Coast Suns at Monaco. What can you remember about the early stages of arriving at AFL footy?
I remember rocking up, and I was a chubby little kid, to be honest. I had a few of the Giants boys call me Buddha when I first arrived, which wasn't ideal, but I put the hard work in, and I got my reward, like you said, round 5. I think Kevin Sheedy was one of the ones that sort of saw my desire to play AFL footy, and Kevin Sheedy is very, very good at what he does in finding talent, especially in young Indigenous boys. So lucky he was up there, and I had him for a year under him before Leon come in and coached, and developed under him for a year and gave me my opportunity. So it's always nice to be the coach's pet in your first year. I think my name was think my name was Zach Sheedy around for the coaches. So it was quite handy to have that nickname.
So what was the best influence he had on you, or the biggest influence he had on the early stages of your career? Was it getting to that professional stage of eating the right things and preparing like a professional footballer?
Yeah, I guess it was just the advice he would always give me about being a professional. You know, he'd always question how much did I want to play footy, how much did I want this, how much did I want to provide for my family, and the opportunities I had to provide for my family, I guess, and the hard work I needed to put in to be able to get to that level. So, yeah, it wasn't really too much, you know. It was just sort of sit me down and making sure that I understood the position I'm in and that I should be grateful and make sure I make the most of it.
You started with number 51 at the Giants. You, of course, played most of your career in 29. You're now in Kate Simpson's old number 6 for the Blues. Do the numbers hold any significant meaning for you?
Yeah, I think they all do. You know, as a rookie, got drafted as a rookie, so 51 was my very first number. It was quite a heavy number, number 51. But, yeah, and then went to 29. Like you said, I played most of my career in 29. So, you know, spent all my time at the Giants pretty much in 29 and become a man and grew up there. And, you know, so that number holds a spot in my heart for sure. And number 6, everyone knows Cade was a great player for the Blues. And, you know, it's just awesome that, you know, he handed the number over to me, and it's a great privilege and honour to do that. And it's actually a family number as well too. So my dad used to wear number 6 when he played rugby. So it's actually quite a special number. And, you know, I'm lucky to be wearing it on my back every time I run out for the Navy Blue.
Great story. Zach Williams was with us on Grandstand AFL. You wore number 67 in Sir Doug Nicholls' round back in 2017 against the West Coast Eagles. Tell us a bit about Indigenous round from your perspective and how important it is to try and tell some of the stories of the various Indigenous players in the competition.
Yeah, I think Indigenous round is an exciting round, just not only for Indigenous players but for everyone. You know, it's a very good round for people to educate themselves around, especially the topic right now is racism. So it's a very good round to be able to get that awareness out in the wider community. But on the flip side, everyone loves watching the footy too. So it's a great round to be able to showcase, I guess, Indigenous talent. And, you know, a few of the Indigenous boys love showing up that weekend, and that's absolutely putting on a show. So, yeah, it's an absolute great round. And, yeah, I can't wait till we play Indigenous round this year.
It is celebrating some of the best individual players and some of the best moments in which our game displays. In terms of your cultural background and your mob, who taught you a lot about that, and tell us a bit about where your family comes from.
Yeah, so I grew up in, obviously, Narrandera. That's Wiradjuri country. Yeah, so, you know, grew up there. All my family is Wiradjuri people, and, you know, sitting around a campfire back at home and listening to, you know, the older people talk good stories, you know, just listening and learning. And I think that's a great opportunity for everyone on the Indigenous round. But just whenever you can, just to learn about the Indigenous culture whenever you can, I think that's a great lesson for everyone.
And do you feel like we're making enough progress from a racism side of things, not only as a society, but I guess as a competition in the AFL, trying to provide recognition and education around the topic?
I think so. I think there's a lot that are people doing that at the moment, but obviously it's still a big issue in society. So we're doing a lot right, but on the flip side, there's a lot more we can do as well. So, you know, like I said, Indigenous round is just one round of the year that, you know, this gets brought up, and, you know, it's a great initiative from the AFL to sort of let the clubs and the players take initiative of that round. And but there's always more that we can do in the wider community around racism.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope the conversation continues outside of just Indigenous round. I want to ask you about a couple of highs and a couple of lows throughout your career. 8 seasons, obviously, with the Giants and 113 games. The Achilles injury you picked up in 2018, was that one of the toughest periods where you were out for a significant amount of time?
Yeah, it was. You know, I was coming off the pre-season where I got my body right. You know, I was fit. I was ready to, you know, hit the season head on and hit the ground running. But unfortunately, you know, I done my Achilles, and, you know, it was a tough time, like anyone that does a major injury. You know, it's a tough time. It's a lot of hours spending by yourself doing your rehab, and while the boys are out training or running around and doing whatever they're doing, you sort of have a lot of time to yourself. But for me, I think it was good for my growth as well. You know, I sort of had to sit back and look at football from another perspective. You know, I got to coach in the NEFL back line and help the boys out there. So I sort of got to learn the game a lot better too. So I sort of try to take positives out of the year that I had. I come back pretty quickly from my Achilles injuries and got to play in the first final against the Sydney Swans. So, you know, it was a downtime. It was a tough time when I done my Achilles, but at the same time, I try and take the positives out of it too. Like I come back pretty quickly and I actually got to learn a lot about footy as well from the sort of coaching side of things as well.
Yeah, you've got to experience some finals footy with your time with the Giants. Probably one of your better games was 2019 in the prelim final against Collingwood. In that game, you're playing as an inside mid, which you sort of chatted about at the start of the interview about really wanting to play that role at Carlton. Did you feel like that was one of your best games in your footy career?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, it's pretty well documented and everyone feels like they need to talk about that game. But I feel like, you know, every time I've gone into the midfield and I had the opportunity to go into the midfield at the Giants, I think I've come in and made an impact and played pretty well in the midfield. So I always knew that I could play through the midfield, but, you know, at the Giants, they sort of need me off the half-back and, you know, I wanted to learn the craft to be able to defend opposition teams as well. So, you know, I've done my craftsmanship as a half-back, but, yeah, I've always found myself as a midfielder.
And every kid dreams of getting a grand final. I guess they don't dream of losing it, though. Unfortunately, you're on the wrong side of it against Richmond, one of the great sides of our era that we'll probably see. So how do you reflect upon that experience of getting to a grand final, but it didn't quite pan out the way you would have hoped?
Yeah, it didn't pan out the way we wanted it to, but, you know, there's not many players that get the opportunity to play in a grand final. So to be able to make one and experience the week leading into it and the few days leading into a grand final was just awesome. And for all the families to be a part of that as well, and just as a whole club, yeah, it was a very, very great experience. And, you know, fingers crossed that we get to make another grand final, and I get to make another grand final as a Navy Blue. That'll be awesome.
Is it true you dreamed of playing in a grand final as a Navy Blue growing up? And maybe Eddie Betts, and who else were your idols as Carlton players?
So it was Eddie Betts. One of my favourite players growing up was Anthony Koutafidis. So he, you know, when the trade come through and I done my media stuff for the Blues, and, you know, I got posted, someone tagged Koutafidis in it. And Koutafidis tagged me in and commented on it about me, and I freaked out. So it's sort of still, I feel like a little kid at times when those sorts of things happen. But, yeah, I've always been a massive supporter of the Blues. And, yeah, like I said before, it's just a dream come true to be able to put it on and run out there and run around in the Navy Blue and be able to play.
So you haven't got to meet Cootie yet face-to-face?
Nah, not yet. You know, unfortunately, all the COVID stuff that's going on at the moment, there's just limited people that can come into the club. So, you know, hopefully one day soon, hopefully at a game or at the club, you know, I'll run into him and say good day to him. I'd probably pass out, I reckon. But, yeah, hopefully soon I can catch up and meet him. That'd be awesome.
Well, I think all the Carlton old boys are normally pretty good at trying to reach out and make contact at some stage. The decision to leave the Giants, was it hard to tell your teammates that you wanted to move to Melbourne and start with a club that you grew up with?
Yeah, it was. It was very difficult. You know, I went there when I was 18 years old. You know, I was still a kid, trying to find my way, and, you know, I've become a man there. So to leave the club that, you know, I helped, you know, well, I was a part of from pretty much right from the start. It was quite hard, but, you know, my family live in Albury, so that's only 3 hours drive away. So you know, to be able to come down and be close to my sister and my family, you know, that was a massive reason why I come down, and one of the main reasons why I made the change. But yeah, it was very, very difficult to make that decision. But yeah, I'm here now and I'm happy. And like I said, my family come down last week for the first game and they absolutely loved it. So yeah, it's been great.
Have you found a local coffee shop? And I've heard, as much as you're a star arriving at the Blues, that perhaps your dog Bronny might be the star on Instagram.
Yeah, Big Bron, he's a big sook, big Rottweiler. You look at him, you think he's an absolutely mean dog, but you walk up to him and he starts just looking for a pat. So, but yeah, you're definitely not wrong there. He's definitely the star of Instagram.
I've got a couple of quick ones to fire at you, Zach, to finish off, if that's okay.
Yep.
Have you got any nicknames around Carlton yet?
Yeah, Big Cripper. He calls me Z-Dub. There was something, I forget what the circumstances were, but something to do with like my stats from I don't know when. And so Jack Noons calls me Data at the moment because in the meeting, like a few boys just kept bringing up the data and stuff like that. So he's running around the club calling me Data at the moment, which I don't mind. I thought it was a pretty clever nickname, so I'll take that. But yeah, not too many. I get Zachy, Willow or something like that. So I'm don't really have a stock standard nickname.
When you're not at the footy club or playing, how do you enjoy switching off and spending your free time?
I just love hanging out with my dog, to be honest, taking my dog for a walk, taking him to the park, getting out and about in the park. Yeah, if I can get to the beach, I can, but I'm more of a dog park person.
Yep. Biggest influence on your footy career so far?
Definitely be my mum and my sister. Like I said before, that I probably wouldn't be in the position I am without them, and I wouldn't be able to be doing what I'm doing right now without them. So, yeah, definitely my mum and my sister.
If you were to win the lottery, what would be the first thing you'd do?
To be honest, I'd probably have to give mum and my sister half of it, to be honest.
Good son.
I don't think I'd have a choice in that. I'd probably have to give them half and then figure out what I'd want to do after that. But, yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest.
In terms of careers growing up as a kid, what did you dream of being?
Football player. I've always wanted to play football, and I sort of had a goal to play football. So I didn't really plan for too much outside that, really. So I've always wanted to be a sports person, really, or a football player.
Your favourite meal?
Probably a lasagna. Pre-game meal the night before was lasagna.
Who's the best dresser at Carlton so far?
Me by absolute country mile. I'll definitely take the cake for that.
Well played. And finally, your favourite show? Have you got something you're watching at the moment?
No, I don't. I just finished Vikings, actually. So I'm into that type of TV show. So if you've got any suggestions for me, they'll definitely take them up if you've got anything for me.
No, we're not watching anything great on Netflix either. We're fumbling our way through post-COVID and trying to find anything that was good. We did watch Gavin and Stacey, which wasn't really one of my goes at the start, but good comedy with James Corden if you need something.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I might have to look into it.
Zach, great to catch up. Best of luck against the Fremantle Dockers. Finally, I suppose, in your eyes, it's an important game for the club at 0-2. So what's the key in your mind for beating the Dockers?
Yeah, it is a very important game. Yeah, I think we just need to keep trusting our system and keep trusting what we're doing at the moment. Obviously we have to bring our pressure and intent because we didn't bring that against Collingwood. But we know we can. That's just a mental thing. As soon as we bring that pressure and our tackling ability, and we can put teams under the pump, I think, that's when we'll start to get the ball rolling. But we got to bring that first, and then we'll be away. But I think it's only early in the year, so I think we'll be right.
Zach, great to chat to you. Great to learn a bit more about your footy journey, and thanks for joining us on ABC Radio around the country.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Zach Williams, our Sunday feature on Grandstand AFL, out in the middle of Docklands at the moment alongside Paddy Cripps, Ed Kerno and Sam Walsh going through their preparations ahead of the Blues taking on the Dockers on Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sports Digital for the live call during the match, download the AFL app and click on the Listen Live button to listen wherever you're out and about. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemouse to call the action. Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard are your experts. Mitch Cleary down on the boundary. So the only match in Melbourne on a Sunday. The crowd is a little bit unders for probably an Easter Sunday.
Debatable.
Unders? Okay, no.
No, it's just free. I don't usually draw a big crowd, though. Yeah. I'd expect a fair few.
Add some context to it, Clinchy.
Okay, yeah. No,
it's Freo. It's Freo Carlton. Carlton 0-2.
Yeah. You'd hope a few more start to roll in as well, but...
First chance for a few families to get away.
Yep.
They're not allowed over the border out of WA. So
right. I'll stand down from that.
That's okay, mate.
The last time these two sides faced, Carlton prevailed with a kick after the siren. What's going to happen this afternoon? Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard.
Yeah.
Seems like a long time ago.
That was like ages ago. I expect Carlton to really show us if they're going to be a serious contender and live up to what they're hyping and telling us that they want to be contending at the end of the year playing finals. And this is a game they probably have to win. There's no... the Dockers have had a lot of injuries, especially to key defenders. So I'm looking for Harry Mackay to have a big game today. I reckon it's a real chance for him. Levi Casbolt started the year off really well last year, clunking everything, kicking goals. It's just had a bit of a slower start, but Harry Mackay's the one. He's looked lively, had every chance to take some real contested marks and kick a lot of goals, but hasn't quite finished his work. But yeah, it's really on the Blues and the Blues midfield to get it done and get the ball going forward, I think, against the Dockers.
Yeah, their midfield and I think just their team defence overall and their pressure intensity. Like it's never been a trademark of Carlton, and if they want to be a serious contender and eventually make that top four, because at the minute they're not a top four team even coming into the season. Let's not kid ourselves. So if they want to get to that, which they've slowly built over the last couple of years, that they need to be renowned for their pressure and intensity, and there needs to be a sense of predictability around Carlton, because I think you get that from Fremantle. Even an undermanned young team, I think most Fremantle supporters and Fremantle people go to the footy knowing my team's going to have a crack today, so they're going to give themselves a chance at some point. So we need to see that from Carlton. If then they've talked it up, they've talked the talk. Now walk the walk. Let's see what you're all about. But if they are fair income, I think it's at the end of the day, I still think it's a 4 or 5 goal win to Carlton. But
I'm not predicting anything.
You're not predicting anything. You're being offensive.
I am.
You have splinters after last night.
Oh, I'm scared.
Yesterday's predictions.
I couldn't have got it more wrong yesterday, so I really questioned my ability to watch footy and understand it. But
Liz, you don't always get it right in the media. You just pretend that no one heard of it.
Yeah. No,
say it as if it's gospel.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Never back down. No, I'm keen to see Sonny Walters back into the team. Love him at half forward. He's very lively, but also the young mids for. The young mids. I won't put Dave Mundy in that bracket. He's their on-field coach.
Jeez, I wish I had played for Fremantle my last couple of years. Peter Bell, throw the birth certificate out. That's what I kept telling Bombers and Johnny.
Yeah, no, they couldn't push me out quick enough, unfortunately. But I'd love his makeup in his lower half, just being able to continually roll around and do what he does. But young Brayshaw, Chera, Sarong, these type of players that I love watching go about their work. And we've heard about Pat Cripps. He's been carrying a little bit. Sammy Walsh, we know what we're going to get from him. I'm keen to see Zachy Williams play just his second game for the Blues today. So, yeah, it should be a good battle.
I'm keen to see Brayshaw, actually,
live for the first time.
Yeah, live, and I've seen him, obviously, in other years. But he's copped a fair bit of criticism, being the high draft pick he was, and been in that conversation like there is every year and every draft. Is he going to be the player that we all expect him to and Fremantle expect him to? So I love seeing him now, really flourishing and being that player that we all expected. So dealt with the pressure, criticism, although being in Fremantle and over in Perth, I guess you escaped the actual AFL bubble in a sense that we have here in Melbourne. I'm sure it's pretty intense over in Fremantle, but probably a little bit more forgiving than we are here, Corbs, in Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, you're very much the second team in town as the Dockers there, so maybe if he was at West Coast, it would be a little different. But, the matchup with Dow's fascinating. I think a lot of people think Brayshaw's ahead in his development. Mm-hmm. Dow's copped a lot of criticism. We'll get a chance to see them 2 top 3 picks in the same draft. And they're talking about Andy Brayshaw as future captain of the footy club. He's in a leadership group, so... it feels like the breakout moment is now for him.
It was interesting. David Mundy to captain the side in Nat Fyfe's absence. Fred on the SMS 0437774774 says Harry Mackay doesn't seem to cut it man on man. Moore beat him hands down. So without Charlie Curnow, and as we heard from Dale Amos, Mitch McGovern in the twos kicked 3 last week. A lot rests still on Harry Mackay's shoulders.
It's a big day for Harry Mackay. I'm fascinated to see how he goes, Clinchy. No Hamling, no Pearce. No Logue. So the 3 first-choice big defenders for the Dockers all missing, as they were for the majority of last year. So he's going to get an undersized opponent or someone who's not ordinarily a key defender. So
you want to see him do it. Like, he kicked 4 against Collingwood, whether they're on more or not, but they, were kind of playing on one another. But there's kicking 4 and then there's kicking 4, especially as a tall and a key forward.
Yeah, Tex Walker's 6. The other night were 6 pure, big boy goals.
6, good goals as well. So you wanted to see him, because there's an argument there. I know a number of people brought it up. Well, he kicked 4 and more had this, and they showed the stats and all this kind of thing. But it's a bit misleading because of the way you do it. You just want to see him fulfill his potential and grab a game by the scruff of its neck and take a couple of contested marks, take a pack mark, do it in the right way and not be just kind of this misleading kind of representation of actually where he's at and how he's playing.
Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio, your experts on Grandstand AFL. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemats to call all the action. The final member of our team sitting in the front row this afternoon is Mitch Cleary. Mitch, welcome once again.
Good afternoon, guys. The Dockers will kick to the southern end of the ground, as you mentioned. Clinchy, Dave Mundy, their skipper for the afternoon. The roof is shut, as is now customary for all games here at Docklands this season. Late change for the Blues. Matt Cottrell into the 22 in the place of Will Setterfield out with illness. Oscar McDonald will be their substitute for the third consecutive match, despite playing in the VFL yesterday. Liam Henry, the sub for the Dockers.
Thanks, Mitch. Looking forward to your involvement throughout the match. So Carlton and Fremantle from Docklands. The players are a little bit slow getting in position, especially for Freo. So a bit of a hustle as the umpire is ready to get proceedings underway on this Easter Sunday. Round 3 of the AFL. The Blues desperate to start their season with a win. Can they do so this afternoon against the Fremantle Dockers, who sit 1-1? Let's find out on Grandstand AFL. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
Umpire Stevic to get us going. The umpires in yellow, Fremantle all in white with the purple chevrons, and Carlton in the navy blue, of course, with the monogram on the front. Away we go. Pitternet with the first touch of the footy down to Brayshaw of the Dockers. He's tackled, dispossessed. It's Zach Williams who lays it, and he's going to be rewarded. So first centre clearance coming up for Carlton. And Zach Williams will lay it off by hand to Adam Sard, who loads up and kicks it deep in the Harry Mackay direction. Wrestles with Brennan Cox. No mark. Spills front and centre. Slick hand pass. Fogarty to Eddie Betts, who shoots but misses. Eddie, for the first time in front of fans back in Melbourne since switching back to Carlton before the 2020 season. It's been a minute since they've had a home game here under the roof. Carlton with the first score 40 seconds in. It's a behind.
Was that a crowd of Eddie? With the crowd calling Eddie as he was about to swoop. It was almost a dream start as Ryan's long kick out of defence for Freo's marked by Taberner. Away to the acting captain Mundy, who drives a kick inside the 50. Plowman running back with a flight. And Darcy and Walters from the Dockers for company, but was able to take a good contested mark. Short to Ed Curnow inside the defensive 50. And then to Nunes, still at left half back for the Blues. The hero of last year goes short. Williams is able to mark on his chest despite the pressure from Akers, who knocked the footy out of his hands. Zach Williams can chip it over the top and Gibbons takes the mark. So a slow build-up for Carlton from defence.
Carlton have a good record against Freo. They've won 5 of their last 11. Remembering Carlton don't have a great record against anyone in the comp. The only comparable teams, Melbourne and Gold Coast, who they've beaten that many times in their last 11 games.
What's happened here?
We've got a blood rule here, Mitch, and we're all trying to work out who it is.
Big Brennan Cox.
He's all over it, Brennan Cox. So Carlton to take what a restart play through Gibbons at half back. He just kicks long in the pit net direction. Cripps in from the side, brought it down. There's a whistle on the play. Held without it. Big Lloyd Meek. Free kick coming back to the Fremantle ruckman. And Clinchy, only 2 of the last 11 games between these two teams. I mentioned Carlton had won 5 of those. Only 2 of them played in Victoria.
Meek's kick over the head of Mundy, and Gibbons takes the intercepting mark. He hits Cripps this time, who marks the centre half forward. He played on. Good pressure from Meek. Forced the turnover. Schultz onto it for the Dockers. Kicks to the outer wing where Frederick pulls in the mark. Against the first game of Parks. Frederick inboard, finds Hughes, who can play on with no one on the mark, wants to draw the opponent and walked around Sard too easily. Kicks inside the 50. Good defensive mark taken by Jones, who marks in the right back pocket for the Blues.
I'm looking forward to seeing Michael Frederick here this afternoon, the man they call Ricky at the Dockers. Fast track under the roof. It's got all the trimmings for a big day for him as Jones heads out to Walsh, who marks at half back. So he kicks along down the city wing. The footy dies before reaching Mackay. Tried to get there, got hands to it, no mark. Spills to Gibbons. Just shoots a hand pass into space, and Big Meek will be the first one back for Freo. Hand pass to Wilson. He gives it to Young, who kicks down the wing. Brayshaw the target. Fist comes in from the side by Parks. Spills back down to Brayshaw, ground level. Hand pass away to Switkowski. Gives it to Darcy. Shanks his kick inside 50. Walters tries to get there on the hop. He's tackled without it. And his jumper tugged and a free kick to Michael Walters. Plowman just hanging on, and he'll get it at centre half forward. 45 out right in front.
He made sure the umpire saw it too, didn't he? If there's any, in my opinion, if there's any exaggerated act like that from a player.
No free kick.
Well, why is he doing it?
I don't know.
Because he's exaggerating because it's not really there, so he's trying to overplay it.
Well, sometimes you have to make it so obvious, though, because they miss him.
Can't miss
Brendan.
So back from a hammy, Michael Walters for his first game in season 2021. He moves back. His first kick of the year is a goal. And Sun gets the Dockers rolling. They're one straight six. Carlton one behind. 4 minutes in. Freo kicked the first through Michael Walters. Brendan Goddard, Brett Delidio on Grandstand AFL.
Well, you don't agree with me?
Oh, I do. Yeah, kind of. But I also think that, sometimes the umpires need it to be really put in front of their eyes to be able to make it obvious for him and easier for him to pay the free kick. But I like the work of Carlton early. I thought they were going to be just chopping everything off at half back and going the length. But again, I think we spoke about it in the pre-game, is that Freo and their ability to set up the ground and the way they've been coached and drilled down on, that they actually was able to turn that ball around. And, Sonny Walters, again, just banging them through. Has picked up where he left off.
So the Dockers are the opening goal of the match. Back in the middle, Meek rises early, wins down the tap against Pitnet. Charging in Docherty, couldn't get a kick away. Curnow with a toe poke. This is gathered by Cottrell, gets the hand pass to Cripps, who kicks wide to Gibbons at right half forward. It bounces over end and out in front of Heat and Wilson. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
We spoke pre-game about the pressure on Mark Murphy to keep his spot. He's the only Blue yet to come on the ground. Brennan Cox back on after getting that nose touched up after the early blood rule.
Labelled soft in the paper today by his former coach Mick Malthouse as well from the boundary throw-in. Carlton had it through Walsh, hand pass back into congestion. Mundy clever, paddles it to his teammates' advantage in Hughes. They work it out, hand pass back to Mundy. Kicks down the wing, Darcy and Jones the target. Kick was too wide, it's out on the full. And Carlton will win it back on halfway. They can trap it in their front half. Now, there was a late change. Setterfield out, woke up ill. So Oscar McDonald is going to start as the sub despite playing large periods in the VFL yesterday. And and Cottrell is the late inclusion who's going to start in the 22 and out there already. So Jones to take the free, heads down to half forward, Cripps the target, slips out the back. Silvani gang tackled, held up, and a ball up. Silvani, of course, hurt on opening night with that shoulder, misses just the one game. He's back here, Freo by 5 after 6 minutes.
Tossed up on half forward for the Blues. Pitnet able to outmanoeuvre Meek and squeeze a kick inside the 50. Casbolt behind it, cleared him and Ryan. Onto it, Harry Mackay feeds the hand pass out. Newnes slipped over, has to feed the hand pass back away from Wilson. Cottrell on the left, kicks inside towards the goal mouth from behind. Casbolt spoils it down. Hughes gathers. Sarong over the footy. Mackay over the top of him. Eddie's at ground level trying to scoop it out. He can't do so. Now Silvani gathers. He's tackled. Somehow got a hand pass out to Walsh. Works it to Newnes. Squeezes the kick forward. Kicks the opening goal for the Blues. Wasn't all that pretty, but it was effective. And Carlton returned to the lead by a point. 1-1-7 to the Dockers. 1 straight 6 through 7 minutes in the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. You're Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard.
Well, they got the ball in deep too, which helped them defend there. And the forwards and the mids did a really good job of creating pressure, getting numbers to the contest. If you had taken a still of the contest just before they got that handball out, though, Fremantle had great balance around that ball, that if they did win it, they had a number of outlets here just on the open side. But Carlton did a good enough job to apply the pressure, and then I'm not sure who got that handball out to Newnes, but it was a pretty good... Walsh, was it?
Yeah.
And good extraction and then good finish by Newnes.
Silvani out to Walsh. As that extraction that you're talking about.
I don't think I need to remind Fremantle fans, he kicked the last goal the last time these two teams played, Jack Newnes, and he's got Carlton's first. The next time around, it's the Blues by a point, an early lead change. Pitternet wins the tap, down to Curnow. He's going to get the centre clearance, kicks out to the city wing. Cottrell and Gyro both fighting for the footy, sits up in front of Cottrell, gives away a free kick. There's a hold, it's going against Carlton and Cottrell. And Stephen Gyro is going to take it for Fremantle. And he's going to go back. to Wilson. The switch is on across the half-back line. So Wilson, a running bounce, but in the wrong direction. Loses a good 35, 40 metres. Chased by Gibbons. Now he's in the back pocket. Turns and kicks out of the defensive arc. He wanted Hughes. It's deliberate. Missed him by 10, 15 metres. And a big clanger cost them some serious ground by Nathan Wilson. Carlton free kick.
Cottrell kicks to the pocket. Casbolt on the lead. Can't take the mark. Conker front and centre. Kick smothered by Betts. Onto a Gibbons. He's locked up by Conker. And the umpire will toss it up 40 metres out from the Blues goal at the Lockett end. To the left of your radio as we see it here at Docklands. Quickly tossed up in the air. Darcy wins down the tap. Gets it to Wilson. This time a bit more effective with his kick towards Meek, who's outrun by Jones. Hand pass over the head of Cottrell. A chance for Walsh for the Blues. Gathered it cleanly. Hand pass to Parks. His first clean possession. Kicks long inside the 50. Well, Mackay was the only one who really flew for the Blues, and it clears him and the pack and bounces end over end for a minor score. Carlton by 2 points at the 9-minute mark of the opening term.
Parks, a 19-year-old on debut, pick 8 in the rookie draft. One behind Josh Tracy, who's an emergency today for Fremantle, as Ryan takes the kick out. Long ball out to the wing. Plowman whacks it up in the air. Akers went without it, and it'll sit okay for Chapman. He's tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball. Great tackle by Lockie Fogarty and wins possession for Carlton about 70 metres out at half forward. Pokes the kick into the pocket. Big Harry Mackay. Hands to it. Can't complete the mark. Hughes keeps it inside the boundary line. Hand pass away to Ryan. Clears defensive 50.
A bouncing ball in which it's gathered by Lockie Plowman. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Down low. Casbolt couldn't take the mark. Then Parks has dumped in a tackle. A chance for Sikowski. Gets it out in the path of Walters. Trying to run onto it. Taps it to his own advantage. Doherty did it well with his body. Came in from the side. Tapped it to the advantage of Petreski-Seaton. The kick was smothered by Sikowski. And then Dow ran into a dead end. Holding the footy. Didn't have much of a chance there. The Dockers from the attacking circles here at the middle of Docklands.
That's the big ruckman Darcy just holding up. Dower had shades of Mitch Duncan and Shane Mumford for a moment there from Canberra all those years ago as Hayden Young kicks it from half forward. Inside 50, Collier can't mark. Follows up, snaps from the pocket. Trav Collier bangs it through. Freo have kicked the 2 of the first 3. And Collier puts Fremantle back in front. 11 minutes played in the opening term. 2 straight 12. Carlton 1-2-8. 4-point lead for the Purple and your former teammate Brendan Goddard.
Trav, or Squeak as we called him, but we take it back to the middle of the ground as that turnover from Carlton. I think it's Petreski-Seaton trying to kick it back through the corridor, which, to be honest, there wasn't much on. So there's another. I'm sure that's a score from turnover, but again, that's their Achilles heel at the minute. So they got to just clean that up. If there's nothing on and obvious through that middle part of the ground, then I'm sure they're happy just to take that long down the line and get it to a contest, get it wider, easier to defend then, whereas it turns over there and Fremantle just, man on the mark can't move, get the overlap handball with Sarong, Brayshaw, get it to the open side, and they're really vulnerable. And a good finish by Travie, but take it all the way back and it's another turnover from Carlton through the middle of the ground.
Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Sean Darcy just having his left knee attended to, nothing too serious. And keep an eye on Caleb Sarong, he's got his right calf heavily strapped.
Yeah, Lloyd Meek was forward, didn't realise he was the ruckman, had to make up some ground. Sarong with the clearance, got the hand pass away, kick smothered from Cherry, has to go back and win it, got a shove in the back from Williams. And Freo under pressure will get a chance to compose themselves. Cherry quickly with a short pass to Brayshaw, can go over the top by foot to Sarong. He has it at the edge of the centre square, long kick towards Walters and Taberner in front position. Plowman takes a good mark for the Blues, so he had his critics last week against the Pies, but he's taken a couple of good strong marks in defence. Short to Doherty in the left back pocket for Carlton. Wider still to Nunes, who marks at left half back. A couple of metres in from the boundary. Turns it on the 45, finds Sam Petreski-Seaton with the Dockers by 4.
And Sid Jackson's number 5 as he kicks out wide, finds Silvani. And marks a famous surname, a famous number in the history of the club. And goes all the way back to Wiedering, reaches him on the bounce. Hand pass away to Doherty, kicks in the middle of the ground, spots Jones, finds him. Marks alongside the centre circles for Carlton. Kicking to the Lockett end. He spears the pass out in front of Harry, who's out to meet it and mark him in front. And Harry Mackay leading Brennan Cox to the footy in plenty of space. will shoot from right on 50.
I was nearly going to be critical of Big Jones there, not giving that ball off to your runners coming from half back, as you see every other team do that. But I suppose if you're going to lace them out like that to the big fella inside forward 50, then
what's the percentage of that actually happening?
Encourage your runners, I would have thought.
In comes Harry Mackay. That sweet left-footed drop punt is crooked. Out to the left, to behind. 1-3 to 2 straight. It's the Dockers by 3 points, 14 minutes into the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL.
But that's one of the kicks too that's been hurting them. That's a shallow entry from the position that Jones was
low
actually
percentage,
in.
isn't it?
So if he doesn't hit that, even though he did, and Jones being not a great kick, that it could go straight back over his head, and has done in the first couple of weeks. When they miss that kick, it goes straight back for a score for the opposition.
Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you on Grandstand AFL. Wilson with a long kick out of defence towards Meek. Couldn't take the mark. Aish got a cruel bounce. Chera gathered though for the Dockers. Hand pass to Mundy and now to Brayshaw. Right half back. Gets the hand pass to Conker. Looks into the corridor, no options. Underground hand pass back to Brayshaw. Carlton have got the corridor clogged, so he has to kick back to Mundy. He's able to burst away from Cripps. Hard against the boundary. Kicks towards... in the end, Sarong had to compete. He was undersized, but got it to Aish, who gets the hand pass forward to Darcy. Good vision to centre it towards Schultz, almost. Couldn't hang on. Cultural claim late to spoil. Petrescu-Seaton gathers inside the defensive 50. Gets the hand pass to Plowman. Now to Fogarty, and they're out of defence with a kick to Eddie Betts.
Had the first scoring shot of the day and early behind. Betts kicks down the line, wanting Mackay, made it tough for him on the half volley. Mackay jumps back on top of the footy, wrapped up immediately. And umpire Eleni Glufta says we'll have a ball up. 1 metre in from the boundary line, city side of the ground. Freo by 3 points. Will Setterfield waking up ill, so he's out of the team. Cottrell takes his place. Oscar McDonald, the sub. 3rd week running. And Liam Henry, the medical sub for Freo. Carlton win it from the stoppage. Fogarty bounces a kick down to Mackay at high half forward. The Carlton fans wanted a free kick. They won't get it. Conker comes racing away with the footy. Kicks it back up to the front half for Freo. Jones and Tabernar, they both got a piece of it. Jones sees it out and a throw in. Between wing and half forward for Fremantle. They led it by 3 points. How far have we gone? 15 minutes in the opening term.
6 inside 50s apiece. 5 clearances to 3 the Blues way. Thrown back in. Meek wins down the tap to Aish, who's tackled immediately by Dow. How do you get rid of it? Play on. Sarong kicks inside the 50. Frederick down low. Got it. Sard right there with him. Michael Frederick with a chance to shoot on goal. Did it. Half volley off the turf. Carlton fans think it did. Camera ankle wasn't all that clear for us. Frederick to shoot from 40 metres out to the left.
I think they were complaining about the non-free kick paid back at the stoppage. Clinchy. A few of the mids might have just slowed up a little bit and allowed them that free rein.
From South Australia, 1 goal 2 so far this season. Good finish. Steers it straight over the goal umpire's hat. And the Dockers have 3 of the opening 4 goals of the match. They open up a 9-point buffer. 3 straight 18 to the Blues. 1-3-9. 17 minutes gone, opening term on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and via the AFL app. Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you.
I think if not for Liam Jones and Plowman and Wiedering down there, they've caught a couple and turned them back around. We could have seen Freo probably put a couple more on. They've started a lot better and a lot sharper with their skills, albeit there's been a few turnovers, but Carlton just have put it at the feet of big Harry Mackay, or just haven't been able. They've been a bit clunky going forward, so they can clean that up. They keep themselves well within this game, but at the moment they're just lacking a little bit in that area.
Michael Frederick, one of 6 Dockers playing here at Docklands for the first time. 2 in Carlton's team with their first outing under the roof as both rucks miss it in the middle. Cripps comes charging through, paddles it to his own advantage, hands it to Walsh, his crime partner in the middle. Walsh swings his kick out wide and Cottrell takes the mark. Those bright yellow boots, City wing. His last game, he kicked the winner against Sydney late in the piece. One of those midweek games during the footy frenzy last year. Goes short to Fogarty. Hasn't played since, actually. That was round 16 against the Swans. Long ball down the line to Cripps, who's starting to get involved now. Marks in front of Brayshaw. And that launch pad about 70 out, half forward. Pops a kick back into the corridor. Murphy knocked off it. Nunes at the back, tackled by Akers. Hand pass away to Curnow. Now to Walsh. Under the pump, takes a tackler with him. Squeezes the kick forward to Mackay. Bounces straight up his chest. Cox picks it up for Freo. Hand pass to Hughes. Clears defensive 50. Jones and Mundy out after it. The ball stays alive as Walsh gives it to Curnow.
Curnow was able to break the tackle, get the hand pass to Cottrell, kicks inside the 50. The mark was dropped by Hughes. Williams with the hand pass to Silvani. He breaks the tackle, gets the hand pass to Fogarty, to Walsh running through 50. He dribbles a kick towards the goal mouth. Everyone's feeling the pressure. And Cox with a chance to kick out of defence. It's a worm burner, which Sard gathers for the Blues. Almost a chance for Akers. He's bumped off it. Silvani gets it. Hand pass to Pitnet. The ruckman hacks it towards goal and misses to the left, snapping across his body. Freo leading by 9 points.
A few wounded ducks out there, Beach.
Oh, yeah.
Just a couple of.
61% the kicking efficiency for Freo. 64 for Carlton. And right on cue, the kick out from fullback is a turnover. And Lockie Fogarty comes floating through to take the intercept mark. 35 out right in front. It was Hayden Young bringing the footy back into play. Just hung in the air a little too long.
Been a good pickup since coming across. I've liked his game the first few weeks.
Can't look different though. It looks like they're setting up better behind the ball with better pressure. They've got a second chance there just from the pressure from their forwards.
Fogarty cashes in on the gift. Pops it through, makes Young pay for his error, bringing the footy back in. 19 and a half minutes into the opening term. Carlton draw within a couple. Fremantle 3 straight 18. Carlton 2-4-16. This is Grandstand AFL. Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio.
So as I was saying, the pressure before that, Cox coming out, had a bit of time and space, but there was pressure coming from the side and tried to get that ball, I think, out in front, but Sard was too quick for his direct opponent, and then comes a second chance, and Peanut then has a shot on goal, then there's a kick out, but they've got time to set up, and then they get a third opportunity, but the second opportunity and the third only came about through pressure and able to keep the ball inside their forward 50.
As always, we love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. Adrienne from Hampton East asking about Mitch McGovern, a hamstring injury which kept him out of the round one side, but as we heard from Dale Amos, did kick 3 in the Rezzies against Willie yesterday. Darcy in the middle of the ground gets the clearance for the Dockers. Hand pass to Sarong, to Mundy by hand, and now to Chera. Kicks out to Wilson, who marks on the outer wing. Freo leading by 2 points. Wilson had an awkward moment just running backwards inside the defensive 50. Always felt like he had Gibbons' measure and then kicked it deliberately out. Long kick towards Taberner, couldn't take the mark. Charging through, Petrescu-Seaton. And the umpire has penalised him. No, the tackle before that was over the shoulder. So Sam Switkowski has it out to the left, just inside the 50. He's become one of Fremantle's goal scorers in season 2021. 3 goals, 4. Alongside Taberner with 5 goals and Brayshaw with 3. Lockie Schultz with 4 as well. Switkowski hard out to the left. This will take a good effort. Comes in. Strikes it pretty well, but it's just left. And a minor score. The Dockers by 3 points at the 22-minute mark of the opening term.
Adam Sard's going to go on a stroll as he takes a bounce from the kick-out and has a second and a third, hugging the boundary line on the Dock side, and then goes long down the wing. Silvani got a leap up there, and a mark taken at the back to Luke Ryan. The All-Australian back pocket with the number 13 on his back. Will go short to Giro. Marks in front of the bench. Missed all of last year coming back from that ACL. And the left footer heads down to half forward to another one in Taberner. No mark, spills down to Collier. Quick hands to Mundy, to Darcy, to Taberner. Hands it back to Giro, who spills it over the boundary line. Little fumble and a throw in right half forward. 70 out from the Dockers goal. It's Freo by 3 points. Time on opening term.
Ball spinning back into play. Darcy up against Pitnet. A 2 tangle and work for front position. Tackle down to Sarong, who could have been rewarded in the back. Cripps, Sard tries to charge through traffic. Bounced off Switkowski and got the hand pass forward to Walsh. Sets the Blues on half-back. Over the top to Gibbons and now out to Cottrell. He has it on the outer wing. Kicks inside the 50. Great vision. Spotted Fogarty directly in front, 50 from home. He goes for Williams in the left forward pocket. It's over his head. And Freo have 3-on-2 as the hand pass comes from Wilson to Giro. He kicks around his body and Sarong marks that right half back.
Started on the bench a little surprisingly, as Mitch mentioned. He's got that calf heavily taped. The Rising Star winner from last year. He goes short to Giro. The 22-year-old at half-back. The long blonde locks. As Giro just kicks long down the wing, in from the side, Meek. Darcy gives it a whack at the feet of the pack. Dow, hand pass to Pitternet, shoots Wittering rather, shoots a kick forward. Back to Giro, and we're back where we started. There we go, starting again. 3 points, Fremantle's lead, 24 minutes into the first.
It's got a bit of a stop-start feel about it. Giro's long kick spoiled down by Wittering. It ricochets into the middle of the ground. Walsh and Cripps almost collided. In the end, Cripps somehow got the hand pass back. Stands up in the tackle from Sarong. Feeds the hand pass to Dow. Not a good option to a stationary Walsh. He's tackled by Walters. Hand pass forward towards Williams. He can't break clear. As he's over the top of the footy, and he might be penalised here as Chapman's over the top. Eleni Gupta says no prior opportunity. And a ball up in the middle of Docklands. The Blues just short of half forward. Trailing by 3 points.
Stephen Giro, best effort, 19 disposals in a game. He's had 7 early here. Having started on the pine as the kick heads into the middle of the ground for Fremantle. Socked away by Sard, clever. Controls it himself from the Sarong kick as he collects. Has a bounce, kicks wide to Nunes, who marks. He's got the shaved sides like all the kids are doing nowadays, Jack Nunes, as he kicks very wide out to half forward, but finds his intended target. It's the former skipper in Mark Murphy. Closes to 55 out, lays it up top of the goal square. No mark. Falls to Silvani. Somehow got boot to ball. It sails goalward, but into the behind post. And out on the fall, a Fremantle free kick. The Dockers by 3 points, 25 travelled opening term, 3-1. They lead Carlton 2-4.
Blake Acres not quite behind his mark, so the umpire just pushing him up against the signage and will kick long up against the behind post. To half-back, Meeks there. Good mark, Parks. The Carlton debutant takes the mark at right half forward. The 5th debutant for the Blues. From New South Wales originally, having spent time with Glenelg in the sample last season. Kicks long inside the 50. Silvani could have been held. Cox came in from the side with a spoil. Eleni Guptas has made the call from the middle of Docklands, and Carlton fans will like it. It's a hold.
And the right one too. From a long way away.
Clinch, didn't you? Saw it from here.
What's that?
You saw that?
Yeah. I was just a bit surprised the umpire inside the forward 50.
Well, he was on the other side
of the pack.
In his defence that he was more front on.
So Jack Silvani with a chance to put the Blues back in front, directly in front, 20 metres out. Injured in that round 1 match with the shoulder injury. But they're missing a lot of 2015 with a shoulder injury. Jack comes in and misses. To the right-hand side, a let-off for the Dockers. Fremantle's lead is 2 points at the 26-minute mark of the opening term.
He's hit 2 posts in 2 minutes. Once the behind post and now the goal post. A long ball down the wing from Luke Ryan and in from the side. Nice intercept mark, Liam Jones, who turns and whacks it back deep inside 50 for Carlton. Pack form, spills to Williams, front and centre. Hand pass through traffic to Walsh. Feeds it over the top. Mackay, goal coming up. Bangs it into the fence. Carlton back in front. And Harry Mackay with his first of the day. And Carlton just relentless. Repeat inside 50s and on the end of it. Our first goal for Harry Mackay this afternoon. Carlton by 4 points, 27 travelled in the first, 3-5 to 3-1. Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio.
You mentioned it, Corbs, just relentless just on the re-entry, setting up well behind the ball, good pressure. And coming up.
Deeper as well.
Yeah, full back, and then Jones gets a good kick. Again, not exposing them, not kicking it short, shallow entry, or not too much in the corridor, which opens them up. And the representation there from the tools. Smalls are there. Eddie nearly got it on the first go. Williams is there. He's resting forward. Coming off hobbling, mind you.
Yeah, so I'll get Mitch Cleary to keep an eye on that.
Mitch will fill us in. But yeah, it was just it was a good re-entry, set up well behind the ball, and then the forwards all playing their role and doing it well.
Surprise, Sam Walsh was there again.
So the Blues with the last 2 goals of the match. Back in the middle, Pitnet wins down the tap, but Meek gets the clearance. The hand pass to Aish. Long kick inside the 50. Taberner with a couple to battle. And Liam Jones backpedaling, got good support from Wiedering and takes the mark. Jones chips it to Wiedering, who marks at left half back. 60 metres out from his defensive goal. Played by Casbolt, yet to touch the footy, Corby, as Wiedering goes back to Doherty and switches play across the defensive goal, and Parks has it in the right back pocket.
Oh, Parks kicks one with a lot out to half back, skids its way towards Andy Brayshaw of the Dockers. Hand pass away to Wilson, links up with Akers, attacking edge of the centre square, loads up, kicks it very deep, spoiled away by Wiedering, but contact from his teammate Parks back in the other direction. The ball skids out of play off the knuckles of the Carlton fullback, and we'll have a throw in forward pocket for the Dockers. This is repeating. Setterfield are laid out with illness, so Cottrell takes his place. Oscar McDonald and Liam Henry, the 2 subs from the throw-in. Darcy hooks it down behind. Walsh comes charging through again. Walters locks him up straight away. And we'll have another ball up top of the goal square for Freo. 29 travelled opening term. Carlton by 4.
Darcy able to use his body well, trying to tap it down to Switkowski. Ace tried to sock it off the ground. Walsh was there to interject. And Plowman's over the top of the footy. He's tackled by Mundy, and the umpire will toss it up. No, he won't. Let it go for a moment or two. I think he did blow, Eleni Guptas it was. I think she did blow her whistle, but players were still continuing on. Pitnet wins down the tap to Dow, stripped in the tackle by Mundy. Doherty trying to knock it out. Got to be careful. Is he doing enough? As Walters is over the top, he is. And a ball up left forward pocket for Freo, trailing by 4 points.
David Mundy had 20 before halftime last week, the 35-year-old. He's had 8 early here, along with Sarong leading the Dockers tally. Whacked away by the Blues. Nice hand pass from Nunes, set up Dow. His kick trickles along the ground out to halfback. Cripps leading in the chase for the footy. Got Hughes for company. Hand pass back inboard, works out okay for Carlton. It's Curnow to Dow to Walsh. His hand pass missed Curnow. Rides contact from Walters on the way through. Sets up Jones at centre half back. Carlton around. Long ball to a one-on-one. Silvani, a little nudge to Chapman. Silvani onto it. Shakes Chapman. Runs around him. Kicks inside 50. Gibbons takes the mark. 40 out, left half forward.
That was really good ball movement in the end, but initially it was good pressure for Freo. I thought that they hemmed him in. Got lucky with a little handball that flicked over the head, and great contested ball. Yelled, "Put your head over it," Ed Curnow, and won it. And then they were off, and then they had a lot of space going forward. And Silvani winning the one-on-one, crucial one-on-one.
Mickey Gibbons, 5 goals already this year. A kick from after the bell at quarter time. It's not a good finish. He's missed the whole set to the near side. And so the scores won't change. 30 minutes, 49 seconds of first quarter runs. Carlton by 4 points. 4 lead changes in that opening quarter as well. An entertaining start. Freo did lead the match by as many as 9 points as we ticked into time on in that opening term. Carlton 3-5-23. Fremantle 3-1-19. All individual goal kickers, Clinchy, Fogarty, Mackay and Nunes have won for Carlton, while for Fremantle, Michael Walters kicked the first goal of the game, 1 for Collier and 1 for Michael Frederick.
Coming up later this afternoon, GWS taking on Melbourne. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Miff Warhurst and Zan Rowe for Bang On as they unpack the week in music, art and culture.
This article broke me this week.
Where was the editor in this?
Or step into someone else's shoes with Conversations. Sarah Konoski and Richard Feidler delve into the lives of ordinary people doing incredible things.
James is an English farmer. His family has been farming for hundreds of years.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Download for free today.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Sarong over the footy. Mackay over the top of him. Eddie's at ground level trying to scoop it out. He can't do so. Now Silvani gathers. He's tackled. Somehow got a hand pass out to Walsh. Works into Nunes. Squeezes the kick forward. Kicks the opening goal for the Blues.
Hayden Young kicks it from half forward. Inside 50. Collier can't mark. Follows up. Snaps on the pocket. Trap. Collier bangs it through.
Thrown back in. Meek wins down the tap to Aish, who's tackled immediately by Dow. How do you get rid of it? Play on. Sarong kicks inside the 50. Frederick down low. Got it. South Australia 1-2 so far this season. Good finish. Steers it straight over the goal umpire's hat.
A long ball down the wing from Luke Ryan and in from the side. Nice intercept mark. Liam Jones, who turns and whacks it back deep inside 50 for Carlton. Pack form spills to Williams front and centre. Hand pass through traffic to Walsh. Feeds it over the top. Mackay, goal coming up. Bangs it into the fence. Carlton back in front.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. The Blues leading by 4 points over the Dockers in this round 3 fixture. Carlton 3-5-23 to the Dockers 3-1-19. During that quarter, Zach Williams left the field ahead of Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio. Let's get an update from Mitch Cleary. I don't know if we're just hang on, Mitch. I'm not sure if we're getting you through. We're hearing you loud and clear, but it might be going out on air. So we'll come back to you in just a moment. Also need to bring you up to speed with some cricket news just ahead of Lids and BJ. The Australian women's cricket side have now won 22 successive one-day internationals with victory in the first game against the White Ferns. So it's the longest winning streak in one-day international history, beating the record held by the Ricky Ponting Australian men's side. So New Zealand posting 212, Australia chasing that down 4 for 215 in the 39th over. So Australia's women's winning by 6 wickets. So thanks to Robin from Croydon who got in touch on the SMS to try and make sure we gave that the acknowledgement in which it deserved. We might bring you a bit of Elisa Healy at half-time, because it certainly is a big story when you think about such of the dominant eras we had in cricket, and this women's side is right up there.
I think Mitch is ready to go. Mitch, you with us?
I am, guys. Zach Williams still yet to reappear after he went down to the rooms late in that first quarter with a lower leg injury. Looked in a lot of pain. We're still yet to see him. The medical substitute for the Blues, Oscar McDonald, is warming up as we speak. The interesting part of this is he played a tick over a half in the VFL yesterday. So let's see how he goes in terms of his legs, if he is required. Just on the Dockers part, Justin Longmuir, we usually see him as the cool, calm and collected coach. Well, he delivered one of the all-time sprays when he first spoke to his players at the start of the quarter-time break. So let's see how they respond, despite only trailing by 4 points.
Thanks, Mitch. Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you on Grandstand AFL.
Well, that's surprising. I didn't think they were that bad. Maybe it was just at ease, which they got a couple of those goals. But they look pretty sound in defence. This is my first time watching them live in some time. Obviously, last year we saw one game live for round 1. So just to see their progression and Carlton to feel like it doesn't look like they have much space when they do win the ball, particularly in the back half. Fremantle doing a really good job of getting them into slow play, slowing them right down, and Carlton are trying to play that maintain possession game, because now they can get it through the 45s a bit quicker, but Fremantle are doing a really good job. So, Carlton, I guess their scoring's really come off the back end of re-entry and pressure.
Their ability to set up behind the footy has been so much better today.
So much better. And it looks like that, like even their half-backs that generally play a little bit looser, kind of Doherty, Sardi.
Guard space.
Yeah. They're a little bit tighter now. So when you do look behind the ball, when the ball leaves the area of the defenders.
Well, that's why we saw Wilson backtrack almost 40 metres, because he didn't have that open switch, which they would normally have got, didn't we? So the interesting part for me was saying Carlton have been questioned about their defence. They've set up really well, but they're behind in the tackles, which doesn't always tell the story, because they've actually had more of the footy. Their uncontested possessions, they're up quite a bit, and they're making Freo defend. I think that's probably what Justin Longmuir would be going off at his players about, is let's tighten up, not give them as many uncontested marks as free rein, and let's challenge them a bit more to not allow them to set up behind the ball so strongly. Let's exit our 50 and get a good contest from our big key forwards forward of the footy.
if there's probably one thing that is noticeable, that when they feel like they got Carlton hemmed in, they're allowing that switch.
Yep.
And then what that does, they're not necessarily getting out in the open space, but the whole defence has to shift. It's more running, it's more defending, and it's less time that you have with the ball in your hand and spending more energy. So once they do have them hemmed in on one side of the ground, just keep them there. Don't allow them to get it back to the switch and start that uncontested chain and keeping possession.
Sam Walsh leading possession getter with 12, Nunes with 8, Fogarty with 8, and Jones and Silvani with 7 for the Blues, alongside Ed Curnow. Sarong with 8 for the Dockers. Wilson, Mundy and Giro all with 7. Second quarter underway on this Easter Sunday. Cripps gets a toe poke out of the middle of the ground into the path of Fogarty, who picked it up cleanly. Cottrell provided good support, keeping Aish away. Out on the lead, Harry Mackay. Sliding down low, takes the mark.
I think that was just a good kick to a dangerous spot. I don't think he necessarily just laced out Mackay on the lead, but it was to a dangerous spot, and Mackay was the first one to react, and I think it was Cox, his direct opponent, was literally 5 metres behind him. So pretty good start, but again, just winning one-on-ones out there, outnumber Fogarty, keeping his feet. Follow-up, ground ball.
Mackay striked just before quarter time. He misses out to the left with the first shot of the second quarter. So you do get a little bit of that from Harry Mackay. The Blues leading by 5 points.
What is it with left footers and being poor set shots?
1-2.
So no Hamling, Pearce or Logan for Freo today. So good chance in prospect for Harry Mackay with 3 early scoring shots. Just the 1 goal though. Long ball up to the wing. Walsh first one there. Breaks one tackle, then gets a hand pass away as he's been tackled. To Curnow and out to Gibbons on the wing. Kicks wider still to Murphy, who marks 70 from home. Right half forward, crowded forward 50 to the Coventry end. He just sits it up to Harry Mackay. Fist comes in from the side from Brayshaw, back into congestion. Curnow bowled off it by Chera. He was taken high, taken front on, and Curnow's going to get the free kick.
Was that there, Brendan, or did he sell that?
Oh, look at that.
He sold that hard.
That's two.
Yeah, it is, yeah. That was almost a second motion, that one. I'll be very surprised if Ed's got this in his kit bag from 55.
He doesn't want to take it at all. It's the umpire only now telling him to play on. He had one feint, almost dropped it, ran inside 50, then kicked it.
He didn't have it from his starting position, I'll give you that. So he's used the arc.
Ed Curnow on the run has slotted it.
And kicked the wounded duck, mind you.
Yeah. 4-6-30 Carlton, 3-1-19, 2 minutes into the second term. He went to pass it, dropped the footy, regathered. Umpire slow to call him out on the mark to play on. And Curnow's put through a floater from around 48 out. Carlton by 11 points. Early doors second term. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Williams back up on the bench. His left knee is heavily strapped. Long chats now with the head of fitness, Andrew Russell, the docs and the physios. They're yet to put him through any sort of fitness test, but he is sitting in the front row, so keen to see if he comes back on.
There's a real left to right in dipper, that one.
In stepper, in dipper.
Yeah. I think I was right in saying that he didn't have it from where he was, but he did milk that free kick there, Brendan. Some of the players are doing a good job of that.
Gibbons gave a good block, which got him an extra 5 or 6 metres to get the journey. Carlton out by 11 points. The biggest lead of the match so far. Back in the middle of the ground. Pitnet wins down the tap to Cripps, who gets the hand pass to Ed Curnow. Back towards Pitnet, who knocked it on to Cottrell as Aish tried to get in the middle. Swikowski started behind, worked his way to the front, then lays the tackle on Doherty. Cottrell with a hand pass forward to Fogarty. Left half forward, kicks a high ball inside the 50. Casbolt, the target, takes the mark against Ryan. Good contested mark from Levi in the left forward pocket. He's 25 metres out from goal.
We saw Luke Ryan punch his hand there. He's a fair bit out of his weight division.
But I think you mentioned before the game, that being undermanned and undersized down there. So there's that mismatch.
Just the 1 goal so far this season as he veers out and snaps across the body and misses. Second highest goal scorer last season was 16 behind Harry Mackay with 21. The Blues by 12.
Didn't want the set shot there, Beach?
Not a set shot or just a drop punt. Would have sufficed, I would have thought. Slight angle.
Carlton by 12. They kicked the last 3 of the game. Freo led by 9. Time on in the opening quarter. Wilson goes long down the wing. Darcy comes flying through. No hands on it. Sits up dockside wing. Jones, hand pass to Plowman. Kicks Carlton down to half forward. Wilson there first for Freo. Hand pass to Chapman. Bumped as he gets a kick back down the wing. Schultz flies in from the side though. Jones takes the intercept mark again for Carlton. Possession number 9 coming up for Liam Jones. He goes back to Doherty inside to Sard under pressure, sends a high up and under to centre half forward. In the end, Big Sean Darcy takes a chest mark at centre half back for Freo.
He's waiting for just that kick. Kicks the left half back to Frederick, short by foot to Brayshaw, has it between wing and half back. Carlton leading by 12 points. Andy Brayshaw wide to Akers. Carlton still at left half back. Akers called to play on, so has to drive a kick towards Darcy and Meek, both at half forward, spoiled away by Pittman. He gathers the footy, kicked it inboard and somehow found Dow, slipped over, got the hand pass to Gibbons, now to Park. Parks kicks to Murphy, who marks just inside the boundary. Between wing and half forward for the Blues.
Just his third touch coming up for Mark Murphy, goes back and across to Petrevski-Seton. With Carlton by 12 points, last 3 goals. Petrevski-Seton's short pass to Nunes. Nunes goes from one side of the centre square to the other. Casbolt leading up. He's going to mark. He's got it. 60 from home, attacking edge centre square. A big spray from Justin Longmuir at quarter time, trying to fire up the Dockers. There's a free kick, though. They're just worried about the size and strength of Harry Mackay and Freo hanging on as the kick came inside against Reece Conker. And Harry Mackay will have a set shot here, 20 metres out, 45-degree angle.
I was watching that from Big Brennan Cox. I'm just not sure about the handover from him to Reece Conker, who's a half-back flanker. Harry Mackay's, what is he, 6'6", 6'7".
In comes Harry, his 4th look at the sticks, his 2nd goal. He's threatening to pull this game apart. Carlton with their 5th, 5-7-37. Fremantle 3-1-19. It's out to an 18-point buffer for the Blues. They've kicked the last 4 unanswered. Brett Delidio, Brendan Goddard.
Yeah, it's a matter of if you need to hand over, do it, but I don't think there was any need for it, was it? Especially, but it's good movement from Carlton when you're getting involved there. Mackay and Eddie Betts working together just to get some movement, which forces a handover. Eddie comes back to Mackay's man just to lay a block. And again, I don't think they've really needed to hand over, but just through the forwards craft and working together, that Harry finds the mismatch.
So Zach Williams is back out there with that left knee heavily strapped. He's in the middle of the ground for this next centre bounce with the Blues leading by 18 points. Freo all of a sudden under a bit of pressure. Meek bouncing in the middle, awaiting the bounce in which Petnet wins down, gets it to Fogarty, who gets the hand pass away to Williams. He bursts out of the middle, awkwardly kicks to Mackay on the lead. Play on, late spoil from Cox. Petnet gathers in the middle, hand pass to Murphy, over his head, looking for Dow. Chapman right there with him, trying to lock the footy in. He dives on top of the footy. And the umpire gives it a moment or two. Walsh trying to burst clear. Chapman with another tackle. Picked up by Chera, squeezes the kick towards halfback, up with one arm is Darcy. Crumb nicely by Petrevski-Seton, gets the hand pass to Jones, kicks inside the 50 towards Casbolt, got hands, dropped the mark. Conker onto it for Freo, hand pass to Ryan, he's hemmed in, Eddie lays the tackle, he breaks one, not the second. The hand pass to Conker and they're out of defence through Hughes.
So Hughes is going to kick down the boundary line, Jones up in front of Darcy, takes another intercept mark. So Jones with his 6th mark of the game already. Possession number 11 from that launch pad. Puts it back to the hot spot. There he is again. Harry Mackay reaching up and clunks it. And he'll have a set shot just left of centre from 30 metres out.
Oh, don't run around, big fella, surely.
Yeah, Jones is getting cheered off, but he's best on ground at the minute. Absolutely toweling Darcy up whenever the ball's in his vicinity. Good to see him. He's just backing himself in.
Yep.
Trying to literally mark anything that's near him.
So Harry Mackay with the J curve bends through his 3rd. He's got 3 of the last 4 in the game. And Carlton out by 24 points. Danger signs for the Dockers. They're stuck on 3-1-19. Carlton 6-7-43. 9 played second term grandstand AFL. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Zach Williams back onto the ground, as Clinchy mentioned. Surprisingly, was down in the room for 10 minutes, had that left knee struck, didn't even require a run through or a medical test on the bench. They're going to back him in.
Cox just needs a bit of help there, I think, Lids. That there's a bit of space to lead into, but he got... I don't know how he got the space on him, but there was a number of guys, Fremantle guys, just at that fall of the ball, just worried about their direct opponent. If you can influence the play and go third man in, or in that case, just assist your defender, you got to do it. A couple of the smalls and the mediums of Fremantle defenders just stayed on the ground.
Got the two ruckmen in, Darcy and Meek. I probably need to try and get him to help out a bit more defensively. Fogarty gets the clearance in the middle of the ground for the Blues. Hand pass to Williams, to Doherty, whose kick is wide and out on the full. Too wide of Nunes and Curnow. Akers to take it. Chips around the boundary line on the broadcast wing, and Aish takes the mark. Carlton out by 24 points. Harry Mackay kicking 3. Aish long towards Taberner. He's got 3 to compete against as Plowman comes in from the side and spoils out a play for Carlton. Throwing it left half forward for the Dockers, trailing by 24.
With Carlton playing the game in the right way, or they got it on their terms, the ball or the game is being played in their forward half. Fremantle's forwards haven't looked like. I just thought about Sonny Walters. He hasn't gone near it because the ball hasn't been forward for Fremantle at all this quarter.
Meek grabs it out of the ruck from the throw-in, half forward for the Dockers, then lost it. Intercepted by Doherty, hands it to Dowd, tumbles a kick down the wing. Here's Mackay with 3 already. Closely worn by Brennan Cox. Got a hand pass over his shoulder to Murphy. Hooks his kick down to half forward. Silvani and Ryan chase the footy. Ryan got it. Silvani got him. And the ball spills over the boundary line. A throw-in half forward for Carlton. The Blues haven't been here with a crowd since late 2019. They played here twice last year for 2 losses. While Fremantle, they've lost their last 5 under the roof at the Dome. Their last win coming against Carlton back in 2018. From the throw-in, Pitternet tries to hand it out to Dow. He fumbles. Got it back door to Nunes. Nunes from the junction of the boundary line in the 50. Kicks back inboard. Hughes flies, no mark. Spills down to Ryan of the Dockers. Hand pass to Akers, to Chera. Swings it out wide to Young. Skids through his hands. A tough hand pass. And over the boundary line it goes. So we've got another neutral ball. Boundary throw-in, same spot. 50 out from the Carlton goal. Blues by 24. 12 played in the second.
Neil from Sorrento in Western Australia. Too many broken tackles for the Dockers. They need to try and stick a few. Thrown back in. Cripps is doing the ruck work and getting the clearance himself. Got a shove from Mundy, which forced the kick out on the full. Running at full pelt. So the Dockers to take it in the left back pocket. Tim and Wodonga. Harry Mackay is a tease. One day he'll have a day out and kick a bag. Could that be today? Nunes long out of defence. Meek caught behind. Pitnet just punched it down. Cripps waiting for it. Gathers the bouncing footy. Hand pass to Walsh, boundary side. Kicks towards Silvani in the pocket in a wrestle. A free kick for a hold.
Why is this going?
Now Ryan is claiming he was held. Silvani's going to get the free kick. Both seem to have a fair bit of each other's jumper. Jack Silvani in the right forward pocket. He's hit the post on a couple of occasions, one out the full.
Yeah, you can see the blue jumper probably being stretched a little bit more, but...
Was it there?
I think it was...
Umpire could see both too, wasn't he?
I thought he was in a good position.
To make it a 30-point advantage, Jack Silvani in the right forward pocket, starts it right, and it stays right. The wrong side of the goalpost. 25 points, the Blues lead at the 13-minute mark of the second term.
Justin Longmuir was spewing at quarter time, gave his team a spray. 11 inside 50s to none in the second quarter, 6 clearances to none, and 31 more disposals for Carlton. So he hasn't got the response he was after, Longmuir, early in this term. As the footy heads to half back, and it was out of bounds. Brennan Cox trying to take a one-hander. Fogarty tried to keep it alive, but those efforts will be denied. We'll have a boundary throw in half forward for Carlton. It's only got worse after quarter time. Carlton kicking the last 5 of the game, either side of the break, to lead by 25. Pitnet tries to trickle a kick forward. Here's Conker out to meet it. Mowed down by Fogarty. Wilson somehow gets a kick away as he's been tackled. Parks over the back, rips it down for Carlton. Hand pass over to Sard. Links up with Cottrell. Flares it further wide to Williams. From 55 out, kicks into the pocket. Walsh the target. Cox spoils. Into the lap of Young, who can peel off half-back.
He kicks long towards Mundy, trying to run onto it on the wing. He's got Petreski seat, just have to shovel a hand pass forward to Green territory. Cottrell onto it in front of Frederick. The Blues are well set. Hand pass back to Wiedering, to Williams through traffic. Petreski seat with the fend off. Got away from Chera and is able to chip it into the middle of the ground to Plowman. Straight down the middle, the kick to Harry Mackay, who couldn't take the mark. Cox came late with a hold. And Mackay will have it on the edge of the centre square. Paddy Cripps has gone forward. He's in the right forward pocket. Mackay's in no urgency to move it. Now he veers out to the left. He's going to give this the full onion bag. Puts it long towards the pocket. Silvani in from the side. Couldn't take it. Walsh front and centre. Tackled by Ryan. Tries to get it to Silvani. Does so to Cripps. Tried to fight away through traffic. He's tackled. He's holding the footy as he drops it. Freo will take it in the right back pocket. Luke Ryan finally getting one back the other way. The Blues by 25 points.
They cannot get their hands on the footy. Fremantle disposal 63-24 in this quarter. As Ryan to Young in the back pocket goes long out to half-back. Taberner tried to give it to Schultz. They've coughed it up again. Fogarty high half forward. Hand pass inside to Plowman. Back inside to 50 it comes. Cripps the target. Got a hand to it. Spills down to Luke Ryan. Freo win it. Wilson by hand to Young. Kicks to the opposite back pocket. And Giro has it there for Fremantle. Long ball down the outer wing. Frederick the target one-on-one with Doherty. Free kick for Frederick. Had his arms chopped by Doherty. And he'll take it defensive side of the wing. Still hunting their first inside 50 of the quarter, Fremantle, which is now 16 minutes old.
Frederick into the middle of the ground for Lloyd Meek, who takes the mark. Struggle to get past this part of the ground, Freo. And the big ruckman's a bit indecisive. He gives the hand pass to a stationary Hughes, who chips it to Brayshaw. Back to Hughes on the outer wing. He kicks it out on the full. So is it Carlton's pressure? Or
well, I was just about to ask that question, Clinchy. Is it the way Carlton is setting up and the pressure they're applying, or is it just poor ball movement from Freo as we see a turnover?
Kicking ball dropped by Pitnet. Schultz onto it. A chance for the Dockers. The kick to Taberner, who drops the mark in the left forward pocket off his chest. Squares it up to Frederick, who marks it with his fingertips and then almost played on. He's out to the right, 50 metres from home. Yeah, Freo just struggling to get any wins on the wing in a one-on-one contest. And a turnover from the Blues and a chance to strike here. Frederick, their first inside 50 of the quarter, unloads and it misses almost everything to the right. It just squeezes in for a minor score. Carlton's lead 24 points, with the Blues having kicked 3 goals, 3 to Fremantle's 1 behind in this second quarter.
Sonny Walters hasn't played a lot of footy, but they're struggling around the ball. They're struggling with the ball use.
Get him in there, I reckon.
Out of defence too. Just get him around the ball so they can create something and get him into the game.
Wiedering marks the kick out, goes long down the line, and Casbolt has it whacked away from him by Chapman, so a boundary throw in. High half forward for Freo.
Hamish on the SMS, 0437 774 774. If you gave them a spray at quarter time, what's going to happen at half time, Corby? You're channeling a bit of Terry Wallace there.
Back to more sort of calm approach, maybe from Justin Longmuir from the boundary throw in. Darcy wins the tap. Down to Walsh again. Hand pass inside to Curnow. He's bumped by Young. Got it back to Walsh, and now the ball's out of play. Similar spot, just forward of the wing for Freo. They can't win it at the coalface. They've been able to get their hands on it anywhere else around the ground, Freo on this term. So the clearance is 7-0 Carlton's way. Inside 50s 15-1, and the possession differential 71-38 Carlton's way.
Casbolt having a roll in the ruck for the Blues. Darcy one down the tap. Sarong under pressure kicks it straight towards the boundary line, bouncing end over end. It's all deliberate. They can't get their hand on the footy. They can't keep it in play either.
God. He kicked that off the ground. Did I miss something? Did he kick it off the ground?
I think he kicked it off his shin too.
Under the pressure.
Forward.
On his left. Anyway.
Carlton by 24 points. Doherty's long kick to the wing. Free kick chopping of the arms. And it will go the way of the Carlton captain in Patrick Cripps. Spots Casbolt free at half forward, having pushed forward. Gives the hand pass to Gibbons, who runs through 50. Can go over the top to Silvani in the right forward pocket. Left, then right, then screws it back to Mackay. He plays on, top of the goal square, puts through his 4. It's all too easy for the Blues at the moment. Harry Mackay is a giant in attack for Carlton this afternoon. The Blues 7-8-50 to Fremantle 3-2-20. The margin is 30 points at the 18-minute mark of the second term.
Longmuir's not going to be overly happy with that bit of play too. A free kick to Cripps. Casbolt just ducks out the back on Darcy. Darcy's actually stuck, unfortunately, up at the man on the mark at the ball back to Cripps. So there's no cover from his Fremantle teammates to actually help him out and get forward and get on Casbolt, and then the overlap just comes from Gibbons. So, and unfortunately, Cox then has to come forward, try and pick up Silvani, will apply pressure. The kick goes over his direct opponent. So it's looking like Cox is having a mare, but it started up the ground with Fremantle's lucky communication and work rate to get back.
That's 6 unanswered goals for Carlton after Freo led it by 9 points time on in the first. In the middle, Darcy gets a possession for Freo. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Flares it wide by hand of Mundy. Lays it back to Young off half-back. He kicks out wide to a genuine one-on-one. Schultz and Parks. And Parks kills it over the boundary line, just thumps it away. Touched on a few times leading in that it was a great matchup in prospect for Harry Mackay with the key backs for Fremantle there. No Hamling, Pearce or Logue. He's got the last 3 in the game, 4 for the match. Dow trying to race away from the stoppage. Kick smothered. Ricochets to Mundy. Kicks down to half forward. Out to meet it comes Taberner. Another fumble. Socked by Wiedering back in the other direction. Another turnover. Brayshaw back with it for the Dockers. Rinse and repeat. Turns it over. Flying through Docherty takes the intercept mark. Half back for Carlton. He goes all the way back to Plowman, who comes out to the opposite back flank for Petrevski-Seton.
Can work it over the top by foot to Nunes, who takes the mark on the defensive 50. What about the hand pass back to Petrevski-Seton running past, decides to control the tempo and chip it across the defensive goal mouth to Wiedering.
That's the one they got to stop. So Taberner's got to get up on Wiedering there, because they've got to hem in this set up really well ahead of the ball, and they've just allowed that switch back through the corridor and then back out the other side, which now that Carlton look really dangerous.
Wider still to Docherty, over the top to Cripps. They work it forward around the southern wing. Taken by Cottrell. Hand pass to Docherty. This is Bruce free footy as they're chipping the ball around the boundary line, and Gibbons ends up with it in the left forward pocket. The Dockers can't lay a glove at the moment.
An old defensive coach of mine, Ross Smith, would say, I'll just add another 100 metres to the GPS. You don't want to hem him in and stop him there. Add another 100 metres.
So Michael Gibbons, who produced a couple of scintillating goals last week against the Pies, veers out to the right, opens up the angle. It's to the behind line, and it's rushed through by big Sean Darcy for a minor score. 31 points, the Blues lead at the 21-minute mark of the second term.
Fremantle without a goal in the quarter, their last goal coming at the 16-minute mark of the opening term. Chapman marks the kick out from Wilson, then goes long down the wing. Pitternet tries to lend a hand. They all miss it. Slips out the back to Docherty. There's a whistle, there's a hold, and a free kick to Walters. It's going against Plowman. Walters goes very short to Switkowski. Takes on the man on the mark, lays a hand pass to Walters, who kicks it deep. Schultz outsized. 4 Blues thump it from the back. Kerno went without it. Clever Mundy paddles it to Frederick's advantage. The left footer snapping goalward right to the goal line. A hand on it. Last line of defence. It's ushered through by Cottrell. And a minor score. So Carlton by 5 goals neat. They're 7-9. Fremantle 3-3. 23 travelled in the second term.
Just the Dockers third inside 50 for the quarter. The Blues have had 17. Akers at half forward. Winter back for the Dockers. Hand pass to Walters. Kicks towards Schultz. Jones probably did enough to, if not take the mark, be given a free kick. Eleni Guptas was onto it. She calls it from the middle of Docklands.
That was a good call. I don't know how the umpire in play didn't see that.
She's had a couple of good moments.
Helping him out. At the moment, she's doing a good job.
So Liam Jones to take it inside the defensive 50. We're going to have a blood rule, so it allows me to work through a couple of your thoughts on the SMS. 0437 774 774. Mick, the loader driver, is a long-time Blues supporter. I'm loving the commentary. Hope you're enjoying it, Mick, and drive safe. BJ are the key forwards back in vogue. It's great to see from Hamish.
They are. All from the man on the mark rule.
All of a sudden, Harry Mackay with 4 already. He's up to 10 for the season. Taylor Walker leading the way with 17, and Josh Bruce after his 10 with 14. In the race for the Coleman medal. Casbolt at half-back, tackle, dispossessed. Akers comes up with it for Fremantle. Hand pass away to Brayshaw, and now to Ryan, who hugs the boundary line with a kick to Tabata, who marks it left half forward for the Dockers.
The All-Australian 40 last year, Matt Taberner, looks inside forward 50 and turns it over. Hasn't been his day so far. Petrevski-Seaton takes the intercept mark, goes short to Nunes. Nunes out of the defensive arc to Doherty. Still right half back, still Carlton by 30. And still they've kicked the last 6 of the game. He goes wide to Walsh. Luke Ryan arriving late, whacks it away. The All-Australian back pocket and a boundary throw in right in front of the benches. Mitch Cleary's down there. What's happening down there, Mitch?
Lockie Schultz come off with that blood rule just before. He's got a lot of blood coming from just below his chin, getting some work done now.
Toss back into play. Pitnet sets himself in front, wins down the tap. Chera over the footy. Fogarty getting some midfield minutes, wrestling with him. Giro's kick right into Zach Williams' chest. He's got the leg heavily bandaged, and now he's got one in the ribs. Fogarty got it from Doherty, kicks inside to the top of the 50. Harry Mackay couldn't take the mark against Cox. Silvani races after it. Frederick lays a good tackle. Silvani gets the hand pass to Parks, who kicks towards Gibbons, who takes the mark at left half forward. Plays on, turns boundary side.
So Gibbons puts it to the hot spot. Casbolt flying for it, no mark. Falls to Eddie Betts. There he is in the pocket. There he is, all right. Eddie Betts with a special off his left. I'd say the Dacos effort, but that's as much his own as anyone's, Eddie Betts. Bouncing it through, in line with the point post. Welcome back to Carlton. His first time back at the Dome in front of the Carlton fans since his sojourn in Adelaide. He's back in a big way. Carlton have 7 on the bounce. Blues by 36 points, 8-9-57. Fremantle 3-3-21, 26 played, second term.
Well, it was a nice finish by Eddie, but I think prior to that, Jack Silvani's ability to win that ball out there on the half-forward flank to keep Carlton with the footy, but then it was Levi Casbolt who created that big contest that allowed Eddie to get to his feet. But Eddie just doing what Eddie does best, a little left-foot dribbler from a tight angle. It's just common these days from him, isn't it?
Good signature from Eddie Betts in his 200th game for the Blues, and the faithful are making sure he knows how much they love him. Sarong with the clearance for the Dockers, kicks inside the 50. Walters with a couple to beat. Plowman right there with him, sliding down low. Clever pickup, got it to Darcy. The big ruckman turns and puts through their first of the second quarter. The Blues have put on 5 at the other end. Sean Darcy, the unlikely goal scorer, with his first of the season. The Blues by 30 points, 8-9-57 to Fremantle 4-3-27. 26 minutes gone, second quarter.
This is the first bad thing I'm going to say about Jones' game today. I think it's just a poor decision to come forward to try and influence that play when Walters was under pressure from his direct opponent in Plowman. He just came off and to try and influence, and that's how Darcy found the space when Walters gathered the ball. So if Jones just stays back there and plays his man, then he doesn't have an outlet to handball to. So he's under pressure from Plowman. But good finish by the big man.
22-year-old and 13th goal of his career in his 43rd game.
Breaks a run of 7 goals for the Blues, Colby.
One of 5 left-footers in today for Freo, big Sean Darcy. As Meek wins the tap, there's a free kick over the shoulder. Going against Dow, it's going Sarong's way, and the number 3 for Freo kicks out the half forward. Walters the target, slips out the back of Plowman, picked up by Taberner. He snaps, misses. A behind. 8-9 to 4-4. Carlton by 29 points. Time on in the second term.
Jones runs in, kicks long towards Cripps at half back, juggles the mark. Quickly gets the hand pass away to Murphy, who has it on the broadcast wing. Steers the kick around the boundary line to Silvani. He can kick to Ed Kerner, who kept charging. He marks it right half forward. Hand pass inwards to the big ruckman, Pitnet. Frederick comes, lays the tackle, can't drag him down. Pitnet gets the hand pass to Sard at half forward. His kick is laced out, and he finds Fogarty, who can chip it inboard to Mark Murphy. Fogarty up to 15 disposals. Murphy wastes no time, fires on goal and kicks it. Casbolt did some good shepherding on the goal line. And Mark Murphy, the former Carlton captain who had his criticism leading into this match, answers back with a goal to add to the Blues' lead by 35 points. At the 28-minute mark of the second quarter, 9-9-63 to the Dockers, 4-4-28.
That was weird, wasn't it?
I don't know whether he saw the mismatch of...
No, she's not kicking it to him.
He's out of shot?
He's out of shot, but it's just weird that he felt like, I've got a little bit of space in front of me, I'll just go.
Yeah.
Because Meek, I think it was, that walked back, he was trying to get back to the line because he thought maybe it was beyond him. But that's where Longview would be filthy, is that this contest out here...
Little things
that allows that kick back inside from Silvani. It was a great kick, but the option was there. It was kind of obvious from up here. I know it's harder to see on ground, but he just had too much space back on that long 45, and Fremantle aren't working back hard enough because he got goal side and had 5 metres on his opponent.
8 of the last 9 for Carlton against Fremantle as Cripps is carried and then drilled in the tackle. Taken high, in fact, and now it's on between Brayshaw and Cripps. Both just grabbing the jumper of one another. Cripps trying to give a hand pass off his knees to Sard. Cripps told to go now. He's going to come wide with the kick. It's not his best effort. Hangs in the air and Switkowski whacks it away from Doherty. Mitch Cleary's on the boundary. What's happening there, Mitch?
Clinchy, you mentioned before that Zach Williams caught one of the ribs. I think he got one a little bit lower where you don't want to get hit. He's been on the bench ever since, but he'll be okay. Lockie Schultz is getting some stitches to that blood rule that forced him off before, just below his chin.
He's one ball away from getting walked. Boundary throw in, Carlton by 35. Spills down to Chera. Chera's hand pass close to the boundary line, and Walsh has taken over, so we'll have a throw in front of the interchange gates. 9-9 to 4-4. 8 of the last 9 in the game for Carlton. Boundary throw in a little shallow. Pitnet pushes it down. Cripps whacks it back towards the boundary line. Walsh tries to keep it alive to Curno's advantage. Mundy gets rid of him and then grabs the footy. Walsh tackles Mundy. Still inside the boundary line. Now we're out. And a throw in. Similar spot. Broadcast wing. Good feeling in this too. A bit of push and shove between the two teams. Of course, a 4-point result the last time they met. Jack Nunes kicking the winner after the bell. Here it's Carlton by 35 right on half time.
Thrown back in. Pitnet easy as you like with Meek caught out. Bit slow on the throw in. Chapman diving in down low. As he tries to knock it to Hughes, Eddie Betts over the top. Now Ed Curnow over the footy. Has to try and knock it out. The tempo just rising a little bit after a couple of fiery moments close to the boundary line, and the umpire, Alani Guptas, will throw it up at right half forward for the Blues.
Hayden Young's just copped a massive corky from Casbolt there. He's 3 times the size of him, but it was a great contest because both of them, it was that little 50-50 ball. One of them could have pulled up, but both of them didn't take a step backwards.
Cripps gets the clearance, kicks inside the 50, bouncing end over end. A tough one for Ryan to gather. Well picked up, though, for the Dockers by Young, who gets the hand pass away to Ace. Drives a kick around the wing. Jones waiting for that. Peeled off Darcy, worked his way to the front and takes the intercepting mark for the Blues, leading by 35.
Big quarter for Carlton. They haven't led at half-time so far this year. Heads down to half-forward. Wanted Casbolt. Slips at the back of everyone. Eddie Betts tries to create something. Leaves it inside the field of play. In the end, Luke Ryan happy to take it out. So a throw-in. 45 out from Carlton's goal. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Spoke about Hayden Young in that contest just before, BJ. Well, he's going straight down to the rooms, pointing to the back of his hamstring. Just keen to see where that corky was or whether it's something a little bit more serious.
Thrown in 45 metres out from the Blues goal. Meek works to the front. Got a push. Casbolt doing the ruck work. They'll take the free kick on half back for the Dockers. Dying stages of the half with the Blues leading by 35 points, having led by 4 at quarter time. Meek kicks towards the boundary. Taberner the target. Wiedering over the back. Punches it down. It bounces in front of Betts. He's tackled over the boundary line by Conker. And a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Blues. Eddie Betts joining the party in this second quarter, with Carlton kicking 6 goals to 1 in this second term.
First of a double-header on Easter Sunday. GWS and Melbourne to come at Manuka Oval in Canberra from the boundary throw-in. Pitnet wins it down. Chera set upon straight away, drilled in the Cripps tackle. Cripps 15 disposals, 8 contested, 5 clearances, 6 score involvements so far today. Ball up half forward for the Blues. Pitnet wins it down. Walsh has it knocked from his grasp. Here's Murphy, mops it up, floats a kick to half forward. Walters hands to it. Umpire says play on. No, umpire says free kick. Arms chopped of Sonny Walters, so he'll get it at half back for Fremantle. 35 points Carlton's lead. Harry Mackay's kicked 4 for the game, 3 in this quarter.
Walters with the precise kick to Chera, who marks it left half back.
bit of feather in Andy Brayshaw's cap. I think Ed Curnow's going to me, and he's bashing the absolute living hell out of him as well. And you can see it in his body language, Brayshaw, is one, he's not enjoying it, and two, he's exhausted.
Long towards Darcy. Wiedering was in from the side, spoiled it away and then won the footy. Hand pass to Pitnet, the Doherty around the boundary. Murphy smothered by Brayshaw as he sees the ball out of play, nudging towards half-time. Left half forward for the Dockers, with the Blues leading by 35 points.
The Carlton runner-up on the bench just telling everybody on the ground to get in Fremantle's forward half with his boundary throw-ins taking place. 60 out from their goal. 14 seconds on the game clock. Darcy wins it down. Fogarty grabs it for Carlton. Quick kick forward. Cox turns Mackay inside out. Hand pass out to Aish. Oh, he's drilled in the Fogarty tackle. Great work defensively. Got him ball and all and taken on the wing. And what a great exclamation mark to put on that half of footy from the Navy Blues. Down by 9. 20-minute mark opening term. They've kicked 8 of the last 9 in the game to lead by 35 at the half. Carlton 9-9-63. Fremantle 4-4-28. Carlton with 7 in a row at one point either side of the quarter-time break. Harry Mackay leading the way with 4 for Carlton. He kicked 3 in a row at one stage in that second quarter. The rest of the goal kickers, 1 for Murphy, Fogarty, Betts, Nunes and Curnow. It's where the 9 have come from for Carlton, while for Fremantle 1 each to Darcy, Walters, Collier and Frederick. At half-time, Carlton by 35 points. We had 4 lead changes, Clinchy, in the opening quarter. There's one-way traffic in the second.
Plenty of the Carlton faithful are enjoying listening to it, as is Grant from Hobart. G'day, fellas. Enjoying the call with Carlton in front. Don't know when we're playing the Bombers, but looking forward to it. Righto, go Blues. Great to have your company, Grant. The thoughts of Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it's been a real domination from Carlton, really, from this first half. I know we spoke about Justin Longmuir giving his boys a little bit of a rev. We heard from Mitch at quarter time. Well, as you boys called at the start of that second quarter, they had, 13 inside 50s to Freo not even being able to get it really over halfway from what I've seen. But Carlton at the moment plus 79 disposals, plus 19 inside 50s and plus 10 shots on goal. Like, it's just one-way traffic at the moment. It's hard to see where the Dockers can get back in. I would just say, from my point of view, at the source, be clean. Take the footy away from Carlton at the moment. Get your hands on it for starters, be clean, but then don't allow them just to turn it over. We've seen, you spoke about big Liam Jones, Beach, and his ability just to play off and get in front of big Sean Darcy. He's just jumped in front of him continuously and turned it back around. We've seen Wiedering be really strong down back. And then it's been the work of big Harry Mackay. He doesn't like taking the straight-on set shot, but he's kicked 4 already. We spoke about how important this day was for him. So a good start for Carlton. They've certainly been a lot better right across the board, but as all coaches would say and all commentators as well, it's only a half, and we'll have to see what the second half does bring.
Yeah, well, it's not as stats-wise too, it doesn't reflect really well on Fremantle either. And now looking at them, I didn't take a look at them after the first quarter, but Freo minus 20 in contested balls, so that was maybe one area where Longmuir wasn't happy about and shouldn't be in particular in that second quarter, and this disposal, the plus 79 to Carlton. And that's just a bit of keepings off. That's ability to actually take that backwards and sideways switch kick off Carlton, which we may mention halfway through the quarter, it looked like they had them hemmed in. And that's one of the more frustrating things as a player and as a defender, when you feel like you've got them hemmed into one side of the ground, you've slowed them down, you get a really aggressive position on your opponent, expecting the guys up the field to really cut off those 45s and the switch, and then they manage to find a way, to switch it. And then, as you made mention, you've got to run another 150 metres. Yep. So, yeah, they mightn't score, but it's another 150 metres you've got to run. You don't have the footy. Another minute or two defending, which is always harder. So, and they managed to get out a number of times on the switch when they didn't look like it. So there's a number of things to work on for Fremantle, but to Carlton's credit, they played that game in the right way, and they got it on their terms and keeping the game, the ball in their forward half, re-entries, the pressure, the run spread from stoppages. We saw Curnow get on the one, but allowing that kick for Fremantle back inside, and that just opened the whole game up and created this overlap. So, yeah, credit to Carlton, but there's Fremantle have been really poor that quarter in particular, and didn't really. I think you may have mentioned Corbs and Clinchy, that I think it was maybe like 8 minutes in they had their first inside 50, and it wasn't even a good one either. So really struggling not only to have an impact around the ball, but just to get the ball forward. Which again, Sonny Walters, I know he's a little bit undone, but just get him around the ball just so he can have an impact. If you're serious about trying to salvage this game and have a chance in this quarter, that you got to get guys around the ball, one to win it and two to just be able to run both ways. So, and he doesn't have to be in there for the whole quarter. Just get him in there at Spurs just so they can have someone to have an impact around that ball, because they're convincingly getting beaten at the minute.
I like Lockie Fogarty's game.
Yes, I was just about to mention. Yeah. He's everything. He's been in the right place at the right time and just involved in scores. If he's not winning it back for him, he's been a couple of times been that pressure player from half forward and been able to drive it back inside. But he's linking up as they're coming out of the centre bounce as well, and just looks dangerous around that forward half.
Well, he's almost he's similar size and stuff to Devon Smith, but what Dev was doing, he's coming up to the back of the stoppage. His opponent dropping off him a little bit, giving him some rope, and then Carlton winning it around the stoppage, starting uncontested chain, and you can't catch him then when he's got metage on you. But he's doing a great job of knowing when to come up, apply pressure, and then, as all good forwards do, and their role, what you want out of them is just to get back and be representation on the ground level for Carlton, or to get involved offensively and be that link man that, you know, Dev Smith done so well. Lambert's been probably the best example of it, and Shane Edwards over the last 3 or 4 years, all playing in a premiership team. But they're guys that really flourish at that role, and he's doing it superbly tonight.
The other guy that I want to mention, and he hasn't hit the scoreboard yet, but Jack Silvani, I've been watching his work rate and his ability to get over to help his teammates when they're in an outnumbered situation, just to be that extra number, and he's reaped rewards because of that. From all reports, he was going really well prior to hurting his shoulder, and disappointing that he missed last week. But starting to see some real signs that he's ready to take his game to another level, which is great for the Blues.
23-7, the inside 50s in that quarter, the way of the Blues. They kicked 6 goals forward to Fremantle's 1-3, and at half-time, the Blues leading by 35 points, with a fair bit of work to be done by the Fremantle Dockers to get their way back into this clash. Great to have your company on this Easter Sunday. For the moment, we'll get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Australia's inching towards 1 million coronavirus vaccinations as the federal government urgently tries to reassure the public the AstraZeneca vaccine is safe. A 44-year-old Melbourne man was hospitalised with blood clots after receiving the vaccine a fortnight ago. Health authorities say it's likely there is a link, but argue it's still safe to use the vaccine across the country. Health Minister Greg Hunt is expecting the number of vaccinations delivered daily to continue to grow, with almost 842,000 handed out so far.
It's supply that determines the rollout. As the supply has increased with the sovereign vaccine manufacturing,
Queensland's health minister says she's looking at alternative ways to deal with the state's COVID caseload. There were no new community detections overnight and just one in hotel quarantine. Investigations are continuing into 2 clusters at the Princess Alexandra Hospital that saw Greater Brisbane locked down for 3 days last week. Yvette Darth says consolidating COVID cases could ease the transmission risk in the hospital system.
We're looking at other options of having a single area in one hospital where we can bring COVID patients instead of spreading them over different hospitals in Brisbane. We're still looking at options, but we're looking at RBWH at the moment.
Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier believes a crisis of trust in politics has developed during the coronavirus pandemic. Speaking live on national television, he's urged political leaders to get it together and deal with public frustration. Mr. Steinmeier says Germany needs to find solutions following an intense period of introspection since the outbreak of COVID-19.
I ask myself, why does it always have to be the superlative in Germany? Rejoicing to high heaven or plunging to the depths of despair? The truth is, we are not pandemic world champions, and neither are we total failures. We are the Federal Republic of Germany. We doubt a lot, but we can also do a lot. And now it's a question of ability, not doubt. That counts.
Workers are reinstalling razor wire fencing and concrete barriers in parts of the Capitol Building precinct in Washington, D.C. Security is being stepped up a day after an attacker in a car ran over two police officers, killing one and injuring the other. The assailant, 25-year-old Noah Green, died in hospital after being shot by police. Security measures were installed following the storming of Congress in January and were slowly dismantled before the latest attack. Crowds have gathered in Cairo to witness the transfer of the mummies of 22 ancient Egyptian royals to a new museum. The BBC's Sally Nabil is following the procession.
The ancient monarchs making this journey along the Nile include Queen Hatshepsut and King Ramses II, two of the most famous rulers of ancient Egypt. I'm here in Tahrir Square, where the mummies have left the Egyptian Museum after being there for almost a century. This lavish procession aims to revive Egypt's key tourism industry, which has been hit hard by the coronavirus pandemic. The mummies are being transferred in custom-made vehicles, adorned with ancient Egyptian decorations.
Defence Minister Peter Dutton says Australia and the US are keeping an eye on developments in Taiwan amid concerns China's ramping up military exercises around the territory. Beijing considers Taiwan a part of China, but Taiwan has its own independent democratic government. Last week, the US's top diplomat in Canberra said Australia and the US were developing contingency plans in the event Taiwan is faced with further military aggression from China. Mr. Dutton's told Sky News it's no secret China wants to control Taiwan.
We don't want to see conflict, and we want to make sure that we work with our partners to make sure that that doesn't become a reality. And again, it's why it's very important for us, particularly in our region, to work closely with the United States.
A man has died after being hit with a golf ball at the Port Arlington Golf Club in Victoria's Bellarine Peninsula. 69-year-old Rod Gurney was playing in a men's competition when he was struck by the ball on Tuesday. He was treated at the clubhouse and an ambulance took him to Geelong Hospital before he was transferred to Melbourne. His condition deteriorated and he died yesterday afternoon. And arson squad detectives are investigating a suspicious structure fire in the northeastern Perth suburb of Bayswater. Emergency services were called to the blaze on River Road just before 3:30, where they found a commercial factory fully engulfed in flames. ABC News.
If you're not going through an emergency situation right now, it might be the perfect time to explore the all-new ABC Emergency website. ABC Emergency lets you search for incidents near you, or you can check on other locations around the country. There's also a handy button that lets you listen to the local ABC radio station closest to the emergency. abc.net.au/emergency. Save it in your favourites now and keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Patrick Cripps spots Casbolt free at half forward, having pushed forward, gives the hand pass to Gibbons, who runs through 50, can go over the top to Silvani in the right forward pocket, left, then right, then screws it back to Mackay. He plays on, top of the goal square, puts through his four. It's all too easy for the Blues at the moment.
So Gibbons puts it to the hot spot. Casbolt flying for it, no mark. Falls to Eddie Betts, there he is in the pocket. There he is, all right. Eddie Betts with a special off his left.
Sarong with the clearance for the Dockers, kicks inside the 50, Walters with a couple to beat, Plowman right there with him, sliding down low, clever pickup, got it to Darcy, the big ruckman turns and puts through their first of the second quarter. Pitnet, Frederick comes, lays the tackle, can't drag him down. Pitnet gets the hand pass to Sard at half forward, his kick is laced out, and he finds Fogarty who can chip it inboard to Mark Murphy. Murphy wastes no time, fires on goal and kicks it.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
A dominant second quarter from the Blues sees them out by 35 points, having led by 4 at quarter time. Carlton 9-9-63, so the Dockers 4-4-28 on this Easter Sunday of round 3 of the AFL. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard, your experts, with Mitch Cleary down on the boundary. The Australian women's cricket side has set a world record with their 22nd consecutive win. The 6-wicket victory over New Zealand took the Australian team past the Australian men's record of Ricky Ponting's side of 21 straight victories. So the last time the Australian women's side lost a match was against England back in October in 2017. Throw in a pandemic in the middle of that as well. So they are in rare air, the Australian women's cricket side. After New Zealand were restricted to 212 runs, Megan Shute and Nicola Carey with 7 wickets. With the bat, it was a far too dominant performance with Ash Gardner putting on the finishing touches, 53 unbeaten from 41 deliveries, Meg Lanning posting 5, Beth Mooney with 12 and Elise Perry with 56 not out off 79 deliveries. Elisa Healy with her thoughts following the record-winning performance.
It's actually a really cool feeling. It's genuinely something that we haven't spoken about. There's obviously been a little bit of media about it that people might have read, but our team hasn't really spoken about breaking a record. We've literally just spoken about coming here and winning a game in the Rose Bowl series, which means a lot to us. So I guess now that the dust has settled a little, it's it's a pretty special feeling, and one that I definitely think that all the girls in the change room won't take lightly. I think it's a pretty impressive record to break. Probably wasn't the perfect performance from us, but in saying that, I think it was a pretty decent all-round performance. I think we bowled incredibly well. Shooter and Nick Carey did a really good job for us. I think spin normally dominates us or for us in the one-day format, but to see Shooter and Nick take bulk of the wickets today, I think was pretty impressive. And I guess with the bat, we pride ourselves to chase down totals, and when the bowlers do as good of a job as what they did, the batters need to back them up. So I thought it was a half-decent performance, and it's something that we'll look to build on next game, knowing these conditions. So hopefully we can just keep improving. Me standing at the other end, I was fairly calm. We bat right down our order, and I know that sounds cliche, but we genuinely do. So if a couple of wickets fall early, then you've got the likes of Elise Perry walking in, Beth Mooney, who knows how to finish off a game, and then Ash Gardner to do what she did today, to come out and put the icing on the cake. I think we've got a pretty destructible lineup, and we back ourselves to chase down a total, even if we get off to a slightly slow or a poor start. Oh, it's a special record. I think probably a lot of players in that room, me in particular, idolised Ricky Ponting growing up. He's exactly how I wanted to bat and take on the game. So for us to break a record, that had him all over it, I think is pretty special for this group. And no doubt when we get back in the change room and flick our phones on, there might be a little bit of hoo-ha about it. But we generally hadn't spoken about it, but I think everyone's got some smiles on their faces, which is pretty cool.
Elisa Healy following Australia's 6-wicket win over New Zealand to record a 22nd one-day international victory in the first of the one-day internationals against New Zealand. NRL action taking place this afternoon. The early match between Newcastle and St George in the early stages there. Half an hour in. It's the Knights leading 6-4. Later on tonight, the Sydney Roosters taking on the Warriors. And of course in tennis, Ash Barty, the world number 1, secured her second consecutive Miami Open title. The Australian overcame 8th seed Bianca Andreescu in the final. Barty took the first set 6-3 before Andreescu retired hurt in the second 4-love. So it was Barty's 12th consecutive victory in Miami and her 10th WTA trophy. Don't forget, of course, for all the latest audio, if you missed earlier today, Corby with Brett Delidio and Lauren Arnell, the lead with Al Nicholson, Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling. The home, of course, of Ben and Corbin, where the voice of Goddard is a hit segment.
It's airborne, I think it's fair to say. We've got the Zoom up and working now every Monday, Beach.
Do we?
Yes. One in a row. One in a row. Corbin and Ben, every Monday and Thursday.
It's not without its technical difficulties.
Yeah. It's a pretty slick segment, though, I think.
Yeah, it's coming along.
I thought you'd be all over it, being a gamer and...
It's growing legs. Oh, no.
It's not on the DJs.
It's not us.
It's not you.
It's not us.
Oh, right.
It's the old baby face.
Ben Cameron over
Cameron.
Baby face.
Yeah.
So abc.net.au/grandstand or the Best of Grandstand podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, is where you can listen back to some of the great audio from over the weekend. Here at Docklands, Carlton leading by 35 points. Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you.
Can I ask a question? If you're a senior coach and you decide at quarter time, I'm going to go the spray. Yep. And then this happens in the second quarter where you don't get the response that you want. What do you do at halftime?
Double down.
Where do you go?
That's a good question. I've played with a few of those with Dimmer and or Plough. It's where that didn't quite get the desired result. It usually did for the first 5. You see a few blokes cracking in and whatever else, but ultimately, if you're just not quite good enough, then you're not quite good enough. But I think you should try and find some positives and see where they can start this quarter right. And they can do that, then you, just keep going on from there.
Come in a half, put it back on the boys.
Yeah.
Ask them what's going on.
Yeah.
Tell me why. We touched on this at quarter time. Couldn't be any clearer. I'm sure it wasn't. And you come out and we've dished up that. What? Tell me what's going on. And then you get a few responses. You might have to go because there's generally crickets.
Yeah.
and there's normally a couple, 2 or 3 guys that will just answer every question. And then you get the guys that don't answer. So there'll be some crickets, and then the coach will probably have to go or throw it to someone. Yeah. Corbin.
The favourites are.
Corbin. Talk to us. So,
what are you seeing, mate?
What are you seeing? What do you feel? But there's generally crickets.
Pull out the iPad. Let me show you what's going on, given you guys can't see it. Mitch Cleary's down on the boundary. Mitch.
We spoke just before half-time, actually. Hayden Young went down to the rooms limping. Well, he hasn't returned, and they've executed the sub. Liam Henry starting at half-forward. I don't know the exact reason. We're thinking maybe Corky, potentially hamstring.
Can't be a Corky.
Well, it can't be, but...
not if the subs... Imagine the uproar.
Yeah, that would be uproar. But I'm going to go with hamstring. I'll see if I can get it confirmed.
Mitch Cleary all over it after being challenged by Brendan Goddard. Great to have Karen listening from Sunshine. I'm a Cats fan, but enjoying the Blues work this afternoon. 0437 777 0437 774 774. The SMS line to the box.
Baggers by 35 points, second half. Here we go. Pitnet wins the tap down to Cripps, who's been much better today. Hand pass out to Sard. Running, carrying, kicking deep. Mackay hands to it, no mark. Spills down to Akers. Collects off halfback for Fremantle. Kicks into the middle of the ground for a one-on-one. Schultz read it best. Ran back to collect. Plowman got there first. Carlton win it again inside the centre circles. Hands it to Doherty. Kicks to centre half forward. Big leap up. Hughes can't complete the mark. Paddled away to his teammate's advantage, though. Chera gives it to Cox. Cox is going to kick backwards to Ryan, who marks defensive goal square for Fremantle.
Kicks across the defensive goal mouth, where Conker takes the mark for the Dockers. Can drive a kick towards Hughes, who's free. A couple of metres on Paddy Dow at left half back. Now where to? He's got Darcy long down the line. Decides to chip it back inside the defensive 50 to Conker. Freo have had real issues getting out of defence and transitioning into attack. Conker called to play on. Runs his full 10 metres and then drives it towards Darcy. In a wrestle with Jones, brings it down to the front. Jones gathers the footy. Tackled by Brayshaw, but squeezed a kick towards McGovern and Casbolt to half forward. And Walters was tackled when not in possession, so he'll take the free kick 50 from home. I think this is beyond Walters, so he chips it towards Mackay, who slipped over, and Darcy takes the mark 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Luke Ryan it is.
We're just chatting about the coach's response and what he should do at half-time. If you weren't with us earlier, Justin Longmuir just delivering a bit of a spray to his group at quarter-time. Didn't get the response, and it hasn't started well here as Ryan goes back to Hughes. The short kick down the boundary line misses Akers, goes out on the full. And now SPS, Sam Petrevski-Seaton to bring it back into play. The man on the mark on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line and pinpoints the pass. Back inside to Mark Murphy, who takes the catch left half forward, wants to play on again and kick on the run. We saw him do that earlier for a goal. He'll have to settle for a behind here. He's not happy at all with the true set shot motion on the drop punt, so a minor score. Carlton by 6 goals neat, 2 minutes into the third.
Trying to bring the Dockers back into play. Raking kick into the middle of the ground towards Taberner. Plowman in from the side. Takes the mark with good support from Wiedering. Kicks towards Gibbons. Across in front, Conker spoils it away. Cripps could have been dragged down when he didn't have the footy. He was. Paddy Cripps will have the free kick directly in front, 35 metres out from goal.
Conker probably wants to have that one back just quietly, but it's still not the kick from Plowman. It literally has to be the hardest of all lowest daisy cutters you've ever seen to find a target, and that's the turnover zone. So for mine, I would have liked it. He had isolation deep at the top of the square, and it's a lot more predictable too, so the forwards can actually then get involved in ground level if it doesn't go through a point or they bring it to ground.
Questions around his fitness with a back injury, but Paddy Cripps is out there and steering it straight through the middle for the Blues. They lead by 42 points. as Cripps joins the growing list of goal kickers. 10-10-70 to the Dockers, 4-4-28, 3 minutes gone, third term.
I want to ask the question about Luke Ryan's decision to go 1v3 almost up the middle to Taberner when he's got two big blokes out the other side. It's like, I'm not sure their structure and how they're trying to set up. If they want to outnumber, let's get some big boys over across to this kick out here and outnumber over there. Or is it a structure point where they actually say, righto, big boys, try and spread out all the way across the ground, have no numbers at your feet? Just didn't quite make sense. Or was it just good reading of the play by Plowman to cut that one off? But get some numbers together and let's see if we can get a contest from the kick out.
Hayden Young off, Liam Ryan on. So Freo have used their sub in all 3 games. They join Gold Coast and North as the only other teams to have done that. Back in the middle of the ground, Chera's into the back of Cripps. And so a free kick to go Carlton's way. We'll kick it down to Mitch in a moment. Carlton by 7 goals. 4 minutes into the second term. Cripps, who just kicked one, goes short to Williams. That heavy strapping on his knees. And the pink boots looking inside a congested forward 50. Williams. Placement onto the chest of Mackay, who's marking 35 out right half forward. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Confirmation of a left hamstring for Hayden Young. He's got it iced. He's done for the day. Liam Henry into the game, as you said.
Again, that's a thing that would infuriate Longview and the coaches. So much time to get in aggressive positions. Forwards are actually got in front of the play and slid up to release.
Here's Mackay. He misses to the right or behind. So Beege's got 4 goals, 3.
Didn't run around.
Didn't run around. Couldn't snap it from 50 out.
Carlton by 43, 5 played in the third.
Ryan brings the Dockers back into play to the pocket where Wilson takes the mark. A lot of finger pointing going on out there, not a lot of running. So Wilson has to send a long kick towards Lloyd Meek on the wing. Parks in from the side, fists it out of play. In front of Meek and Pitnet. Carlton leading by 43 points. Justin Longmuir interviewed at halftime on the television broadcast said it wasn't good enough and they weren't winning any of the 50-50 balls. Pitnet wins down the tap. Williams lost his footing. Cripps is slow to rise as a tackle by Dow is over the shoulder of Ethan Hughes and he'll take the free kick. Cripps is still down, slowly getting to his feet.
Hughes has played 24 games in a row now for Freo, so it's the 3rd longest streak of any Docker. He kicks it wide here, just inside the boundary line. The 2 boundary umps are in the perfect spot. Taberner takes the mark just inside the paint, according to the umpire. Looks back into the corridor, through the hands of Chera, slips to Henry, tackled, dispossessed. Off the deck, the big ruckman in Meek. Hand pass, though, went to Petrevski-Seaton. Clears defensive 50. On the hop, Silvani gets there, cuts to the middle of the ground, attempts the torpedo, shanks it. Unkind bounce from Mackay. Cox paddles it down to Ryan. He's taken high. And a free kick given away by Casbolt. Luke Ryan to get it. Centre half back for the Dockers. The Blue Baggers by 43 points, 7 minutes into the third term.
I've never understood why players try and kick a talk, especially on the run, when it's
very hard to do.
Low percentage thing.
Chaos ball.
If Silvani just puts that out to his advantage, even if he hits the ground and he can't make the distance, he's in a perfect spot to impact that play, and it's just 50-50 and the ball's floating through the air like that. I don't understand it.
Ryan out of defence, kicks to a 2-on-1. Taberner takes the mark, but he's kicked to half forward. Looking for Lloyd Meek, is intercepted by Pitnet. The hand pass inboard to Nunes, over the top to Dow, looking for Ed Curnow. Frederick lays the tackle as soon as he got it. Got the hand pass to Nunes, rushes a kick towards Fogarty. Wilson right there with him. Hughes for the Dockers at halfback, gets the hand pass to Young, to Akers under enormous pressure. His kick looking for Taberner is out on the full. Carlton will take it between wing and half forward. Sam Petrevski-Seaton to take it with the Blues leading by 43 points.
He goes back inboard to Doherty, not 15, said the umpire, who's almost standing the mark. Doherty turns and kicks down to half forward. Silvani the target. Fist comes from Chapman, out it goes. So throw in half forward for the Blues. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Patrick Cripps, he's been nursing a back injury in recent weeks, copped a massive hit, grimacing on his haunches, come to the bench to taken a couple of painkillers, but he'll be okay. 18
disposals, 7 clearances, 8 score involvements, a goal of his own. Patrick Cripps has afternoon so far. Darcy wins it down halfback for Fremantle. No clean possession though. Off the deck, Hughes just shovels it out in the direction of Henry, who becomes the tackler on Parks, the two youngsters. We'll have a ball up. Two teenagers, in fact. There's 4 of them out there on the ground. 3 for Fremantle, 1 for Carlton. And young Chapman, the youngest player on the ground today at 19.
Darcy wins down the tap to Akers, who lost it immediately. Darcy has another go at it. Gives it back to Akers, who squeezed the kick to the wing, but Doherty loose is waiting for just that kick. He takes the intercepting mark for the Blues between wing and half-back. Flares a kick to centre half-back, which Jones can run onto it. Looks into the middle of the ground. Another precise kick that finds Pitnet. The hand pass to Petruski-Seton. He doesn't break stride. Away to Walsh from 48 and kicks it out to the right. Misses everything. Out of bounds on the full. The Blues still by 43 points.
Textbook ball movement. As we may mention that getting Sonny Walters up in the play, he's still playing as a forward, but he's coming up to the stoppages now as an extra mid, so that Fremantle will only have 5 forwards ahead of the ball at any stoppage.
Carlton have kicked 9 of the last 10 goals. Ryan's long kick picked off. Petruski-Seton to Fogarty. Away to Nunes by hand. Gives it to Walsh. 70 out. Kicks inside 50. Here's Harry. And Harry Mackay races up and takes the mark overhead. 45-degree angle, leading Ryan to the footy.
Look, he's not even thinking. As soon as he marked that ball, he literally turned side onto the goals because he had no interest of wanting to go back and kick a drop punt.
He wants to kick it across his body with his preferred left boot. Harry Mackay, he's got 1 for the thumb. 5 for Mackay. 11-11, 77. Fremantle 4-4-28. 10 played in the third term. The Blues by 49 points.
I just don't like it. It's almost a golf analogy, which I use often, is using the long putter, the belly putter, or the broomstick, even though you can't anchor it now, but it's kind of a last resort thing, because if this goes bad from here, there's nowhere to go, right? So he's fine when he's on that right-hand pocket kicking Carlton's way because he can wheel onto his left, but when he's on the other side, big game, what does he do?
Yep.
He's not kicking a check side, is it? 'Cause that's even more, that's lower percentage of kicking a snap. And we see it often now, and it's concerning for Carlton when you think about it. So Mark Murphy doesn't want to go back, have a set shot.
Yep.
Levi Casbolt is vulnerable as anyone in front of goals, and then you've got McKay, who's their best forward at the minute, that doesn't want to kick a drop punt either. So there's 3 out of the 6 forwards that don't have the confidence to go back and kick a drop punt.
Cripps and Williams combined out of the middle for Carlton. Kicks wide of Harry. He's got 5. He gathers and can't keep it in play. Non-officiating umpire has paid a free kick. There's a bit of carry on with Cripps and
downfield, is it?
Williams.
Pushed,
and it might have been a bump late on Paddy Cripps after he got rid of the footy. So on 4 occasions, Harry Mackay had kicked 4 goals. He's got a career best 5, and he could have an absolute day out by the time this is all over. He receives the footy in the right forward pocket, steps out, carbon copy, puts through his 6th. Carlton fans have got plenty to be excited about this afternoon as the lead grows to 55 points. 12-11, 83 to the Dockers, 4-4-28. He started the round with 6 goals next to his name, Harry Mackay. He now has 12.
Well, that's exactly what Carlton got Zachy Williams to the club to do, is to feed off and provide that extra bit of run and spark out of the middle, as he was able to do there. Didn't quite see what happened. Have you seen what's happened?
Yeah,
Sarong he pushed him after, was it, after the kick? Or
slight contact, but gee whiz, there's too many players out here today that are milking every bit of contact they've got. So that was Williams, and he kind of just tried to block his run from going on, and he felt the contact from behind and just
crumbled,
dived. In the Tokyo Olympics with that effort.
In the pool, you reckon, Beach?
In the pool.
Carlton by 55 points. They're touching up Freo here in the third term, or in fact, really, for the last 2 quarters. Here's Cripps, puts his head over it, drilled into the ground by Brayshaw. The Fremantle midfielders involved in a bit of push and shove, but they're getting their pants pulled down at the moment. Carlton again out of the middle. Sard away towards Walsh. Out further wide to Parks. Kicks it into the pocket. Hands to it from Hughes. Jams it on the boot. Clears the defensive 50. Well, out to meet it was Schultz. Wanted a free kick, didn't get it. Ball spurts back into the corridor. Still no clean pickup. Walsh has it. Spun around in the tackle and we'll have a ball up here between wing and half forward. Schultz slow to pick himself up. Out at half forward, or half back, in fact, for Fremantle. He's still on his haunches. We're going to have a ball up here just forward of the wing, but not before the issue involving Lockie Schultz is tended to. And as play stops, he pushes the chains away. Jumps back to his feet.
He was trying to milk it as well, was he?
He's ready to join in. Carlton by 55.
They're on milk watch. Delidio and Goddard this afternoon. As Walsh kicks out, Harry Mackay sliding out, marks on his chest in the right forward pocket. Four minutes ago, he kicked a career-high 5, then he kicked a career-high 6, and now he's going to kick for a possible 7th. The return of the key forwards.
He's going to kick this from literally 45, and he's still going with the snap across his body. So,
if it works, why wouldn't you? He
there
kicks
it
it off the fat part of the footy and flares it out to the left. Eddie's underneath it. He can't juggle the mark. It's out on the full.
See, that's just extreme. Like,
too far out.
It's too far out. The odds of that happening is so slim. Go back, mate. Back yourself in and kick a drop punt.
Confidence should be up, surely.
Yeah, but the only issue is his last two he's kicked from.
Yeah, true.
Conker from next to the behind post, long to half back, tapping to the target, whacked away from him. Williams dragged off his kick. Curnow through traffic, puts it on the left boot, kicks it to the hot spot. Harry at the back, spoil comes from Wilson. Pack forms in front of him, umpire circles, ball up. 40 out from the Carlton goal. Mitch on the boundary.
Saw Lockie Schultz push away the Docks. Well, they've finally got him. They've brought him to the bench, having a look at now that incident that's floored him before. He's going to take a seat for a little while.
It's Mitch Cleary on the boundary. Grandstand AFL. Darcy grabs it. Caught in a Cripps tackle holding the ball. The ball came to him after winning it down. Went to chuck it on the boot. He was tackled by Cripps. Didn't make contact with his foot. And that's all pretty elementary for the umpire. A set shot here for Cripps right in front at true centre half forward.
Illegal disposal. Is there such a thing? Didn't he? It was a reasonable attempt to...
He was tackled.
Dispose of the footy?
He was tackled trying to kick. Didn't get boot the ball.
He got a drop kick. Surely that's in vogue still, isn't it?
No problems with that. So Patrick Cripps, in he comes, the captain of Carlton, for his second of the day. A big return to form for Patrick Cripps. 22 disposals. 10 clearances, 10 score involvements, 2 snags himself. Carlton doing a job on the Dockers. It's out beyond 10 goals. Carlton by 61, 13-11 to 4-4, 16 played in the third. ABC Radio and Sport Digital, Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio.
Well, he's having a day, isn't he? Really, he's led the way. We've probably questioned him a little bit earlier in the season. Obviously, he's had a sore back and whatever else, but his ability to win the clearance, but then I'd love to see their scores from stoppages here today, the Blues. It feels like every time they're getting out and getting out the front of the stoppage, which is giving Harry Mackay just an absolute field day forward of the footy. But Paddy Cripps, he's been very, very good.
He's been good. He has kicked his two goals from free kicks. So.
They don't count?
No, it's been a lot better, don't get me wrong.
Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you on Grandstand AFL. Cripps to Walsh. Walsh tackled, somehow got it away as he was being locked up by Sarong. A free kick Fremantle's way. Advantage taken as Brayshaw got it to Swikowski and now to Frederick at right half forward. A rare foray forward. Giro trying to get around Cottrell. Turns onto his left. High ball looking for Taberner. Walter stayed down in the mark. Taken by Doherty in from the side. Tangle of bodies between Taberner and Wiedering. And the Blues repel once more. Short to Gibbons, who has it on the defensive 50. Kicks to Silvani, who has it left half back. Eddie Betts has just come on from the bench. Silvani sidesteps Swikowski. Hand pass for Saad. He really signalled that, and Chapman intercepts. Gets the hand pass away to Henry, the medical sub, who chips to Taberner, who marks right on 50. Frederick running inside the 50. It's a horrible kick from Taberner, and Cottrell racing back takes the intercepting mark in defence. Carlton by 61.
Cottrell comes wide to Cripps. Possession number 23 coming up here David Mundy had 7 touches in the opening quarter. He's got only 11 for the game. We've now travelled 18 minutes into the third, and he's been thrown deep forward.
He's been there for a while. I took note of that about 5 minutes ago, and Fremantle's on balls are all the young brigade with Darcy, so maybe that's just a bit of a sign to say, look, they conceded just to get some minutes inside. Let's throw them in there and put Mundy forward.
The Crips kick just skidded out of bounds, so we'll have a throw in right on halfway. Cottrell first possession, kicks it forward in the Betts direction. Wilson spoils, spills down to Gibbons. He's tackled by Chapman, and out on the full it goes. So a free kick to come Fremantle's way. It'll be taken by Sarong, defensive side of the wing. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Lachie Schultz not happy with being told he's going to have the concussion protocol go through. He threw the water bottle down the rooms with the doc.
Sarong with the kick in. Finds Chirrup. Nice lace-out pass in the middle of the ground for Aish. He can send it wider still, out onto the outer wing where Hughes takes the mark. He plays on, needs to find a way around. Nunes kicks inside the 50. Taberner came out, cleared him. Wiedering at the back gathers, gets the hand pass to Parks, the debutant. From the right back pocket, kicks over the head of Nunes. Hughes is there, can't take the mark, tries to tap it to the advantage of Collier, who gives it back to Hughes and back to Collier at left half forward. Veers onto the right hand side, kicks to Frederick, who marks on 50. He can play on, gives the hand pass to Sarong. He ran into 2 Blues. Hand pass back to Chera, and they lose at the Dockers through Silvani. Away to Fogarty and now to Gibbons.
They're on downhill, the Blues. Gibbons kicks down to half forward, wanted Mackay. Cox got in front of him, dropped the chest mark. Chapman under pressure, hand pass away to Ryan. He can kick it back down the wing for Fremantle. Aish takes the mark. Lachie Schultz is probably lucky that a dummy spit's not one of the symptoms of concussion, otherwise he'd be straight out of the game. Goes short inside.
Oh, yeah, I was concussed many a time then.
Short inside to Chera. Kicks, I wasn't going there. Kicks it to centre half forward to Switkowski, who spears his pass into the pocket, and Sonny Walters takes the mark. Walters is going to play on. Bends it through with his preferred left boot, and Fremantle finally have their 5th. It's their first of the third term. It comes 20 minutes in. Fremantle 5-4-34. It's been a dirty day. Carlton 13-11-89. Blues by 55 points. Time on in the third. Walters with his second. On ABC Radio and Sport Digital, this is Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio.
There were just a number of errors there for a while. The Blues are out. They had a 2v1 where it was Eddie Betts and McKay that literally had split Cox, and it was just a matter of
Gibbons laced him out.
Gibbons choosing the right one, and if you had just had the ability just to screw that ball across his body, then Eddie would be running into an open goal, the cult hero. But to Fremantle's credit, the turnover came, and then one of the few times they've kind of gone from end to end and found a spare target inside 50. But it was looking to be really messy there for a while, so Fremantle's just got to find something here. There's always something to gain out of games like this.
Bounce favoured Pitnet, but couldn't come up with the clearance. Darcy with the hand pass to Sarong, and now to Brayshaw. Drives a kick inside the 50. Taberner up against 2. Frederick stayed down. Crumbed it nicely. Snap on goal. Misses to the right-hand side. 54 points the Blues lead. Inside 50s, 50-25. It's as lopsided as you'd imagine.
Kick-out duties here for Docherty. Goes long in the Walsh direction, and young Heath Chapman got across and whacked it out of play, so a throw-in half forward for Freo. Chapman picked 14 in the draft, Freo's first pick. On a 6 playing here at Docklands for the first time. Made his debut last week in the win over the Giants. From the throw-in, Darcy wins it down. Brayshaw and Walsh. Walsh first there. Brayshaw whacked him high inadvertently. Tried to lay the tackle, and his arm got him around the chops. Walsh is okay. He's going to get up and take the kick at halfback. And Carlton immediately looked the switch. As Sard takes the mark and goes back to Wiedering.
The best and fairest winner, wider Plowman, who can't drag it in with one arm, and it goes out of play for a boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Dockers, with the Blues leading by 54 points. Freo's biggest losing margin last year was 38 points against GWS in round 14. Justin Longmuir prided himself on how competitive Freo were despite being in a rebuilding phase. Williams on half-back, kicks towards Cripps. He can't take it cleanly, trying to knock it on to Betts, and it rolls out of play. It feels like this has probably been one of the most challenging days of his coaching career. JL unable to pull any triggers really this afternoon. The Carlton's so dominant, and Freo unable to challenge them around the contest.
They got a lot of praise last year, didn't they? That very rarely got whacked in a season where they probably won more games than people thought. From the boundary throw-in, Cripps, first possession out towards Doherty, swings it wide. Dow kicks along the boundary line, and it's going to run out of play. High half forward for Carlton. So they finished the season, Fremantle, as a 7-10 team, same amount of wins as Carlton. And their heaviest defeat was 38 points to GWS. In fact, they only lost by more than 5 goals on 2 occasions. From the boundary throwing, Fremantle win it at the source here. I haven't said that too many times today. As Sarong to Chapman, and he goes short to Brayshaw up against the boundary line at half back. Cuts back in the centre square for Akers, who started it all from the stoppage. Marks outer edge centre square. Akers goes on a run, the former Saint. Swings it long and wide to Switkowski, who marks. He's got it 60 from home. Can kick inside 50. Carlton by 54 points. Harry Mackay's kicked 6. And Switkowski's just going to go short to Gyro, who marks. 24 minutes into the third. Carlton by 9 goals.
So they're really hurting themselves here. They've had 2 guys isolated deep with Taberner and Walters, and then now they've kicked in, marked it.
And Taberner on cue takes the mark from the Giro kick. It was a contested mark, but it's been part of the frustration all afternoon, really. Freo bombed it in long, and Taberner's had to compete against 2 or 3 most of the afternoon.
Yeah, so they had the isolation early. If Gyro just rolls straight away, identifying that, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but when you roll as a ball carrier, guys ahead of you are forced to move.
Yes.
So that can then force them to move.
Movement.
Even though at the time they're standing still. So if they just roll, identifying there's 2 deep and with isolation, something will come of it.
Taberner with a behind next to his name this afternoon, comes in and steers it through, although Plowman thinks he's touched it. They might have a look at that as it goes back to the middle. So back-to-back goals for the Dockers, and the margin is back under 50 once more, cut by 48.
Sorry, Clinchy, they review every goal, right?
They're supposed to.
Yep.
Supposedly.
See whether he's milking it or not.
Plowman's not going to make this up because he's going to look stupid.
Yeah. It's got to be conclusive, though, doesn't it? But I think where Matty Taberner's really struggled tonight is through not having that second key forward to take away a key defender. You know, Wiedering and Jones have really worked well in tandem. Darcy and Meek probably haven't been the option. Usually Rory Lobb would take that key post down there, and he's a really good marking player, but he's battled on Taberner, but we're going to get the...
Are they waiting for the review, yeah?
I think it's just going to be balled up here, so not conclusive.
Well,
Plowman is telling fibs.
Restart back in the middle of the ground. Carlton by 8 goals. Pitnet wins the tap. Bottom of the pack. Williams pushes it out to Cripps. Cripps hand pass went straight to Brayshaw. Off the back edge of the square. Hands it to Aish. Swings it out wide to Walters. The left footer kicks inside 50. Darcy marks his direct opponent. Jones slipped at the most inopportune moment. And Big Sean is going to have a set shot here from 35 out left of centre.
Well, that's probably 1 out of 10 that he's won from Jones. And I'm not lying either.
No.
Jones has been outstanding.
I just said it, though, and he's gone a fool out of me. Yeah. Righto, I heard you, Brett.
Well, he's sort of in this ding-dong battle with Lloyd Meek, who's playing in front of him at the moment. And if Rory Lobb was fit, he might not be in the team, Sean Darcy. So let's see what he can do in front of the sticks. With ball in hand, he hasn't got the distance. From 40 metres out, it's whacked into the post by Pitnet. And a minor score. Carlton's lead, 47 points, time on in the third.
Saad to bring the Blues back into play. Sends it long to half back, where Gibbons had to wait a long time underneath it, and Ryan's able to come and spoil it out of play. A throw in at left half forward for the Dockers. Carlton by 47 points.
So just repeating, 38 points, Clinchy, the biggest defeat under Justin Longmuir, coaching Fremantle. That was round 14 in Perth last year against the Giants.
So that's up for grabs this afternoon. Harry Mackay with a career best 6 goals already before three-quarter time. Mundy from the throw-in, hand pass to Walters on half forward to Meek, to Akers. They retreat back, and a poor kick in the end is turned over, and the mark is taken by Fogarty from the Chera kick. Fogarty getting some midfield minutes this afternoon, sends it wide, and Ed Curnow takes the mark a couple of steps in from the boundary on the wing.
Had, I think, a year to run at Geelong and decided to look for a trade, wanted more opportunities. Lockie Fogarty, and turned 22 during the week. He's had a nice start to the year in his new colours. Perhaps new jumper design, similar colours. 47 points the margin as Carlton work it from one back flank to the other. Wiedering short to Sard. Sard goes long down the wing. Fisted by Chera. Murphy competing for it. Ryan in the other direction. There's his tackle, Mark Murphy. As he locks up the All-Australian back pocket, Luke Ryan forces a neutral ball. We'll have a ball up on the wing. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
I've literally just seen the moment Lockie Schultz has been told his day is done. A few expletives coming from his mouth. The doctors looked at the vision of his big hit earlier, reviewed it. They put the pin through his name.
Okay, so no more Lockie Schultz, and already tapped out Hayden Young with a left hammy earlier. So Freo down to 3 rotations. On the wing, the Dockers win it. Darcy, nice tackle on Jones. Spills to Frederick. Kicks inside the forward 50. Taberner got there on the half volley. Hand pass in the Sarong direction. Goes once, twice. Still scrapping forward at ground level. Dow lost it. Switkowski steals it from him. Bends it back goalward, but misses. To the near side and behind. A little... I was going to say purple patch, but I can't do that. A little moment here for the Dockers. Carlton 13-11, Fremantle 6-7. I'm not that kind of caller. 46 points, Carlton's lead, 29 played in the third.
Well, aren't you? It's sprung to mind.
Yeah, that's it.
I wonder if that'll feature in the voice of Goddard tomorrow on Corbin and Ben.
A bit too corny.
The kick from Wiedering is smothered. Switkowski gathered on the 50. Parks comes in, composed in his first game. Gets the hand pass to Sard, who goes a high, spiralling ball. Betts went early. Too early before acceptances. Didn't get near the footy. It's gathered by Cottrell, though. Hard against the boundary. Kicks to the wing. Murphy one direction, Ryan the other. Well done by Ryan, who gathers. Couldn't break away from Mackay. As he corrals him over the boundary line. He didn't really tackle him in the end. He just ushered him for a boundary throw in front of the two benches. Carlton leading by 46 points. The Blues with 4-2 in this third quarter after leading at half-time by 35.
Meek wins the tap, chasing after the footy. Walters becomes the tackler on Fogarty, close to the boundary line. Sarong eventually collects it clean. Hand pass to Aish, hooks a kick down the line. Meek and Pitternet go at it. Pitternet gets rid of Meek. Plowman collects the footy in front of the boundary line. Sells the candy to Mundy, then kicks it to Fogarty, moves it on quick. Curnow swings it inside to Gibbons. 60 out, puts it inside 50, straight onto the chest though of Akers. Takes the intercept mark, centre half back. They want to move it quick, Freo. Out towards Cox at half back. Hand pass away to Chera, kicks down the boundary line and wanted Frederick over his head. Out on the full. Carlton to get it back. And it's the young lad on debut in Parks who's going to take it. Luke Parks, the boy from Glenelg.
Possession number 10 coming up for him as he chips it inboard to Doherty. He sends it wide to Williams. With the leg heavily strapped, the left knee from an incident early in the match. Chips it inboard to Gibbons. And that'll do us. 3 quarters in the books. Carlton got out by 61 points midway through that third term before Freo kicked the last 2 goals of the quarter to cut the margin back to 46 at 3-quarter time. The Blues 13-11-89 to the Dockers 6-7-43. Harry Mackay with a career best 6 goals, including 2 in that third quarter. Paddy Cripps with a couple individuals to Murphy, Fogarty, Betts, Nunes and Curnow. Meanwhile for the Dockers, 2 goals to Michael Walters, individuals to Darcy, Taberner, Collier and Frederick. 3-quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. It's the Blues leading by 46 points on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
To watch the latest stories from ABC News and clips from our current affairs shows online, it's time to go direct to the source. Australia's most reliable news can be found on ABC Radio, the ABC News app and the ABC News website. Download the free app now and stay across local breaking stories, updates and analysis from Australia's most trusted news. What matters to you matters to us, and it's all on the ABC News app and news.abc.net.au.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Wiedering kick towards Gibbons, across in front, Conker spoils it away. Cripps could have been dragged down when he didn't have the footy. He was. Paddy Cripps will have the free kick directly in front, 35 metres out from goal. Questions around his fitness with a back injury, but Paddy Cripps is out there and steering it straight through the middle for the Blues.
Ryan's long kick picked off. Petrevski-Seaton to Fogarty, away to Nunes by hand, gives it to Walsh. 70 out, kicks inside 50. Here's Harry and Harry Mackay.
races up and takes the mark overhead. He wants to kick it across his body with his preferred left boot. Harry Mackay, he's got one for the thumb. 5 for Mackay.
Cripps and Williams combined out of the middle for Carlton. Kicks wide of Harry. He's got 5. He gathers and can't keep it in play. Non-officiating umpire has paid a free kick. There's a bit of carry on with Cripps.
Downfield, is it?
Williams, 4 occasions. Harry Mackay had kicked 4 goals. He's got a career best 5 and he could have an absolute day out by the time this is all over. He receives the footy in the right forward pocket, steps out, carbon copy. Puts through his 6th.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
3/4 time at Docklands in Melbourne on this Easter Sunday. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. Carlton in charge, in control. After this match, we head to Canberra, to Manuka Oval, where the Giants are taking on Melbourne to preview that clash. Good afternoon, Joel Peterson.
G'day, Clinchy. Great to be with you. Very different conditions here at Manuka Oval to the last time we were here. Last time, of course, round 21, 2019, we had snow. And it was the Hawks with Alistair Clarkson in his shorts who got the chocolates that night over the Giants. Today, the sun is shining. It's been around 30 degrees in Canberra all day and beautiful conditions for this Easter Sunday clash to round out, of course, the weekend before the big game between Hawthorn and Geelong tomorrow. And these two sides come in having such differing starts to the season. Melbourne up and about 2-0, looking to go 3-0 for the first time since 2005. The Giants, however, are down in the dumps. It's been a week of pressure. They're without Harry Perryman, who's out with illness, one of their most important players already this season, and they need to find a response tonight, GWS, with a lot of changes from the team that lost to Fremantle so convincingly last week, and we now know what the Blues are doing to that very Freo side as well. The injury substitutes have been named in Nick Shipley and Jake Melksham for GWS and Melbourne respectively. There are no late changes to either side. But first bounce in about 40 minutes from now in pristine conditions in the nation's capital. Clinchy.
Good on you, Joel. Looking forward to joining you after this game alongside Tom Wilson, Nick Davis and Ty Kennelly. Daniel Garb on the boundary for the Giants and the Demons to close out the Easter Sunday weekend. And, of course, Hawthorn and Geelong tomorrow from the MCG. Who wins out of the Demons and the Giants, Lids? And you were reminiscing about that game in Canberra before we came on air, the fond memories you had of playing in the snow.
Yeah, stinking. Just a little side story to that. Everyone says, Clarko, he's setting the scene. Turns out, I found out, he had it like plus 30 in the box. It was 30 degrees up there, so he's like, it's sweating. The boys down the bench there shivering away, drinking warm cups of tea. But he's come down. He was just acclimatising because he was already sweating up there. But I think
he was wearing the shorts, wasn't he?
He had. Well, that's why he had the shorts on. He couldn't handle it in long pants. But no, I think the D's probably too strong. I'm just haven't seen enough from the Giants boys. I've spoken to a couple during the week. They're saying that we've got to get our game back on track. Proof will be in the pudding with that one. But I think the D's. They've been okay the first couple of rounds. I've liked a couple of the things they've been doing, but it'd be interesting to see that game in Canberra.
So, BJ, it feels like we've seen the Blues at their best, but what about Freo? What can we say about them this afternoon?
Oh, it's been really poor. I made a prediction before the game. We know what we're going to get from Fremantle today, and it's been the complete opposite. So,
we're 1 from 1 each.
1 from 1. So, albeit probably the first 10 minutes of the first quarter, where I thought they did a pretty good job when Carlton had most of possession, but they were playing a bit of keepings off, kick mark that slowed them down. But besides that, they've been really poor. So there's no coincidence then. They got they hauled the momentum of Carlton in that third quarter. It was probably the last 10 minutes, but I don't think it was any coincidence. It was when Walters and Mundy were up back around the footy, which gave them a better chance, made better decisions. Not looking at the stats, but I know just looking at it that the dominance around stoppages was
clear,
was kind of culled from the personnel that was in the midfield. And as we see now that Walters is starting as an inside mid in this last quarter, but it was a complete dominance from Carlton. Fremantle, I said there's always something to gain out of games like this. So whether that's a message from Longmire at three-quarter time that we get through this, it's all about next week now, what next week looks like, how we go into next week into training, and the comments we gain from this last quarter.
Into the final turn we go. Pitnet wins down the tap, but Walters Sharks at having an immediate impact in the middle of the ground. Kicks inside the forward 50. Wiedering red at best. Kicks out of defence. And Akers can't keep it alive with Nunes right there with him. A throw in at left half forward for the Dockers. Carlton led by 4 points at quarter time with 3 goals apiece in that term. And from that point onwards, it's been all Carlton. 6 goals to 1 in the second quarter, 4 goals to 2 in the third. Thrown back in. Meek wins down the tap. To Cripps, though, of Carlton, who gets the hand pass to Gibbons, who gathers hard up against the boundary. Kicks to Silvani through his fingertips. Hughes right there with him. Gathered by Brayshaw. Kick smothered by Silvani. Hughes has another go at it. Hand pass to Ryan. Through traffic back to Brayshaw. Retreats by hand to Chera. One way then the other. Back boundary side. Kicks a high ball towards Lloyd Meek. Spoiled away from him by Jones. Nunes onto it. Hand pass to Sard. Push in the back. Carlton free kick. They take the advantage through Sard.
He goes short to Cripps, who's been good today. Takes on the tackler here in Wilson. Got it away to Curnow. Kicks into open space at half forward. Big Harry charging out after it. He's bowled over by Cox. Cox wins the footy. Hands it to Heath Chapman. The youngest man on the ground. Kicks down the wing. Wanted Switkowski. Can't take the mark. Spills to Fogarty. Fogarty goes short for the Blue Baggers. Finds Murphy. Turns and pokes the kick over to Walsh. And the emerging superstar for the Blues takes the mark at left half forward. Walsh looks into the pocket, honours the lead of Harry Mackay, and Harry just obliges, leaps up and clunks it.
What does he do here, Beach? The wrong side. He can't really snap this one.
This is the wrong side I'm talking about. So he doesn't practice enough in game when he's on his right side, being in his preferred pocket for a left footer. But imagine now that he gets this position in a big game, what does he do? Like, what's he thinking now?
So he's a left footer out at left half forward. Peg up against the fence from 48 metres out. He goes back and misses across the face. Minor score.
I just would have liked Cox there just to take that space where he actually let him the ball, because if he had a look behind him, he had guys that are actually able to cover that kick if he had to kick it long, and it had to be a loopy kick to get over him. But take that dangerous space and just sit on Mackay's front shoulder so he can't lead up.
47 points, Carlton's lead. Wilson spinning out of traffic as Sard's down, having got one high, long towards Mackay and Cripps. Neither could take the mark. Murphy running past, couldn't gather. Giro can for Fremantle. Back to Ryan inside the defensive goal square. He chips it to the left back pocket where Chapman takes the mark. Short to Sarong, who had to get down low to claim the mark. He kicks into the corridor to Wilson. Can they find some run in the defensive 50? Hand pass to Chapman, but now where to? Side steps around Walsh. Kicks to the outer wing where Giro can take the mark for the Dockers at right half back.
He was busy early. He had 7 possessions in about a 3-minute stretch at one stage as he hand passes to Conker, puts him under the pump. Tackled by Jones and the ball spurts out of bounds, but it's inadvertently come off the boot of Liam Jones. There's going to be a conference here between the field umpire and the boundary ump. We touched on Freo today and their problems. They just have not been able to get their hands on the footy yet. The first 3 quarters, they had 90 fewer disposals, which is a big number and differential than Carlton. Now, they've lost every quarter. Carlton by 4 at quarter time, 35 at the half, 46 at 3-quarter time, and it's 47 now. Finally, we've settled that dispute. Free kick for Fremantle, and Conker goes long to half forward, spills down to Switkowski. His kick goes straight into the breadbasket of Williams, who had it. Then lost it to Darcy, won it back, spills out to Switkowski, high up and under for Freo, inside 50, and Henry out to meet it, leaping up, rides the bump, takes the mark. Right half forward had Doherty racing back in the other direction, and young Liam Henry takes the mark.
He just caught sight of him just enough, I reckon, Sam Doherty, to protect himself.
They're the ones who just pull out.
Yeah.
Let that one slide.
Yeah,
especially when you're up by 50 points.
Exactly right.
Second-year Docker, top 10 pick. Liam Henry, right peg, closest to the fence. His set shot is a little short, and it's helped through on the line for a minor score. Carlton back to a 46-point lead. Early, what are we, Quenchy? 4.5 minutes into the final turn.
Petrescu-Seton brings Carlton back into play. To Nunes, and then the kick looking for Casbolt is spoiled out of play by Chapman. Fremantle take on Hawthorn in the final match in the twilight of Sunday of round 4. The Blues have got the Gold Coast Suns in round 4 on Saturday night. Ed Kerno with a high kick. Chapman well positioned, couldn't take the mark though against Casbolt. Hughes spun a full 360. Casbolt laid the tackle. He's rewarded this time. Levi has it. Harry racing back. That's Harry Mackay. Casbolt kicks to the pocket instead, and Ryan in front of Gibbons gathers and can't keep it in play. So a throw in at right half forward for the Blues, leading by 46 points.
They nearly did a full rotation hand.
It wasn't even near his intended target. Someone's got to get past him.
Eleni Gluftis has spotted a free kick as everyone was set up for the boundary throw-in.
Blake Acres trying to look after young Brayshaw, I think. Ed Kerno. Can he double up?
Gibbons is there again, isn't it? It's the same guy.
He takes on the man on the mark, tries to close inside the 50, kicks from 52 out back to the corridor. Pitnet down there from the back, Casbolt. No mark. Dow throws his body on the line, got a hand pass out, but they went it back door Freo. It's a push in the back. It's Silvani's free kick. It's going against Heath Chapman, tried to lay the tackle, fell into the back of the Carlton forward, and Jack Silvani will get it right in front from 25 out.
Not missing.
Not missing.
Not missing.
In the book.
In the book. In the book.
Had a shoulder injury on opening night. Feared he'd miss a chunk of the season. Misses just one game and he's back with the extended break. The famous number on his back, the famous surname, the Carlton Blue Blood pops it through. (14-12-96) Carlton, Fremantle 6-8-44. Blues by 52 points, 7 minutes into the final term. Grandstand AFL, Brett Delidio, Brendan Goddard.
I spoke about him earlier. I really liked his want to get involved, especially in that forward 50 in the front half of the ground. He's continually worked. We saw him drop a mark just here in front of us just a few minutes ago. But after he's dropped it, he's back up on his feet, he's dived, he's laid a smother, and then he's applying pressure again. So I'm not sure whether the penny's dropped into how hard he needs to work as a half forward, key forward, either third tall for him. But we're going to see him really start to reap the rewards from that work rate. And we've seen it today. He hasn't capitalised as much on the scoreboard, but gets that goal there just through staying involved.
Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard with you on Grandstand AFL. He's had his 4 shots on goal. Jack Silvani for 1-2 this afternoon. Walsh with the clearance, gets the hand pass to Ed Kerno, kicks inside the 50. Ryan going back with the flight, bounce eluded him. Onto a Chapman, hand pass to Chera, almost dragged down. Good chase by Cottrell. It comes to Ed Kerno, inside the 50. Mackay the target. Good courage from Hughes, putting himself in front. Casbolt with a hand pass to the goal mouth. Conker couldn't clear it. Murphy swoops onto it, feeds the hand pass back. Fogarty the standing start. He plays it to the right. Out of bounds on the full. And Ryan to take it up against the left behind post with Carlton leading by 52.
Ryan goes long down the pipe. Good kick. 60-metre drop punch straight onto the chest of James Aish. In his third club, racked up 100 games last week. Lays it off by hand to Chera. He turns. That's a bad kick down to half forward. Switkowski in a 2-on-1. Slips out the back to Frederick. Takes on the tackler. Parks. He's mowed down. Hand pass back inboard. And Meek is there for Freo. Plowman grabs it. He's tackled. Dispossessed. Still loose. Half forward for Freo. Pushed back into congestion by Frederick, but Plowman hands it away to Fogarty and Carlton work it out. Kick comes wide to Murphy. Chera just fists it over the boundary line and a throw in right on the wing. Carlton by 52 points. Mitch Cleary on the boundary. Few injury concerns for the Dockers.
We know Hayden Young done for the day. He was subbed out with a left hamstring complaint. Lockie Schultz is done also with the concussion protocols. They're just managing Michael Walters' minutes in this last quarter with his hamstring awareness earlier in the season.
Blues leading by 52 points. Zach Williams to take the free kick. Defensive side of the wing, goes short to Walsh, called to play on. Mundy corrals him. Kicks towards Fogarty, who takes the mark in front of Ryan. He has it at right half forward for Carlton. The Blues got out by 61 points during the third term. As Fogarty kicks it towards Mackay, spoiled down by Hughes of the Dockers. Aish gathers, hand pass back to Chapman in the top of the defensive goal square. Kicks to Frederick, a ball and a bounce off his chest, and then Parks is over the top. The debutant for the Blues. And the umpire says he'll throw it up on the attacking 50 for Carlton.
Umpire Donlan chucks it up in the air. Darcy wins it down. Halfback for Freo. Sarong tries to take on the tackler. Forced to give it to Mundy. Hand pass releases Collier on the outer wing. Kicks down to half forward for Freo. Back with the flight. Taberner. Jones in the other direction. Knocks it out of play and a boundary throw in. Half forward for the Dockers. There's a bit of a push and shove too. Taberner and Petrevski-Seton. I think he's given away a free kick, has he, Taberner? It's going to go to Petrevski-Seton, so that'll really make Justin Longmuir cross if he wasn't already. They hand possession back. Petrevski-Seton to Doherty and now to Wiedering, right back pocket for Carlton.
Might not be a fun flight back to Western Australia for some of the Dockers players. As Plowman gathers at right half back, hand pass to Nunes. Somehow got it back and ricocheted off Duro with Henry there as well. And Nunes made them look like fools as he kicks to Silvani, who marks centre wing on the broadcast side. Everything's worked for Carlton today. Kicks to Dow, 60 out, kicks towards Mackay. Cox to the pull of the jumper. And Harry Mackay will line up on goal directly in front, 35 metres out. Murphy was trying to take the advantage and run into the open goal. Was brought to a halt by Ethan Hughes, and Harry Mackay will go back and have the set shot.
What's he doing? Side on, is he? Yeah, he's the big fella right in front. He's going to run around, but
this is just crazy.
It may be a chink in the armour, but it's only a chink if you can't make it work.
Yeah, that's true.
If it ain't broke.
He's kicked 6 goals, 4 though, so he's had it on both sides of the paper. Starts on the angle for 7. Mackay, it's the shallow kick, but it clears the goal line with only Eddie Betts and Nathan Wilson there to try and defend it. Harry Mackay, an absolute day out. And Carlton lead by 58 points. 15-12, 102. They break the ton to Fremantle 6-8-44. 12 minutes gone, final term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, we called it at the start of the day that it was set up for him to have a big day. Obviously, Freo missing some key post players down there in their back end, but you've still got to get on the end of it, and you've still got to be able to kick him, albeit to BJ's discuss into how he is kicking him around the corner when you're directly in front.
In front.
Got that one a little bit skinny, but it did still go through the big sticks. Doesn't say in the report at the end of the day how they went through. He's kicked 7 goals, 4. And Harry Mackay has led him a merry dance down there. But
if there was anyone other than Eddie Betts and his opponent on that line, it was touched.
All clear. 7.
Yeah, I was surprised there wasn't a ruckman there.
Ruckman, that's touched, or he marks it on the line unattended.
Carlton by 58. Casbolt wins it, but Meek gets the clearance, just chucks it on the boot, and Plowman wanted to claim a mark low down, wrapped up by Henry. Says it hit the turf, and so we'll have a ball up.
He's got form.
That's correct. Earlier today, he claimed a goal was touched on the way through, and the video review didn't back him up. And a ball up, 40 out from the Carlton goal. Taken down by Casbolt, swings his kick in the middle of the ground to Cripps, who's had an enormous day statistically, but there's a free kick here for an illegal shepherd going against the Blues. And Wilson's going to take it inside the centre square. If he had a bit of steam up here, Lindsay might be half a show.
Yeah, he's a big roost of the ball, Nathan Wilson.
He's going back, and short kick to Ryan, who turns and kicks it to the top of the goal square, entering the side. Jones can't complete the mark. Spills down to Doherty, though. Plenty of navy blue jumpers. Walsh kicks it out to Cripps, and the co-captain marks at halfback.
Thought about coming in, Board. Now pushes back behind his mark. Mundy works the mark, kicks towards Harry Mackay on the wing. Couple to compete against, with Wilson and Cox in from the side, and they spoil it out of play. Carlton by 58 points. Harry Mackay has 7. Crowd posted at 24,551.
They're going to get through unscathed, fingers crossed here, Carlton. Big numbers for Paddy Cripps, return to form. Walsh 30 plus, Mackay kicks 7. It's a big day for the Blues.
Just looking at 11 minutes ago, is there a chance to join Josh Bruce if the Blues put the tunnel vision on? Henry kicks to Frederick. Some silky skills on display there as Frederick came out on the lead and this time held it on his chest. He's dropped a couple this afternoon.
That was really silky. Sarong from the stoppage, finding a bit of space, but bursting away, and then lace out for a shot on goal.
A chance to become Fremantle's second multiple goal kicker alongside Michael Walters. Crosses through the paint of 50. Frederick puts it out to the right. Offline right from the outset. The Blues lead is 57 points at the 15-minute mark of the final term. After this match, we're off to Canberra for the Giants taking on the Demons.
Short kick from Plowman marked the kick out. Wanted Cripps, brought down by Mundy. Mundy wins it for Freo. Cripps still down, hand pass to Brayshaw, gives it to Gyro, outside of the left boot. Thank you very much. Forward pocket just bends it home. He's a natural lefty, but outside of that left boot, nice little check side from the pocket. A late one for Freo, 7-9-51. Carlton 15-12, 101. The Blues have doubled Fremantle's score. They lead by 51 points, 16 minutes into the final term. And Stefan Giro with a nice finish, forward pocket.
Paddy Cripps maybe a little unlucky not to cop one high there from Dave Mundy on the exit. Just give him a little clip around the ears, but fast feet there from young Brayshaw. Give it to your finishers. Nice left foot snap from Giro.
Giro the bike part as well.
Yeah, like Giro d'Italia. I always end up talking to him about, I think I always end up calling him Gyro, and then it's got so much in my head now that the difference between Gyro and Giro, but it's definitely Giro.
Yep.
The Blues by 51 points. Back in the middle of the ground. Cripps stripped in the tackle, holding the footy. So the Dockers to take the free kick through David Mundy, the acting captain in the absence of Nat Fyfe, who they'll hope might be able to return next week after suffering concussion last week. Kicks towards Henry, who flies in the pack. Front and centre, Sarong only got a toe poke to it as he crumbed it. Collier through traffic, hand passes straight to Parks of the Blues, who kicks towards half-back. The mark not claimed by Fogarty, but onto it Doherty, kicks over the head of Silvani. Ryan can't pick it up. Silvani taps it towards the boundary line. It's a good result given the 2-on-1 in Fremantle's favour, and he sees it out of play for a throw in centre wing on the outer side.
Blues by 51 from the boundary throw-in. Darcy wins it down. Cripps hand pass out wide. Sarong trying to paddle it to his own advantage, and out it goes. City wing. Mitch Cleary's on the boundary. Mitch.
Just saw Patrick Cripps a few moments ago share a nice moment with Adam Sard. Of course, Sard playing in his first win today for Carlton. He'll be one of 5 players in the middle of the song, along with Williams, Fogarty, Parks and Oscar McDonald.
Plenty of reason to celebrate. Free kick going Fremantle's way here from the stoppages. Fogarty inadvertently took Chera high. To Adam Chera. Defensive side logo, City wing. Just going to go on a bit of a run and then load up and kick it inside the forward 50. There's not a heap back, and Plowman's able to run back with the flight and take the intercept mark. And Carlton a chance to rebound. Doherty at centre-half back.
Gives the hand pass to Sard. Collier offering chase. He almost got him. It was a good effort. He does force the turnover as Ryan takes the intercepting mark for the Dockers towards Switkowski. Doherty in from the side, couldn't take the mark. Switkowski with a hand pass forward. Back to Collier. He's had a couple of good chase downs. He kicks into the pocket. Taberner on the lead. Takes the mark. Good mark because Wiedering was right there on his tail. There's no room for movement, and Taberner was able to clock the mark.
That's a fair accomplishment by Trav there, chasing down Sard.
Yeah.
I know how fast both of them are. I might actually say that Trav might have him covered.
Taberner snaps on the angle. It's across the face and misses to the right-hand side. In the top 3 fastest players you played with, Trav Collier?
And such a powerful little nugget. He's an absolute machine in the gym. He's got short limbs, but he's so powerful.
Wiedering marks the kick out and then goes long down the wing. Pitternet trying to work his way to the front. At the back, Silvani, he was 4 deep, took the mark. Ump says not paid. Walters tries to close him down. Silvani kicks it straight into Aish, skidding through Gibbons, forces it back Carlton's way. Pitternet to Nunes by hand now. Petrevski-Seaton on the wing, hands it inside the centre square to Sard. His hand pass not great, skids its way to Brayshaw. Fremantle back with it, kicks out wide to James Aish again. He can look inside the forward 50, got Taberner up ahead. Some indecision, turns it over. Reaches Jones on the bounce. He's worried out of it. Sarong, hand pass to Walters, somehow got it forward to Mundy. He goes back to Giro, who puts the kick to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions, spills down. Switkowski can just run it in.
Switkowski
pops it through. It's a goal for Fremantle. They've got 2 in a row. 8-10-58. Carlton at 15-12-102. It's the Blue Baggers by 44 points as we tick into time on in the final term.
Is that one of the best names in the AFL?
Sam Swikowski.
It is a good one. Swikowski. Especially when you have to just kind of rolls off the tongue there in play.
Yeah.
There's probably 2 or 3 Carlton defenders that didn't really need to go up there to fly. Then one of them could have stayed down, but
Not a bad underground hand pass from Walters through the legs of Plowman.
Nutmegged him.
It's fair to say the Jam's been out of the donut of this game for a while. There's a chance that Carlton could have really done a number on the Dockers this afternoon, but Freo have fought hard. They kicked the last 2 goals of the third quarter and they kicked the last 2 of the last after the Blues kicked the first 2 with Harry Mackay kicking his 7th, one off the toe from 35 metres out, and Freo had no big man on the goal line, which kind of sums up their day a bit. Darcy out of the middle of the ground, hand pass towards Brayshaw, couldn't take it cleanly, could have almost been in the back for a Carlton free kick. Frederick squeezed the kick forward, but Nunes takes the mark down low on his chest. Inside the defensive 50 for Carlton. Kicked the winner last time these two sides faced. Out to Plowman at left half back, and then to Arts. Hasn't been too bad on debut. Known as an intercepting defender. Parks' long kick out of defence, and the mark taken by Ryan, who takes an uncontested mark on the wing. Inward to Aish for Freo. We can play on. Training drill as he runs 20 metres uncontested and kicks to Taberner, who marks on his chest, 50 out. Veers onto the left, kicks long towards Frederick and Henry. They're outnumbered, outsized as Jones takes the mark at the top of the goal square, defensive goal square for the Blues.
Wants to bring it dock side, so Jones goes long. Silvani Hughes in the one-on-one. Silvani got to the footy, still attacking it, overruns it. Walsh jumps on top of it. Darcy onto him illegally. And a free kick to Walsh. What a player this guy is. Early in his 3rd season. Rising star year 1. Coaches Association best young player year 2. And now 32 disposals. And a bright start to his 3rd year, just 3 games in. And right on cue, on the end of one of the biggest raps, he kicks the ball out of bounds on the full, looking for Cripps. So Aish to take it for the Dockers. Carlton by 44 points. Time on in the last. James Aish heads down to half forward. Darcy up strong, can't mark. Over his head, and it goes out of bounds, half forward for Freo. So let's look ahead to next week. The Purple, they play Hawthorn. The Sunday twilight, that is the designated WA slot late on Sunday. So Fremantle Hawthorn there. The Dockers winning just 1 of their last 7 against the Hawks.
Toss back in, it clears both Meek and Pitnet, gathered by Walsh. Another disposal for him. Hand pass to Gibbons, kicks towards Silvani on the wing. Chapman right there with him, spoiled out of play. Dave from South Freo on the SMS 0437 774 774. Is this an audition for Freo for Paddy Cripps? There are rumours that he's nearing closer to signing a contract extension with the Blues. Co-captain alongside Sam Doherty. Pitnet takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Gibbons. Retreats back by hand to Walsh, and now to Plowman. Away to Cripps on cue. Gets the hand pass to Parks. Long kick towards Casbolt, who's shoved out of it. And the mark taken by Chapman in the contested pack for the Dockers. Away to Conker on halfback.
Dockers a chance to bounce off the back flank here. Conker hands it to Wilson. Wilson kicks from half-back to half-forward. Taberner after it. Jones whacks it back in the other direction. Sard onto it. Frederick tackles him. Sard links up with Petrevski-Seaton. Away he goes. Has a bounce. Chips short. Up to Harry Mackay. He's got 7. Hand pass back to Petrevski-Seaton. Kicks to half-forward. Gibbons in the launch pad. Takes it. Kicks it inside 50. And Zach Williams creeping forward. Marks. Pokes the pass. Wanting Nunes. Can't find him. Nice work. Wilson forces it down to Chapman. Chapman looks for Akers. Has Akers done a hammy, leaping in the air trying to take the mark, or just cramped up? I hope he's okay. There's a free kick behind all of that. And it's going to come back Fremantle's way as Conker was attacked without the ball. Akers is in real trouble, just stretching out the back of his left leg. He's had a series of soft tissue injuries and hammy problems too, Blake Akers. So fingers crossed for him, but he can barely move half back for Freo. Conker has the footy.
I think he's giggling about it to Conker because I think it is cramp and he can't get rid of it. It's one of the worst feelings, that, so just go away.
It's better news. Hopefully, if that's the case. Long kick to the wing. It's spoiled away by Pitnet and Cottrell. And Collier trailing as it rolls out of play. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
the Dockers are down to 2 rotations, so they've put a couple of players away for the rest of the afternoon, but one of them is Luke Ryan, had strapping just above his left knee. Now he's got ice on it. He's done for the day. We're keen to see the outcome of this one.
Thanks, Mitch. Thrown back in. Meek wins down the tap towards Sarong, but it's pinched by Gibbons, who bursts from the clearance. Long inside the 50. Casbolt up, couldn't take the mark. Wilson crumbed it well. The physio's right in the middle of it, trying to get out of the way. Lunging forward, Swakowski takes the mark inside the defensive 50. He chips it over the top to Chapman and away to Giro on half back.
So Giro down to half forward. Taberner the target, one-on-one with Wiedering. Taberner knocks it out of his grasp. Still competing forward at half forward for Freo. Taberner becomes the tackler on Wiedering. The umpire, after a long delay, finally decides to ball it up. I mentioned Carlton. They haven't had a good record in recent times against many teams, but they have won 5 of their last 11 against the Dockers. And considering just 2 of those 11 have been in Melbourne, that's a pretty impressive feat. So they've won 3 games in that time over in Perth. And they're going to square themselves off 6-6 in the last 12 against Freo here. The only other teams they've had a similar record against in that time, Melbourne and Gold Coast, who they play next week. So another nice win for Carlton here against the boys from Freo as Nunes kicks down the boundary line and it's knocked out of play. We'll have a throw in just forward of the wing for the Blues. And they play the Suns at Carrara next Saturday night. Last time those 2 teams met was Sir Doug Nicholls' round last year up in Darwin to actually open the round on that humid Friday night in the NT.
Blues by 44 points. Pitnet wins down the tap to Gibbons. Hand pass to Cottrell to Walsh, over the top to Betts. Back to Walsh. Beautiful hand pass. Walsh veers away from Cox. Unselfishly pokes it forward, and here's Harry.
So stiff, Cox. He has to come forward to defend that bloke, and Walsh coming from the stoppage. It was a terrific run, but Grundy was just there. Grundy, Mundy, mind you, but he has to come forward to apply that pressure on Walsh, or Walsh runs into an open goal.
He doesn't stop Walsh, does he?
No, it's just impressive.
He's going the drop punt just for BJ. Harry Mackay out to the left for number 8. This is to the left-hand side.
He can't snap from there.
Oh, he could have the snap. 7-5.
I wouldn't advise it, but he could have.
I was having a look. He's had 12 shots on goal. 13 shots on goal, Harry Mackay.
It's a big number. As Fremantle work it up out of the back half. Tick from Wilson finds Collier. Goes on a run, City wing. Kicks down to high half forward. Darcy Marks keeps on going. Moves it inside 50. Nice transition from Freo. On the bounce, Frederick. Hand pass. Knocked down. Regathers. Hangs it inside the boundary line. Giro goes to Soccer. Saved by the goalkeeper. Ricochets back into the field of play. Fremantle still trying to push it out. Top of the goal square. Giro has a second go. Hands it to Taberner. Snaps and kicked it. So Taberner comes up with his second. Freo get one back late. Carlton's lead cut to 39. 15-13, 103 the Blue Baggers. Fremantle 9-10-64. And the Purple have kicked the last 3 in the game after trailing by 58 points earlier in the quarter. We've now travelled 28 in the last. Carlton by 39. Brett Delidio, Brendan Goddard.
Well, I'm tipping someone would have said at 3/4 time in the Fremantle camp, well, let's win this last quarter, because it is a lot easier in a fight either back from Perth or in Fremantle's cut.
Hang your hat on something.
Yeah, just to feel positive about something, as I mentioned, that just going into next week, look, 3 quarters were really poor, but albeit the game was over, but we found something. It's all about the bigger picture, particularly with a young team. Just to instill that message that we're not giving up here, just to keep fighting, just to find something. It's important for their development. But I assure you that it was all about just winning this quarter, just to take a small win out of today.
Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you. So 3-3 for the Dockers in this final term to Carlton's 2-2. We mentioned the biggest loss Freo I've had under Justin Longmuir was 38 points in round 14 last year. So it currently sits at 39. So done a good job of trying to tidy up the scoreline a bit, even though it's been a lopsided afternoon. Cripps in the middle of the ground trying to get the clearance. Swakowski worked it down though for Freo. Got it to Chera, who kicks to Giro at half forward. Kick is just over the head of Frederick. Couldn't pull it in with one arm. It ricochets off Jones. And Petreski Seaton at half back. Hand pass over the tops to Cripps. Feeds the hand pass wide to Jones, who kept running. At right half back, kicks towards Casbolt. 2-on-1. Mackay's all on his own if they can get it to him. Cottrell, Fogarty couldn't pick it up cleanly. And Swakowski off half back burst for the Dockers.
Has a bounce, hands it though straight to Casbolt. Casbolt for Carlton. Kicks wide for Petrevski-Seton to Nunes. Tucks it under his arm. Great vision. Kicks it to centre half forward and Murphy marks. He won't like his chances from there, so he pokes it short to Gibbons. There's a nice little bit of irony in all this. The last kick of the game, the last time these two teams met, it was meant to be Michael Gibbons having the set shot from way out on the boundary line at half forward. And the kick went the way of Jack Nunes, who, of course, went back and, you know the rest, won the game for Carlton. And Gibbons could have the last kick of the game here. He moves in, Michael Gibbons. His set shot's true. Pokes it through. Carlton back out by 45. They end the run of 3 consecutive Fremantle goals. They've let it start to finish. 16-13, 109 Carlton. Fremantle 9-10, 64. Half-hour mark final term. I say start to finish. It was really the latter stages of the first quarter. There were 4 lead changes in the opening term, and from that point on, Carlton just took over. They lead it by 45 in a waning moments.
I think it was that Nunes kick inside that really gave that chance, but I think the fizzes, as you called earlier, Clinchy, it's certainly gone out of this game. A lot of players down on their haunches with that set shot happening, and not a lot of chase at the moment. It's a pretty open game, but a lot under the Blues today. They've certainly come to play against an undermanned Freo, and they've done the job.
So Carlton by 45 points. Closing stages. Darcy wins down the tap. The Blues might be done with yet. Walsh bursts out of the middle, gets to 50, feeds the hand pass forward. Fogarty tries to break the tackle. Hand pass to Cripps, little toe poke into Collier, and Fremantle clear. Into the middle of the ground, finds Frederick, and that'll do us. Carlton are on the board in season 2021. A dominant 45-point victory over the Fremantle Dockers. Their biggest defeat under new coach Justin Longmuir in a season and a bit. Carlton 16-13, 109 defeat the Dockers 9-10-64 on a day in which Harry Mackay had an afternoon out. 7 goals after his previous best was 4. He kicked 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third and 1 in the fourth. He led the way for the Blues all afternoon. Paddy Cripps finished with 2 individuals to Savani, Murphy, Fogarty, Betts, Nunes, Curnow and Gibbons. Meanwhile for the Dockers, 2 goals to Taberner, 2 goals to Walters. Individuals to Darcy, Collier, Switkowski, Giro and Frederick. The Blues led by 4 points at quarter time, by 35 at half time, by 46 at 3/4 time. They got out by 61 in the third term before the Dockers were able to equal their final term with 3 goals apiece. The Blues winners by 45 points in front of 24,551 fans.
We'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous Old Dark Blues.
The Blues give their fans a glimpse of what might be their best throughout the season. A dominant display, winning by 45 points. The thoughts of Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio with you on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it was all about the Blues, as we expected, if they were serious about playing finals and kind of showing us what they
We've got a minute, BJ.
are made of, then they came here today and got the job done, as you made mention of, an undermanned Fremantle team. So
whip through your votes.
Whip through the votes. 3 goes to Jones today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, mate, he was the best player on the ground at half-time. The game was over.
Okay.
Playing on Darcy, but McKay for 2 and Cripps gets the 1.
Jeez. Jeepers.
That's a controversial call.
Yep.
Cripps,
I like it.
34 disposals, 11 clearances, 10 score involvements.
Yep.
Wow.
Doesn't go by numbers, Beach, goes by feel.
The voice of Goddard has made his call. Carlton winners by 45 points. Their opening win of season 2021 comes in round 3. We're about to take you to Monica Oval in Canberra. The Giants taking on the Demons. Joel Peterson and Tom Wilson, your call team, alongside Nick Davis and Ty Kennelly. Dan Garb on the boundary. The Blues, the da-da-da-da-das, they're on the board, winners by 45 points.
Crime and police, and that was my reality.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Man, dilapidated houses and cockroaches and mice.
Someone who has seen and done remarkable things.
These people are trying to mould me into a murderer. And what did she say to you? She wanted to hear, what am I going to do differently?
Hear the latest conversations, weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio, and follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.